We're live. Hello. Hello. Good morning. Good morning,
Hello.
everyone.
Oh, hello.
Cheers.
Well, cheers to you boys. Nice to
Cheers.
chat with you in the morning.
So you starting off with coffee there, Beef?
Yeah, I've got some coffee and Bailey's in this in the chicken dinner mug, which is
I love it.
our first guest, Sammy Panayotovich's podcast. It's a gambling podcast.
I got the blue.
You got the blue?
Got the
We're the
blue.
yin and the
Nice.
yang. I got the red, you got the blue. And I poured out some Goose Island Little Risk.
Yeah, so I got
Delicious.
some of that too. Beautiful. I mean, I love this can. That's an awesome can.
It's a gorgeous can. They're
Yeah.
really doing it. I got some of the other cans in the background here. They're doing it with the can art, man.
Yeah, it's got this one's got the Brewers on it, and I haven't read what they said because it's as in tiny of print as the 108 brackets. So I've not delved into that just yet. But guys, how were you feeling yesterday? Because I mean, like, it was an exciting tourney bracket reveal on Thursday night. But it was exciting until the wee hours of the morning. I know we were chatting. I was up, I don't know, like till 1 or 2.
Yeah.
I may have had more guava squads that were not with me. I had to go into the fridge to get reserves. Combined with all that Malort, I didn't feel great yesterday. I was excited about the tournament. I did not feel great.
Yeah, I felt like it's something that I've noticed, like your body feels completely awful, right? And you're just like, I feel bad. But then I look at myself in the mirror and I'm like, I don't look half as bad as I feel. So it's an amazing thing. It's not a what do they call a humble brag? It's not a humble brag. Because I'm not a very good looking person. I'm very
you
round.
Stop yourself.
Oh, please.
Handsome.
Just hold on. I'm not fishing for compliments, but I'm looking. I'm just like the middle of like the day. Like I woke up and I'm like, I'm definitely hungover. But I go, this isn't bad, but it's not too bad. And that's always the sign that I'm still drunk. And then as it starts going down, me and my daughters took the walk down to south the park, guaranteed rate. My brain still trying to catch up, and because they did the 3-1-2 lemon drop, so I was like, they always put a lemon over there by Sox Park. They did not put a lemon by Sox Park, or we didn't find it. So we were looking all over the place for it, and needless to say, we didn't win the bike. And then we came home, and as I'm walking up to the door, that's when the hangover like really started to kick in. And I started spitting the the first sounds, and I'm like, uh-oh. I go, girls, let me put a show on for you. I am going to be maybe right back. And then I go to the bathroom, and I recovered in the bathroom. And I was like, this is amazing. This is a post morning workout. Now this is not a protein drink. This is actually iced coffee with a shitload of Baileys, or
Beautiful.
Costco version of Baileys. But I am also drinking the Little Risk from Goose Island. Right? Isn't it Little Risk?
Yeah, but what is the Costco version of Bailey's called? I would like to know
Called-
the name.
It's like Irish liqueur. Like
Not
frothy Irish liqueur, I think.
Oh,
is what they call
frothy.
it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's called frothy.
It's called Fairleys or Barleys or some off-brand that's not quite that, you know.
It's like
They
when you
should
go
do
to the
that.
flea market and you look at the Oakleys, and it's like it looks like the same thing, but it's a D instead of an O. It's like
Yeah, exactly.
Oakleys?
Oakley's.
That's what I always owned. Like I never had any of the real shit. I got the fake shit from the flea market because
Yes.
you know, I didn't have no money, so you get what you can get to look as good as you can look and smell as much like Dracar Noir as you can.
You goddamn right. Dude, knockoff cologne was where it was at the flea market, you motherfuckers. I want to go back to how we were feeling afterwards. You two apparently are lightweights, because I felt great the next day, but I was thinking about the real reason why I felt great, and it had nothing to do with booze consumption. We drank a lot, and Treasy was chugging down Malort, so we did hit a lot. But I realized two things that were different between what your guys' experience was and my experience. When we finished the podcast, I was still irrationally pissed off at how the snubs draft ended, because I thought someone with too much street cred got in there, and you fucking jerk offs overruled me. And so afterwards, I was still goddamn mad, right? And then I went upstairs and I remembered I had half an order of Punky's eggplant parm with the rigatoni. And once I tore that down. Not only did it calm me down completely, I felt much better about the situation from the podcast. I insulated myself from being super hungover. So my Friday day off, I felt terrific.
So
You gotta
beef,
take notes. We have to
beef-
bring him pasta or just punkies if we're gonna piss him off, or when we kick him out of the 108, we just give him a bunch of pizza and pasta. We're just like, hey, bro, you're out, but we love you, and you'll be like, I fucking hate. This is delicious.
Comfort food.
like if we ever show up at your place with the crew from Punkies, you know you're fired.
I'm as fired as Darren Brown was on Thursday night for that fucking Jeff Passan bullshit meme. I can't believe you guys hid that from me that time. Or he sprung it on you too.
didn't know about it.
That was his bit. I loved it.
Wow, that kid, he's got some balls, man. You know, it reminds me of in the movie Casino when Ace Rothstein's at the party and the kid from the casino comes up and kisses Ginger's hand and talks about it's a beautiful wife, and he's like, "What balls on this kid?" I fired the kid the next day. That was almost Darren Brown right there.
See, I think it was more of a Goodfellas, which is the superior film, where he's like, where Spider's like,
What a
"Go
dick.
fuck yourself, Tommy," like that one.
It was, yeah, absolutely.
So
go.
I was
This
just
is your
gonna,
show.
yeah, I was just gonna break into the thoughts here on St. Patrick's Day, because we're doing a St. Patrick's Day show. We're doing it on the Saturday. So usually the Saturday is the kind of the main like city parade, not
Yes.
the Southside Irish parade. So that's a little weird for me, but I definitely have to work on Monday. So I wanted to do this on Saturday instead of Sunday.
Yeah.
But did you guys go out to any of the parades when you were younger? MSS, did you come into town for any of these or anything? I know for myself, it was always the South Side. Like I would always do the Sunday, which is terrible for having a profession, also, because we'd start earlier than what we're starting right now, way into the night, and then like the next day I'd have to
Yeah.
roll out of bed and go to work. So, my sex summer,
No.
did you ever come up for any of the parades or
Absolutely
anything?
not.
And did Sterling have anything similar?
So here, like, I would say I didn't really celebrate St. Patrick's Day, like, other than green milk in the cereal as a child. I don't think it was a big deal in the Italian household. So we didn't really do much. We did have a lot of corned beef and cabbage though, because my father loved making stuff that just smelled. So like we always had corned beef and cabbage. And I remember having corned beef because it was delicious. It was one of the
Good,
only
yeah.
like, because my mom used to make a lot of chicken. So anything we got other than chicken, it's like the Ritz cracker bit loaf. It's like, oh, god damn, this is delicious meat. What is this? What is this?
Right.
This is delicious. And then you're like, fuck, it's just regular old corned beef. But corned beef was good. So until we were 21, like in DeKalb, I guess we kind of celebrated. They would have we would do some stuff, but every single one of my friends I might be one of the more responsible people of my friend group. So there is no way in hell we could drive into the city and drink and then get back to DeKalb in a safe manner. Like DUIs were still a thing, and especially in college towns, there was cops everywhere. So we didn't play that. But I remember one night in Sterling, they had a tent, and it was over by the Bennigans that we had inside the Holiday Inn.
Ooh.
And they put a tent outside.
Classy.
And a bunch of friends from college. I had moved home. I had already graduated mid-semester in the winter of '99. Thank you. Only 4.5 years to graduate college. Congratulations on me. And so we went, and the gun guy was like, dude, this is bullshit. Last call is 12 o'clock. Like nighttime, it's 1 o'clock. It's at DeKalb, it's a 1 o'clock last call. I'm like, yeah. And everywhere like, yeah, don't worry about it. You're going to be fucking hammered. More hammered than you realize, because you're going to be in your mind thinking, I have one less hour to get drunk. So I'm going to continue to drink as much as I can. And we got totally shit-faced. And I had these nice clear, like plastic glasses that were from Budweiser and then Miller Lite that I think made it to Arizona in our first apartment. And then at some point got donated to a thrift store because they just were starting to get real nasty. But they were cool. Yeah. So that was the first St. Patrick's Day I recall getting pretty lit up with friends and celebrating per se.
Beef, how about you, man?
For me, I didn't imbibe when I was younger than 21. I probably started imbibing when I was like 20 and a half or something like that. And when we were younger, like high school age, we didn't go out to a lot of that stuff. I know, Teresa, you and I ran in some different crowds. We had the same crowd we ran in, then we had some other crowds that we ran in separately. So really for me, the first experience with St. Patrick's Day that I started getting was after I was already working a full-time job. I worked in River North. and I worked in public accounting. Now, public accounting around this time of year, you're full throttle, man. Those are 70, 80-hour weeks. You're like dead because you're working all these hours, and you have to work the Saturday of the downtown parade, right? So my experience oftentimes would be work basically a full day, or maybe till 3:30 or something like that on Saturday, and then come rolling up out the place. And now I'm already with Mrs. Beef because we started dating when we were like 22, and we're gonna meet up with her and some of her girlfriends, and then I actually worked with her best friend. So our crew that we worked with at the public accounting firm, meet up with them. I just remember like strolling 4 or 5 blocks to a bar, whatever was close to Fido or whatever place we were going to go to that day, and just piles of puke all over downtown. Like it looked like it was over. It was like it was the post-mortem of all that, but it was 3:30 in the afternoon. It was like, I haven't even had a drink yet. And you go to the bar and people are absolutely shammered. But one thing I do kind of remember of going out all those times,
I love it.
You know, random nights out in like a place like River North or some high or Lincoln Park or whatever, you always have like tough guys and like people who's trying to start some shit. I can't ever remember anyone starting any shit on St. Patrick's Day. It's like the happiest, funnest, most mellow, drunken crowd. So it was always a good time, even after going out later. But you felt like you missed out on half the group because half the group had to go home because of what you had already seen in the streets, the chaos that had already occurred.
So like I said, when I was younger, it was always the South Side Parade, which is funny. I've never gone to the actual parade on the South Side. I would just go down to like somebody's house party, and then they'd be like, we're going to go to the parade. And I'd be like, well, there's a keg here, so I'm going to hang out with this keg and you guys have fun at the parade, whatever's going on over there. And then as I, got into my early 20s and so on, I moved to the West Loop, and then like I was working a lot during these times. So like I remember one time, this is when me and Cornsey lived on like Madison, like right across from West End. I
remember that place. Yeah.
And so, and our parking lot like was right next to our building. So I'm coming home. I'm coming home from work, driving home, and going straight down Madison, and just past all the bars on Madison, and it is a fucking shit show. And I'm pulling up, and across the street at West End, there's 2 people. They do not look like they know each other or are together in any way, but they are sitting on the same corner, facing opposite directions. One is puking and one is crying. And I got into the parking lot. I went upstairs, and Cornsey's like, what are we going to do for St. Pat's Day tonight? And I was like, it's already over.
That is how it feels. Like by the middle of the day, it's toast. And you talk about the South Side Parade, Treasy. I was always afraid to go down there for 2 reasons. One, you get stranded there. Like you just end up down there and there's no possible way of getting back. Like this was before Ubers and all that shit. No cab is going down there to get you. And the people that would motorcycle at home are probably gone already. Yeah. Like they've had their fill, and they're like, if I stay any longer, I'm gonna have to sleep at someone's house. So you might end up like stranded there. That's like, I would never go down there for that reason. And number 2, I felt like you're in such like it was like a different world, the terrain. Like I might not even be able to find the parade. Like you're talking about, you never even went to the parade. I'd probably never find it. I'd probably just be strolling around. I'd never know where the fuck I'm going.
So what was awesome was Dugan's used to, or it wasn't actually Dugan's. Like we would just meet up at Dugan's, and one of our friends would organize a school bus to take us down to the Southside Parade. But they would park, be ready to go to the parade, and I would just go to my buddy's house. And what was funny is there were times where I left early. And when we get to our memories, I'll lay this out because this is quite a day that I'll tell you about. But I'd leave early, and like no one ever asked or was like, oh, we were looking for you to get on the bus. We were worried where you were at. I never told anybody I wasn't going. I never said anything else, and no one was ever worried about it. So yes, I could have absolutely been stranded down there 100 times.
Look at that young man. Fine, young, outstanding individual. In that
this is going to be a great before and after.
Oh man, I can't wait to see
someone should screenshot this. I can't wait. I can't wait till he comes through. Teresa, you could have just ended up living on Western Avenue. You would have that would have been your commune. You would have stayed there forever. Like I don't know if you ever come back.
I would have found you.
That's at some point. I don't know. I'm not really sure about that.
There he is.
Oh, there he is. Sammy.
I'm somewhat disappointed. Where's your green shirt? Stupid.
Cheers, Sammy.
Cheers, boys.
Cheers, buddy. Are we drinking this morning?
The blue stuff, man. I got banged up last night.
Yes.
It ain't pretty.
I love that you're recovering because these two pussies were just talking about how they were recovering after Thursday night, and I felt great. So I feel like more of a man than all of you right now. I just want to let you know that. I feel big and strong and tough.
I feel like
I'm going to show how resilient I am by eating this Long John.
I feel maybe like you don't party like us, and that's why you felt fine the next day. In fact, that's what it sounded like. It sounded like, well, me and my Sox Summer, and now probably Sammy, well, we were having many beers or many drinks. Beef, you were eating pasta and eggplant parm and shit.
That's how I party, all right? I just party different than you guys, all right? Still partying hard.
Sammy, the last time we saw each other was about a year ago, right? Like legit, like, and we know how you drink. So like, if that's let's pretend that the last podcast that we were at together was that, and that's like a 7, right? What were you at last night? Like an 8? Were you below that? Were you above that?
When my lights went out, Iowa was not covering. And then this morning, I found out that they did cover. So let's put it this way. That game started at 7:30 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
Ended around 10. No idea.
I was watching that game, Sammy, and it had a very weird ending.
It was
I was on the
ending.
line for a 1-1, and they missed the front end, and the guy shorts it like he's got, tight chonies because he's nervous about shooting a free throw, and it binks right back to him. And he takes one dribble, and then he kicks it back out to a guy on the wing, and the refs didn't know what to do. Because no one moved in from the line, like nobody from the, and so they didn't even start the clock or anything. So they blow it all dead. They go to the scores table, and then they come back out, and there would have been 3 seconds left or whatever. Like, the game's just fucking over. Yeah. Just ended it like that.
It's probably better that I didn't watch then, because that would have been even worse.
They were done.
That live. We had 4.5. I look at my DMs like, oh, sweet fucking pick. Clearly it didn't win.
But was that a bartender winner?
He had Iowa. Yeah, he laid 4.5 late. Got a great number. Market open 4. He laid 4.5. That's what he does. I had Oklahoma State was the one that put me over personally. Like when Cade Cunningham went off against Baylor in the second half, like that got your boy going. And then by the time Wisconsin got to halftime, I'm like, all right, I don't know where I'm at.
now that's the point that the memories kind of cease. But like, what time was it when you actually, like, if you were like using your phone to try and relive the night, what time were you actually asleep?
Probably about 11, I think.
Okay.
I don't know.
So there's a good few hours there of brownout.
What do they call it in Inception? They call it not limbo, but something like that. When you're like 3 layers deep and you don't know where you're at.
Yeah.
Yeah, my Sox Summer clearly knows.
I've been there. I've been there several times, sir.
That's why you need a totem to know if you're really alive or not.
I got a totem right here, man. I'm gonna spin this sucker.
What was the drink of choice last night? We're
doing Tullamore Dew.
Oh, nice. Well, so you were
Green River floating in here.
Oh my God!
You were in the holiday spirit. I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
I should have worn green though. I feel bad now. I feel like a derelict without green.
You know what?
Have this shirt.
You have, yeah. So you have the shirt. It would have made it maybe looked a little weird with all 4 of us wearing it. So it's fine.
No, I don't think.
I mean, it would have looked sexy, but it would have looked a little bit weird.
It's St. Pat's Day. We all put our own little spin on it.
That's true. That's true. I just saw a picture of myself from an old St. Pat's Day, and I had a green pig face hat on. I don't know how that even came into existence, but I was wearing it. So Sam, give us a St. Pat's Day memory. Were you, did you often go out in the St. Pat's like parades, South Side or North Side or any of it?
Yeah, we used to do the Western Avenue South Side Bar Crawl. I think we started when we were 16, 17. Used to sort of roam through the streets, whether it was Tallman or California or Rockwell. We'd always start in a backyard somewhere and sort of migrate toward Western. And, the cops would just take your beer. They wouldn't give you a ticket. They'd probably take it and then drink it later. They didn't care. I mean, we'd see 10-year-olds walking around with Hands or Red Dog or whatever. It was just the way it was. We
did Grilled Brewery's finest.
It's funny though. We did the parade until we turned 21, and then once we turned 21, it's like, nah, that's for kids. So we did it like 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and then when we were 21, I think we started to go downtown. But yeah, that was a staple for anybody that grew up on the south side, especially if you went to like Mount Carmel, Brother Rice, St. Rita. If you went to Mother McCauley, you did Western Avenue every March until you turned 21, and then you're like, yeah, let them 16-year-olds, bang around in the alleys and, and start fights and stuff. We need to grow up a little bit.
A little bit, as in we're going to go to a place that's actually going to card us, but we're still going to puke in there.
Pretty much.
That's a sign of maturity, actually, Treasy. When you go out in public to vomit, that's how you do it. Yeah.
When you're not vomiting in your buddy's parents' bathroom, you've stepped it up a level. You've matured.
It's suit and tie time right now.
So do you have any I know the memories get fuzzy. I was just trying to think of some this morning, but do you have any very specific St. Pat's memories that are just kind of stand out of oh, this was some crazy shit?
Top of my head, probably not. Again, you're talking about the fuzziness. I probably ran into a lot of people that were, maybe famous or something like that and don't remember. I don't remember it at least, but nothing, just general debauchery and degeneracy. Nothing unusual. Just a day in the life, I guess. I don't know. Nothing really stands out. You want me to say I beat up some guy? I didn't. I don't know.
Are you sure about that? Let's re-ask it just to make sure. I don't know.
I feel like Sammy's letting out the actual
he wants
story
to tell us
and going maybe I beat up some guy in a bathroom at Fado, but that
never happened.
That never happened.
Yeah.
No, they wouldn't let me in Fado. I do remember though. No, I mean just generally speaking, I remember having multiple IDs when we used to roll around with the fake ID, and I used to have a guy that looked just like me. He was a couple years older, obviously. He was 21. I had 3 different forms of ID for this guy. So they would go, all right, we need a second form. Okay. We need something else. Here's a library card. I was set, and I remember one time I was so out of it that I lost all 3 forms in one day.
Oh no.
But I didn't realize it at the time. And I tried to use my real driver's license to get into a bar. I thought I was giving the fake, but I had lost the fake and I didn't realize. So I'm giving him, I'm 18, 19, hand the ID over. And the guy's like, what? No, you can't. I'm fighting the guy it's me. Yeah.
Look again. It's got to be it.
Yeah,
check it again.
You were time traveling.
Yeah. Still 19.
Time traveling, man. It felt like you were 21 by then.
Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, that's probably, that's not, a hilarious story, but imagine being the bouncer with some kid trying to be no, man, that's me. For sure, that's me. And it's yeah, we get it. You're not 21.
Yes, it is you, but no thanks. It's like in Roadhouse when the lady gives the Sears credit card and the guy lets her in. That's what you were hoping was happening right there. You were hoping you just gonna slide right through there. No problem.
I want to imagine the scene when the bar before where you actually lose the last piece of ID and you're just trying to get in with the library card. You're just because I feel like you got in there because otherwise you wouldn't have lost it.
Yeah, I got in there, but it gets a little blurry, boys. You know the deal.
Been there.
Oh man, it got blurry a couple days ago.
It's gonna be blurry in about a half hour.
Yeah, I was just saying.
If I don't have these on, I don't know where we're at.
So, Sox season's coming up. They're looking like the division favorite. We got halfway to St. Pat's. If I'm guessing, will be around September 10th. That series against the Red Sox. So set the scene for us, Sammy. What place are the Sox in? How full is the stadium? What's going on that night with the team?
It's a good question. I mean, I've already put some coin down on them to win the division. Got a pretty good number. Got plus 110. I see some of the books
that's
the point bets and DraftKings have minus 130.
Yeah.
Minus 135. So, I mean, that might not sound like it's a big difference, but I'd rather the 100 make me 10 than, lay 135 to win 100. Pay attention to my Sox summer. I know we're getting.
I know. I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm writing this down.
That's
and
a
I
huge.
look like Raymond. You know,
That's an enormous difference. Plus 110 versus minus 135 is a huge difference. Like
Yeah,
a
that's
gigantic edge. Yes.
It's big. Yes.
Yeah. Although I don't think 135 is the right price.
No,
I think something closer to maybe 110, 105 is the right price. So you still have a great price, you know, or maybe that's like the, you know, break even point. So you still have a terrific price even over what I would think.
right. So I've done my job. Now they have to do their job. I mean, I feel like that's after that. Like, you have to do your job and get a good number, and then the team still has to perform. It's like the worst thing in the world when you bet a basketball game, you lay 4, it gets to 7, and the team still loses. You're like, well, I beat the line by 3 points, but the team didn't. Nice pick. It's like, okay, you beat the line by 3 points, you're going to be in business more times than not. But to get back to the original question, I mean, I think they're right with the Twins. The Twins are a good baseball team. Rocco's a very good manager. I know most managers don't matter, but that guy clearly matters. He knows what he's doing. He's the anti-Ricky Renteria. So, you know,
shots fired at my guy Ricky.
Dude, Ricky couldn't hit. Like, Ricky would bring in a guy out of the bullpen in the 6th inning, walk, double. It's like, how does he always do this? He always picked the wrong guy.
They had good bullpens the entire time, Sammy. I don't want to fight you on this right now. I think Ricky caught more blame than is he a great manager? No. He's an average-ish fucking guy. And is Tony an upgrade from him? Yes, he is. But, you know, enough shooting the body after it's dead, all right?
Okay, all right, yeah. Bringing in Carlos Rodon in the middle of a pennant race was a great idea.
So bringing Carlos Rodon back is a better call. Okay, I understand what you're saying there. I see where you're going with this. Good. All right, let's keep it going.
I think they're neck and neck with the Twins. As far as the stadium, they're probably, I hope in September, I don't know that we're ready for Rangers level 100%, but
saw that. Wow.
They are raw dog in the pandemic down there.
That's only for opening day, right?
That's for opening day, yeah.
And then they're going to 30% or 50%.
Which is interesting that they are only doing it for opening day, which shows that they do not think it's probably the best idea, but they're trying to cash in if they can, you know?
Yeah. Meanwhile, the president's like, maybe you can see your family on the 4th of July. The Rangers are like, nah, fuck that. We're going to have a party.
We have everybody.
You know? So I don't know. I mean, the politics in this city, I mean, we're not going to get into a conversation about that. I hope we have plenty of fans because the team is going to be exciting. And it's always easier to win in August and September and hopefully October when you've got a bunch of diehards wearing black, you know, screaming from the 108, heckling. That stuff helps. So I hope that we're close capacity wise.
Soxtober. Let's hope for a Soxtober.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm hopeful by then we're looking 100%, right?
Yeah,
I mean, like you got to be thinking that, like, because what are we starting at 20%? In like.
Yeah, we're opening up at 20%. That's right. And it looks like they're playing it day by day almost with the 20%, hoping that they can get a higher percentage as each day on the calendar goes by. So you kind of be hopeful that a combination of kind of the vaccines coming in and then obviously the warm weather and being outside, maybe all the combination of the thing will open it up for us.
There's going to come a Sunday. I already told my stock some of this. There's going to come a random Sunday when I'm not going to tell you guys that I'm in town. I'm just going to plunge into the hot tub.
Come on through, baby.
Like, I'm just going to, I might not even have trunks on. I might just plop in. You know, you never know.
I feel like we're going to have a bottle of Evan Williams just at Beef's place. Like the tickets that Jerry Glanville used to leave for Elvis. Like it's just gonna, because we're like eventually Sammy's gonna show up, and this is for him.
You know what I have ready? I've actually prepared for this. I have a little squirt gun that I'm gonna fill with pickle juice.
Oh,
yes.
So you guys can just pop,
get shot.
I also found when I was moving to Boston, I was going through a bunch of old boxes, and you guys will appreciate this. I came across my pair of binocular flasks.
Nice.
It's the binoculars, and it's like, oh, I can't see. Oh, that's because these are twisties, and it's plastic on both eye sockets. So, and I don't think security really cares. It's like, oh, kid's got binoculars. Those got some run in the late 2000s in the left field bleachers. That's for sure.
You could take those with a press box and get away with it. I mean,
no, you can. You drink the way I drink, you start smelling like it. You know.
True. I mean, I did sit next to you, so I do know that you start to smell.
Yes. I will say one of my favorite things when I was covering the sports scene in Chicago. I don't like the Cubs. We all know that.
Yes.
But I used to love those Friday 120 games as a reporter because I would anchor Saturday morning. So it was my role to get the tape for my updates in the morning. You know, like Monday through Friday, my boss was doing the updates in the morning. Saturday and Sunday, it was me. So if I didn't want to get the Friday audio, I didn't have to because I was the one that was doing the updates on a Saturday. So I would go there early. I'd get there 10 o'clock in the morning, get all the pregame stuff, file that for the afternoon. But at about 3 o'clock, technically I'm done. So I would just go out and put all my bag, put it away, put it in the car, and then I'd come back into the stadium and go in the outfield. And whoever was out there, and then, you know, you start drinking at 3:30 and 3:30 in Wrigley, all of a sudden it's 8 and you're like, uh-oh, I haven't eaten yet. So those Friday 120s are dangerous, but I would always get the work done and then take it from there.
That's the responsible thing to do. That's when you got off Western and you started becoming more responsible. So good job, Sam.
See, but that's what we were talking about, though. That's what messed us up in our later 20s and early 30s with St. Pat's Day, because if you go to work that day, like if you're working on that Saturday, and then you get out at 1:32 in the afternoon to go start drinking with your friends, they're already done. They're already just way annihilated. You have to do like 90 shots to catch up.
Hey, Sammy, I got a couple gambling questions for you, and I know you got to jump in a little bit. What do you think about the White Sox win-loss, the over/under number on their wins? I'm seeing 90. I'm seeing 90.5. Where are you at on that number right now?
It seems like it's a little low, honestly. I mean, I thought the three biggest needs, manager, 3 starter, which they filled with Lance Lynn. And, I like Colome, but I thought that they needed a top-of-the-line closer. And they went out and they spent a lot of money on Liam Hendricks. Assuming they stay healthy on offense, we're going to score a lot of runs. I might have some issues with, who's playing left field. I don't know that I like Eloy Jimenez every day in left field, but, I mean, it's hard to find the flaws with the team. Of course, it could all go south. The Russa thing is a very interesting situation. Like if they start 5-15, do they completely tune him out? I don't know. I don't know how that goes. That'll be very interesting to follow, but they're talented enough to win 95 games. They certainly are. I don't like the Tigers. I don't like the Royals. The Indians are clearly not built to win. The division's pretty weak. They should get there. The market has moved up though. I mean, 89.5 was the open. Some books have 91.5. I
was going to say PointsBet was 91.5. They've slid back to 90.5. I'd love to get that 89.5 again. At that point, I think I'm strongly over it. At 90.5, to me, it feels almost about right because you're talking about, they have the top end talent. They feel like one of the more volatile teams. They have the top end talent, but an injury or two, and then I see them in like the low 80s. Like so, but if it all comes together, it's 103 or something like that. Like they feel like they could slide a lot in either direction depending on how it pans.
Yeah, I thought last year's win total was a little high. Obviously that was before the pandemic came out and everything got changed. We only played 60 games, so that was sort of a weird deal. But 91, 92, 93 wins, that seems attainable. I think for sure they're a low 90s win team. So shop around, get the best number. If you could find I don't think it's going sub 90 again because you'll have public money come back and take the over. Like they got it up to 91.5. They set it up to go under. Like there's a lot of money that came in, obviously under 91.5. So
yeah, push it back down.
I think it's going to sort of settle in the middle. 90.5 is probably a good guess on where it closes, but it's a fluid situation and money tells the story and money moves the market.
It's true. I mean, they haven't had an injury or anything publicly that would move it either. That would get the sort of the public money to go in one direction or another on them. They've been fine through spring training. There's been kind of no issues whatsoever. I mean, they're losing their ass, but no one really believes that it matters at all. But they haven't had anyone get nicked up either. Like the only way I could see it going lower, like you're talking about, is if they get some injury where they lose a guy for a month or something like that.
Yeah, the rotation, like if you lose one of those three in front, whether it's Giolito or Keuchel or Lance Lynn, if one of those guys goes down multiple times here, if that happens, then, they don't get there. But let's not even go there. We're at the position where, honestly, think about how good we are. We're at a position where we're saying to ourselves, as long as we stay healthy, we're going to be really good. When was the last time we said that?
It's been a while. 2010, maybe 2008. I don't know.
Was Austin Jackson in the outfield when we did
that? I missed the JB Shuck here. It's not for a good reason.
At least Adam Eaton's back. Thank God.
The last time we heard that was Kenny Williams telling that to Manny Machado, and that's why the contract was better. It's like, if you're stay healthy, everything's fine, and you're going to get paid like a motherfucker. So that's the last time we heard it. I don't know when the last time we said it was.
I'm glad they don't have Machado. I think Cub fans should still be glad that they never went after Albert Pujols when, some guys in town were like, I got to sign Pujols. Pujols fell apart like 5 years into that contract. The Cubs were going to do that.
He's still got 9 years left on
after Pujols in 2010.
No, this is last year of the deal. Every year you look and you know what? That deal's not even that. That deal is made out to be worse than it is. The really, really, really bad deal is Miguel Cabrera's deal because he was dead 3 seconds after he signed it. Like, it was like he went to terrible immediately. And I looked at the deal. It's like, he has 4 more years on that deal at $30 million.
When Miguel Cabrera came up, he was built like this remote. Like he looked like this. Now he looks like this, went into that contract. Like, he was hanging out with you guys at Rick Benny's or something. I don't know.
Oh, look at you.
The chair legs have been buckling underneath him. You can't hold him up anymore, man.
There's still like 25 million hot and readies on that contract right now. That's how long it's going to take them to pay that shit off. So I do want to ask you, Sammy, what we got you, because I want to know what your mentions are looking like right now after we released the odds for the 108 tourney brackets today. Is anyone upset with you? Does anyone feel like a huge underdog? Are you mad that I didn't point out some of the guys that I would have bet on so that you could have moved the odds on me?
No, I love the feedback, unless it's Ken. Ken always has a problem, but Ken's like, why am I 50-1? It's like, dude, you're not winning the 108 tournament. Like, I'll give you 100-1. Ken, you're not that likable. It's okay. But I love that Ken bracket, by the way, where he just gets, one guy. That's great.
Thank you.
I love the people that, I spend decent time on this, and somebody wants to like cherry pick one number and be like, oh, good call on this line. It's like, okay, dude, let's see what you got. Somebody said the line on, and again, like, this is, doing this stuff, you're essentially, I'm taking a stand on who I like and who I think is realistically going to go far. Right. But the region with, let's see, the White Sox Dave region, where I've got Layla and Chuck 1 and 2. Like, yes, I'm aware that they fucking play early in the tournament. It's hard to read the bracket, but we got there. I'm high on both of them. So if Layla wins that round, like, I like her to go far. If Chuck beats Layla, I like Chuck to go far. Like, I think that those two are the favorites, in my opinion. I'm aware that they play early, but that's sort of the handicap. Like, I think they're powerhouses, both of them. It's a good matchup, but I like whoever comes out of that, bracket or pod or whatever to make a run, and that's what I'm saying with my numbers. I wish we could take bets on this, because I promise we would probably clean up, because people are going to take the long shot. Like, they're going to take Chris Camp at 100-1, and I love Chris, but Chris isn't winning that region. Like, it's just, this is why the house always wins, because you put a good number, like Josh Nelson, 50-1, Gas Money Bob, 35-1. Like, I like those guys, but are they going to win the region? The numbers say probably not.
Probably not. Yeah, it's probably not looking.
I did try to get the books to put a line on this, because at PointsBet you could do the name a bet, and I submitted Lauren to win the 108 tourney. They have not responded yet. I'm eagerly awaiting their response. I don't know what the response is going to look like, but I have a feeling it's going to be along the lines of, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, what is this exactly? Yeah,
they should know. They should know. We're tied at the hip with that, man. They
of course, yeah. You got the hot golfer chick, and then you got Allen Iverson, and then Devin Hester, and then we're right there. We're right there. Yep.
Yeah, and I mean, we're tied at the hip with them, even though Treasy and I are both cut off of all the promos. Not saying
that's a recent development for me.
I was cut off almost immediately.
I will be putting out a blog, though, to explain how to get cut off from the promos. But it's, some of those promos are juicy, man. You got to get in on those things.
The one region that I think is going to be a war is the Sunday soap region. Like you've got like Billy Wires is a maniac.
Yes.
Yes.
I've got him as a small favorite. Then it's Vinicky, who's a total wild card. Like
He's
I don't
awesome.
know. I don't know what he's got in store. And he's got the cute kid and he's got the Zubas, and it's, you're looking for people that are obviously likable and that are going to get votes. And he's certainly, like, if he was a stock last year, he was a 10 seed.
Yeah.
This year I think you guys have him as a 2 seed actually. Like that's
I think he's a 3 or 4. I forget. Yeah. He's up there. Yeah, he's a high seed. Yeah.
I have him as a 2. He's 2 on mine. Yeah. And then Wills is dangerous, and Zawoski, like, it's nothing against Matt. I think those 3 are like very popular people that are going to get a lot of runs. So that region is going to be wild. And then the Summer of George, like I think I have him as the biggest favorite for any region.
Yes. He's minus 300.
Yeah, minus 300 in the 3 things region. The only reason I don't have him a little bit lower or shorter to win the whole thing is because he might kill himself with alcohol. That's why he's not a little bit shorter in the whole thing. Because good Lord, like he's got like a katana now, and who knows, with one miss and he's dead.
Last year, I remember Sammy. He's trucking through this thing, and he was kind of an unknown or whatever. And he starts dominating, going. He's doing all the videos, and people are loving it, and everything's growing. And he reaches out to me. He's like, "Beef, how many more days in a row are we playing this thing?" I said, "I'm like, George, if you get to the championship, you got 5 more days in a row." He's like, "Oh shit, man!" He was already like barreling. He had big tubes of beer he was drinking. He had the sword and like all the shit.
The baseball bat of tequila.
Yeah, and he was naked on his rooftop, basically drinking. Like he was trying to thirst trap another one. Like he had all these gimmicks going, and he's like, "Man, I got to keep chugging beers for 5 more days." I'm like, "Yeah, dude, you got it." But he fought through it, man. That's a true champion right there.
He really did. It was very impressive. And let's just go back to last March. Remember what was going on during this tournament. My contract was up. Like I was about to get a job. So I was weighing the conversation internally. Like, all right, should I just play it cool, or should I just go out and be full-blown alcoholic on social media? I was in a very weird spot. Like if I would have put what Summer of George was putting up on Twitter, I probably wouldn't have gotten hired. So you have to sort of be aware of that. I did the one video where I did the 3 shots at Wings and Rings and the video softballs and all that, but I can't do now. I certainly can't do what I'd like to do, but, and I'll lose in the first round because everybody wants to put Shane Riordan's meat in their mouth. Like it'll happen.
Oh yeah,
that's not a dig. Like the guy, he's like, dude, 25-1. I'm like, yeah, like people like your content. They want to put your meat in their mouth. That's not like I'm not
like that.
I'm not misspeaking here. Like. He's going to win that game.
I could tell that Sammy's in TV, right? Because he just gave us a lead in for 2 of the later guests.
Absolutely.
How tremendous is that? We didn't ask him to do that. He's just so fantastic at this. It happens naturally.
I think so. You know what else is funny? Like I know I'm not going to make a run at all because I have 100 people that are upset at me about their odd position. Like why are you going to vote for me when I made you 75-1? Like you're not going to vote for me. I get it. It's okay. I'll have fun and I'll monitor this stuff. I'm almost out of Gatorade and my computer's about to die. Is there anything else we need?
No, man, that was great, man. We can't wait to see you. And it's unfortunate we couldn't meet up this weekend when you're in town, but I think we'll meet up soon. We'll have some Evan Williams for you, some pickle juice, and I really look forward to it, man. And I appreciate you joining this morning. And I think we've got our next guy.
Oh, look who it is!
There he is.
Look at that.
Boys,
What's up, dude?
What's up?
George, looking good, brother.
Hey, thanks, guys. Hold on.
Oh, I like that you got the pups in the background.
Oh yeah,
Shit.
they're just enjoying this lovely Texas weather here.
We'll see if they behave better than Jim Margulis's dog, which tried to maul him during.
They might.
Oh shit!
What's going on?
Not too much, buddy. How you been?
Oh, I've been good. Let me get this.
What are we drinking this morning?
You know what I'm drinking.
Oh, there it is.
Cool, crisp, refreshing Bud Light. I had some coffee with a little Bailey's earlier, but now I'm switching over just for this.
Boy.
For you guys, I'm switching over to the beers.
Appreciate that.
I got some props in the background. I don't know. Maybe it'll come out in the next 20 minutes.
I see it in the background. I see the 108, the future 108 tourney champion gear back there. That's the road to the title.
That's
right
the official that's the official uniform of my 108 tourney run.
Absolutely.
I honestly thought about making like a little prop market, a yes no prop market on will he have a chainsaw this year? Like what obscure objects will he use? I told you guys last year he was going to be dangerous.
Yeah.
If you think he's pulling punches this year, you don't know our guy. Like he's ready to go. Look at that man. He knows what he's about to embark on.
I mean, that's why I named him the #1 overall seed. It was easy to me, and people were like, "That's the #1 overall." I'm like, "You goddamn right." Did you watch last year's tournament? Of course, he's the #1 overall seed.
Yeah, that was something, guys. I mean, I don't know what my brain's just been turning, trying to think of what I'm going to do to try and compete with myself from last year. I don't know, man. Sam's right. I might not live. I might die soon.
Don't do that. Listen.
Do you think I would win if I died?
No.
Like in memoriam, would my poll still go on to the next day? If I
yes, yeah, they'll keep going.
They would keep going, but I feel like I feel like someone would be like, this dude hasn't tweeted in a while. I'm not voting for him. Like,
and my headstone would actually log this. This is my official will. If that does happen, please put 108 tournament champion on my headstone.
Yeah.
I'm leaving that up to you guys to take care of that.
We're on it, baby. We're on it.
What if you're the runner-up? Would you want to runner-up on there or no? Is it champ or nothing?
Just put it in smaller lettering at the bottom in the corner.
Now,
hold the other part.
Two-time runner-up. Two-time runner-up.
Two-time. That's
and then
right.
for the 2022 108 tournament, we have the like at the Oscars when they do all the people that we've lost.
He's on the slideshow. He's up there on the big screen. Yeah.
It's just one
with a
guy
bat of tequila.
That's actually a really good idea, Sammy. For people who don't make the tournament from the year before, we do a little slideshow of their pictures that they're out.
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
They would. I'm sure those people would love it. They
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I mean, was Hayes in it last year? Because he would just never see it. That would be.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. But some people they don't Twitter anymore.
We'd get a good laugh out of it though.
Yes, we would.
It's really about us.
Which makes me think we should do it.
That's actually a great idea. I would love to see that happen for the next one.
Yeah, great.
I mean, of course, if I'm around.
If you're still alive, yeah.
Hey, he's seen it from the beyond, man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'll be watching.
So let's not to stray from the bullshit that's going on, but I know for a fact that you're probably really excited that Carlos Rodon is back.
Oh, right, I feel like I've mentioned this to you a couple times. I mean, of course, you and I, my Sox summer, were both sad when he left. I know you were. You might not have been very vocal about it, but that's our guy.
I cried on the inside.
That's you and I's guy.
Mm-hmm.
I feel
so he's back.
He's back,
and he's in a power position. I mean, he
couldn't go anywhere else. Where would he go? He couldn't leave us.
Man, it's going to be an interesting.
He can't quit us.
Yes.
Every time Carlos Rodon comes up, I always think of MSS, and I'm like, man, he's just got to be so happy. But in reality, he's probably just like throwing his phone across the room.
Hey, I have replaced. Carlos Rodon is a step above my guy back here. Carson Fulmer keep coming back. So Carson is gone. So I only have one headache to deal with now. So it's like I used to get my heart racing on either White Sox Facebook groups or smoking, and I've gotten rid of the smoking. So now I can go back to the White Sox Facebook groups. So
yeah,
it's like I'm picking my poisons now. So
it's a substitute for cardio.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, George, we had a podcast recently where we were talking about Rodon, and we were talking about like the fan fatigue with Rodon and disappointment and all this stuff. I kicked it to my Sox summer, and he said, I've been a full season ticket holder for all 6 years Rodon was here, and went to like every game. He goes, I've only seen him pitch like 4 times. How can I be fatigued? The guy's never on the field.
It's actually true. He rarely comes out, but when he does, you're in for a treat every time.
Yeah, at least for those first like 3 innings.
And he might see some of this stuff on Twitter too. So you gotta be careful. Be the positive vibe guy.
It's true.
Because I'm going to be tweeting at him. I'm going to get drunk or something and be like, it's okay, Carlos. It was 5 jacks. It could have been 6. we get him the next time.
It's true.
That's fantastic optimism.
What else do we have, guys? We have to.
That's right.
We don't have
It's our
another
cross to
choice.
bear.
Yeah.
So I got to ask you, 108 tourney's happening. You're a big Bud
Yes.
Light guy. Ken W is a big Bud Light lime guy. Are you a
Yeah,
Bud
he
Light
is.
lime guy? Are you into it?
Yeah, I support. He's supporting the brand. Go for the limes. I mean, I think it's like 2006-ish of him, but everything he does is kind of like that, isn't it?
Yeah, that's
the
his
most
plan.
up-to-date thing he does.
He
Yeah.
basically just 2006. I mean, and he stayed there for the last 15 years. And that was it. So I respect it. Actually, this is propped up on a Bud Light lemonade.
Oh, there we go.
I might have to send Ken some of these after he gets knocked out by PNoles. As a consolation prize. See if he could try to lemonade one.
That's a big prediction you heard here that PNoles is going to knock Ken WO out. I love it.
I told him I was like, yeah, PNoles is going to take you out behind the woodshed in this tournament, and they teed you up with this region that you got, and you're still not going to get in there.
Oh man, smoke everywhere.
It's
hope
very
he's watching.
possible.
I'm
It's
sure
very
he-
possible.
He's
So-
gonna be on later, so he might
Yeah.
be watching. So
He is.
yeah.
I really appreciate that both Sammy and Summer George are coming out here and pumping up the future guests of this program. I absolutely love it.
We got to do what we can. We're supporting the boys here at the 108. Got to make sure people stay tuned as long. It could go 5 hours. Who knows? I never know with you guys how long your videos are going to last. But I'm in. When I'm in, I'm in.
We did try to get Ken to be right after you, but he couldn't make it today, unfortunately.
Ah, shit. I would have really liked to get a couple seconds with Ken.
I was trying to explain to Mrs. Beef because she was out of town when we did the podcast when you and Sammy were on with us. I was trying to explain to her the scene down there, and I showed her the one picture that Sammy sent to you and I, Teresi, where it's like George is just like chilling back in the chair. Sammy's sitting up. There's 50,000 beers on the table. There's the Ev, and then the pickle juice and all that shit. And I was telling my wife, I'm like, just off screen on that little dresser there's a tin with 40 hot dogs in it also. Like that we ate all of them that night. Like, I mean, Morton probably had 2 or 3 to help out, but we crushed them all.
He was cleaning up in there, and that was a great day. And we struggled to get those hot dogs. We went to a bar, one of Sam's bars that he went to on it was by the UIC, like somewhere on Halstead over there. But we went there. It was really cold that night, and it was like it had just snowed, and they had this little tiny tailgate grill outside on the back patio of that bar, and we went there out in the freezing cold. I'm like trying to grill these hot dogs with like a little thing of charcoal on the bottom in the freezing cold, and he's just holding the tin with the buns, and I'm just like, it's like an assembly line of hot dogs. And that night too, actually, because we know how much Sam drank that night with the Evan Williams. I didn't have any Evan Williams. Did you guys?
No, we didn't touch it. No, that was
none of us did. None of us.
I didn't have a single drop of that. I was in the corner drinking my beers, and all of a sudden, over half the bottle's gone. And then he comes out. Oh yeah, let's go. I'm like, dude, we're Ubering. Like, we knew this was gonna happen. There's no way we could go anywhere. I just drank a 12-pack of Bud Light. You drank almost a bottle of Evan Williams, a big bottle, mind you.
Yeah, not the little guy.
No.
That was one of his. He for sure blacked out that night because he went back to that bar. He was like, "Let's go back. Let's go back to the bar." Yeah.
Going out after that is mind blowing to me.
Yeah, I don't know how you did that. That's
He was
impressive.
all about it. I went there for one drink. I was like, "All right, man. You know these people. They can take care of you." There was like all his friends that worked. He used to work there, so he went back. He's like, "Yeah, we'll just hang out for a little bit." He probably was there till closing time.
Man, I wasn't sure he was going to get out of Beef Loaf's house that night, and I can't believe he went back out into public that night.
Actually, I'll be honest with you. I've watched guests, and we haven't had a lot of guests come do the podcast here. Most of them, when we've done them in person back in the day, would be at your condo, Treasy.
Yeah.
But of the people that have had to walk the stairs back down, he wasn't even the worst.
No,
That was
that's
PNoles.
right? Yeah.
Yeah. When I saw PNoles walking out after we did the podcast, I was thinking, this guy's going to fall and bite it and I'll have to kill this guy so he doesn't sue me. I'll just have to kill him, and Tree's gonna have to dispose of the body. Like I can't have this guy, bust his head open, falling down the stairs here. But he made it. He was doing a little dancing, but he got down there. He's fine, got in his Uber, and so it was all good. But I was holding my breath there for a minute.
Yeah, Sampan, when he gets on a roll, man, he can compete with the best of them. He'll go.
Absolutely. That night was wild. But
it was.
Speaking of wild nights or wild days, George, you got any kind of back in the day St. Pat's Day memories that you want to tell us about?
Yeah, a few. It's hard to remember a lot of St. Pat's Day memories when you really try and think about it. Let's see. So I was listening to Sam talk about, and you guys talk about yours, and everybody in Chicago, you kind of do, when you get into your like mid-20s, you do the bar deal where it's all you can drink, and you drink the green beer, and they have a buffet of food that's been sitting over a little, whatever the thing is, for like 5 hours. And then you come back later and like the eggs are all caramelized like on the top, and it doesn't really matter. So they're fond memories. They're fond memories for me. And I also have a lot of memories. We used to actually go down to unofficial St. Patrick's Day a lot. We had a group I went to school in Kenosha. We'd drive down, a lot of high school buddies that go to U of I, and we'd go down and visit. And those days, I mean, honestly don't know how we did it. I've done a lot of things in my life. I don't know how we woke up at like 5 o'clock in the morning and drank until like 5 o'clock in the morning the next day. And we'd get like a bunch of 30 racks of beer, 30. Somebody sets an alarm. You're still hungover from the night before because you obviously went out. You didn't think about the next day. And people drink all day. I've never seen the amount of debauchery that happens. And man, I hope we get back to some stuff like that soon, because memories are just not the same anymore when everyone's spaced out. You can't mingle and you don't see people. Nobody gets as crazy anymore.
No.
Yeah, you're right. There's no sharing of great stories, and there's no creating those great stories. Like that's some of the things you're missing. You're missing creating those kind of landmark stories from that time you went somewhere. When we were opening up the show today, Treasy was talking about trying to get more beer out of some keg or whatever. It reminded me of a bachelor party that we rented some cottages in Michigan City on the lake, and we drank all night. And then next morning, Saturday morning, we're going to go across the street to the Blue Chip, and Treasy and another guy are out there in the warm keg. I mean, this shit, the ice had all melted. The keg maybe had a 16th of it left. He's out there trying to squeeze out warm glasses of beer because he didn't want to let the remaining beer go. Like shit like that ain't happening right now.
It's a sin to waste food.
Yeah, it is. And, just the casual bump into people, you meet new people. You don't meet any new people now, especially. Right. I mean, you can't mingle. You can't do any of that stuff. The social people, they've just been dying like the last year now. Hopefully it's on the come up. It seems like it's turning around here. People are getting vaccinated, which is good. Hopefully we get keg stands back.
I mean, that's probably the most important thing. Yeah.
Nobody can do a keg stand. You can't share imagine the look of the first person that tries to hand off the tap to the next person. It's like your turn. You're like, dude, you sanitize that?
Spray that shit down, man.
Everyone has to bring their own keg now, just for the keg stand.
Everyone carries a tap around in their back. Pop it. All right.
Put a new one on there.
The beer's flat after like 3 keg stands.
Disposable nozzles for keg stands. All right, George, get on it. I know you know people, so you can float it right in there.
Yeah, that'll boy.
My Sox, write that one down with the gambling notes. That was a good idea, actually.
Yep.
Like a little tap condom. You just slide it on.
Yeah.
Like a dental dam for a tap thing. You just slip that on and boom. And then next one. That's a good idea.
Yeah. See,
I can't.
You have Wally's attention now because you said dental dam. Wally is now paying attention. He's like, dental dam. Yeah. What? This is my thing. His ears perked up.
Yes. He got goosebumps.
It's his bat light. He's like, oh,
yeah. Dental dam.
Hello.
He's running over right now. He's gonna
Beef, George was mentioning the unofficial St. Pat's down at that U of I, and it reminded me that we spent a St. Pat's up at Marquette that one year.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we did.
And we did the kind of the same bit, and I just remember like chowing down on a bottle of No-Dos to stay up for like 2 days And I'm going to tell you, that's probably not good for your stomach.
No.
Stomach, heart, whatever, all of that stuff.
It's bad, man. All that stuff. The original Four Loko was out when I was doing that stuff too. So,
Oh God.
I just imagine George with the plaid can of Four Loko just going to town. I love it.
those babies would keep you rolling all day, man. And then your heart exploded, and it got banned.
Our day we had the Red Bull. We had the Red Bull, and we had the Jaeger bomb with the Red Bull.
Oh
yeah. So like we did a lot of the Red Bull and vodka and all that shit. And Red Bull and vodka tastes like piss. I mean, it's not a good tasting drink. But we had friends that would set up all you can drinks, like you were talking about, Alex. That were it was $20 all you can drink Red Bull and vodka. And it would be a fucking disaster. People would be vomiting, but they'd be wired. I mean, it would be amazing.
Right. Yep.
Well, you keep them there because they have the caffeine. Nobody's falling asleep in your bar, that's for sure. But they're going to stay there and drink them. That reminds me, Duffy's Irish bar, St. Patrick's Day.
Over that
we used to go there every Sunday. They do brunch, and I think they probably, I don't know if they still do now, but it used to be $20 all you can drink. Any of the draft beers and mimosas, and we'd go there. It was 10 to 3. We'd go there every Sunday for football. We'd get there at 10, like right on the dot, go all the way to 3, and we did it. And then they changed it. They made it $35, but it was all the draft beers, mimosas, or any well liquor. Like you go in there and drink for 5 hours straight.
Man.
And they had crab legs at their buffet. We'd go there and we'd eat. Couldn't. I don't know. They couldn't have been real. I don't know where they got. They were probably like tarantulas and some shit that they didn't pull it out. But there's no way.
Fell off a truck.
Yeah, these tiny little shitty crab legs.
What kind of crab can you get out of the Chicago River over by Diversity River Bowl? Whatever that is, that's probably what it was.
It's probably what led me to be able to drink so much. Is it radioactive?
Is it one step below Martian crab? It might be one step below Martian crab.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Couple steps.
And from 10 to 3, how many mimosas could I knock down from 10 to 3?
What is that? That's 5 hours.
5 hours.
Say 6 per hour. So I don't know, 30.
but I think, a lot of orange juice.
George, you brought it up. Like they changed the price from 20 to 35, right? And then they included well vodka or well drinks. Like if you've been going to it and now you got to pay $15 more, you're going for the well. You're like, I got to go hard liquor to make my money's worth.
Right.
Of this $15.
It was a few weeks after that increase we decided we probably shouldn't do that anymore, and I think it was directly tied to the inclusion of hard liquor into it, because when it gets to 2:30 and you're like, oh, we only got 30 minutes left, then it really turned up a notch, and then by 4:00 you didn't know where you were.
Man, it's still $6 an hour though, and I'm thinking, you're thinking about it like. A drink was probably what, $2 to $3. So it's like with the inclusion of food, and maybe if you had, it's a no brainer. It's a no brainer.
Yeah,
deal.
it was the easiest decision I made every Sunday. Yeah. I didn't even have to think about it. I was like, okay, football all day, get absolutely hammered for $35.
And very little, like, and most promotions, if you increase them by 50% of their original cost, like kind of fade out. But like that, it's still like, it's still fine. Like,
absolutely. I would do that right now. Good.
Almost 100% increase. My brain's not working so good, George.
When the sports books are able to open back up, they got to do that. That's the deal that they should have, because it should end just like you said, right at 3, because the 3 p.m. bets will be amazing.
Yes.
Like
people are not going to know what they're betting. They'll wake up the next day, look at their slip, and be like, "What the absolute fuck is it?" Like you bet like, I don't know, Chargers over whoever, minus 20.5 points. Why did they put this bet in?
I bet for Sean McCoy to score 4 touchdowns. Why did I do that?
4 p.m. West Coast games, and you just like black out for it. Wake up, it's like shooting dart, like just blindfolded throwing darts. That's basically what those 4 p.m. bets are going to be.
Man, I'm looking at the chat, and I'm not even sure they're even listening to what we're talking about. They have their own world going on in our chat right now, and I love it.
See the chat? I couldn't. I was watching last night or Thursday night. I couldn't see the chat.
Someone wants to know if my Long John is endless. It's not. It's about half eaten right now, and I got a custard donut for a little bit later on, just
You're really
to
nursing
enjoy
that,
myself.
All right.
You're right. I am nursing.
Well,
that.
you got 5 hours of the show left, so I guess it makes sense.
I gotta save my nutrients for later. And then I saw a comment in there. I don't know if I should reveal who said it because I don't want to get the person in trouble. But they said they heard that you could get crabs in a different manner at Duffy's. Not saying, just saying. Allegedly, I have no proof of this, but that's what's popping.
I'm not here to disparage the good Duffy's name. Okay.
I wouldn't either. I like Duffy's back in the day. Currently
Personally.
or previously it cannot be tied. Even if you did have, let's just say
from Duffy's.
Theoretically, it can't be tied to Duffy's. Okay, that's
Summer
what I
of
wanted
George, crab free since '93. That's the slogan for this year. So I do want to talk some baseball with you. So the halfway to St. Pat's Day game is probably going to be somewhere around like the September 10th day of the year. We're going to play the Red Sox. So set the scene for us. What place are the Sox in? How full is the stadium? And then kind of what happens that night?
I'm just calling you out.
What happened?
No, not you.
I see.
Lope's getting called out right now. It's pretty funny.
Okay, so halfway to St. Patrick's Day.
Yes.
You know me. I was there for the gambling podcast with Sam. I'm an overs guy. The Sox are obviously going to be in first place comfortably. We're not even going to have to worry about it. Playing the Red Sox, I imagine by September, hopefully we're over around 50% capacity, maybe a little more. Depends how many vaccinated people we get coming in. I know you guys know the whole deal with opening day, but hopefully by then we get a little more people in the stands. Yeah. And I expect this time, typically it's a lot of Red Sox fans. I expect more Sox fans, White Sox fans to be there. And maybe it's because the Red Sox fans can't travel. Maybe people are just more excited. I feel excited for the first time in a long time. Mm-hmm. So we're at 50%, let's say. We're tailgating again. So that's a plus. My Sox is over behind a dumpster peeing or puking or both. We all had a good Buffalo Wings and Rings trip beforehand. Mm-hmm. Our bellies are full. We're slugging Bud Lights in the lot. I'm sharing a beer bong with somebody because the dental dam idea has come to fruition by then for the tap. And then we all stumble in together. I'm in left field. You guys are across the way. I'll wave over that direction to you. And I'll be chirping in whoever's playing left field's ear, as I usually do. That's actually something I'm looking forward to. I think I might come back for that opening weekend. There's going to be so few people, whoever we're playing. I'm usually in the left fielder's ear hole. He's going to be hearing me loud and clear with that.
Oh, yeah.
There's
I'm
no
right
question
behind him. And they're usually pretty cool about it, but it depends on my level of drunkenness at that point. But yeah, everyone's having a good time. Life's returning back to normal by then. This is my optimistic view of halfway to St. Patrick's Day. Unfortunately, there'll be no promo. We're not going to get green hats or anything like that, which is a bummer. But, spirits will be high. Spirits will be high.
I did like, George, how you brought up something that I don't think gets touched on enough. A lot of times people will talk about, fan bases that they don't like or whatever. Motherfucking Red Sox fans. You're right. They crowd our stadium when the Red Sox come, and they're the worst. People complain about other teams. They are the fucking worst, man.
They crowd it. A lot of Red Sox fans, when the Yankees play, there's always a bunch of Yankees fans. But I think the Red Sox fans travel even more for our games, for sure.
Agreed.
I feel like there's a lot of Chicago-based Red Sox fans. Like, not even like they moved to Chicago, like born and raised in Chicago and are somehow a Red Sox fan. And yeah. I'm with you, though. I think this year we don't see them because the Red Sox are going to fucking suck. And so they're if you're a Red Sox fan who grew up in Chicago, you're a front runner, right? Like that's probably why you like the Red Sox. You're like, oh, the Red Sox are good right now. I'm going to like that team, and you got roided out Big Papi and stuff and all that. They're not going to be coming out to the games. They're not going to want to feel that heat coming out and seeing their team get their ass kicked.
Especially not if tailgating's coming back right around that time, because the lots are going to be on fire the second tailgating comes back. People are getting held back right now. They're saying no tailgating. The second they get the chance, it's going to be a bloodbath out there.
the first day the
there's no
tailgating
question.
comes back, they should only allow Ubers to tailgate. Like they should be like,
Yeah.
so you have an assigned driver. That's it. No one else. Just a bunch of Uber vans, which sounds creepy as hell now that I say it out loud. But
Treasy, that's actually a really good idea. That's something they should think about because there is quite a tailgating culture for the Sox. They should build on that. They should create little lockers out there where you can put your stuff in there after you're done, let you leave your car overnight, and then you can come pick it up. And as long as you get it out of there by 11 a.m. the next day, boom.
The problem is Saturday into Sunday, you got a big problem because there's a bunch of cars that are just left there. It's like a used car lot.
No, then you could tow those cars and you'll make some money off the tow. Baby, I got it all covered.
Man.
The locker idea is good though for the tailgating stuff because if you get an Uber and you're able to just take all your tailgating equipment and leave your car at home, and then you can throw it in without having to worry about your little grill or your cooler.
Yeah,
and shit
you have like
stolen.
a locker basically.
And then you come back out and then you can take it on the red line and zip back home.
Yeah,
there was a discussion because they're not allowing bags anymore, and now this is because of COVID that bags aren't allowed. But that was going to go down last year too. We had some inside information on that. These are the kind of scoops that the 108 gets. There's no bags left. So
these are the scoops that people want.
Yeah, so we didn't say anything about it, but they were going to have a place where you can check stuff, and that was something that we talked about. We're like, hey, can we check a cooler? Can we check a tailgate tent? Can we check this? Because it wasn't an expensive well, we didn't know how much it was going to be, but even if it's only like $15-20 or $10 or something to check your stuff, it's well worth it. But can you imagine the first time the person working the check-in place like burns their hand on a hibachi grill because the guy like reels it over and it's just like here, and they're like, sir, the grill is still going. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna come get it. Flipping the sausage, like I can see that 100%. My other thing was maybe there's a lot of Red Sox fans in Chicago because Bill Buckner had a fine Chicago stash. Speaking from the in the 80s into the 90s, this man had a great Chicago stash. Maybe people were turned on by that and became Red Sox fans. I don't know. Those are my only two thoughts.
That's a good possibility.
Yes,
I believe he played for the Cub for a while, so that makes sense.
Yeah. MSS is woken up, guys. His brain is on.
He's firing on all cylinders right now.
Yeah, he is.
I got my little wrist going from the Goose Island people. The good people at the Goose Island.
It's a good looking.
Nice.
Yeah, those. I mean, they're delicious.
That's a nice looking can.
That's a great
nice
can.
They look beautiful poured out too. I mean, I'll tell you.
Look at that.
Yeah, it's
nice.
pretty
Oh, is that what you guys is that a stout? Is that what you guys are drinking?
It's a session stout.
It's a session stout. So it's a
low drink them all day.
Stout. It's delicious.
Wow.
Really good.
Wow.
I say you could drink them all day, and then I just like
come on, we're still in the first. Actually, we're out of the first hour, Treasy. Now you can pass on. I'm
That's
sorry.
right. That's right.
You're forgiven.
So while we're talking Red Sox, though, I got to ask George: Could you do the Wade Boggs? Could you knock out what is it, like 2 cases on a flight?
Yeah. What do you drink? What do you drink? Like
it's 48, right?
Beers or something like that.
Yeah,
I don't know
it's like 44, like 48, something like that.
It's one of those numbers that's like the Wilt Chamberlain 20,000. Like you're it's not, I don't know if I believe it or not.
So Beef, I'm gonna disagree with you, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Back in the day when I was touring, working road crew, and I was working for Pigface. Enesh, the guy he was in KMFDM, he was on tour with Pigface, and he is a giant German man. He's like 6'5". He's just a massive dude. And he decided one day that he wanted to have some beers before the show. And he put 2 cases of beers between his legs, and he drank 47 beers before he went on stage and played, and then came off and drank the last one. Wow. And so there's humans out there that could do that. Like, so I don't know. Wade Boggs and I don't know how many fried chickens he had that morning, but like, I don't know. It seems possible to me.
Was that a cross country flight though? Wasn't it like New York to LA? So was it like 6 hours?
Yeah, something like that. Yep.
I mean, I don't know. I guess I could try it next weekend when the 108 tournament gets started.
Let's do live video from the plane.
6 hours to drink 48 beers.
I'll just set the timer 6 hours and then I'll run it. I'll just go live for 6 hours.
Don't take the death thing seriously, George. Don't take the death thing seriously.
Yeah, we need you alive.
We need you around. That doggo needs an owner. Okay, look at that guy.
Both of them. Oh.
Yeah, the other one's. Oh, here he is.
Oh, there's the other one.
There you go. He already.
It's See, look
I
at
heard he
like,
wanted to.
oh,
They've been
see,
so well behaved.
he's mad because the
up
other
until
one
now.
was getting too much camera time. So
There we
I'm
go.
up in this
Some
motherfucker.
play.
Yeah, yeah, there he goes.
All right, man. So how's it been down there? You've been all right. I know it was a little rough there for a patch.
Yeah, got a little dicey, guys. I had Sunday night lost, and the thing with this was, everyone was like, "Oh, Texas can't handle a little snow." Blah, blah, blah. It's true, they cannot. The weather was not the problem. It was the fallout from the weather.
Yeah.
So the infrastructure here is just not built to withstand negative temperatures or freezing temperatures. They have all PVC plastic pipes for all their plumbing. They don't have metal piping. They don't bury it deep enough. So power went out Sunday night, and that was basically it. My apartment was like 35 degrees for 4 days.
Jesus.
All we had was a fire. I had a little fireplace. You probably maybe saw some videos.
I did. I saw the video. Yeah, where you
the
guys
dogs
were
in sweaters sitting around there. Luckily my girlfriend and I, we were okay for it. But, a lot of people didn't have power or heat or water, because then the water goes out for a full week. And it was crazy, man. The lines everywhere, nowhere was open. You could see when you looked at the city, just black spots were all, the one grocery store that's open, the line's like 2 miles long to go around the corner. And it was all cleared out. There's nothing, man. It was crazy. I never experienced anything like it. And it wasn't because it was cold. I was out there. I was like, oh, it's fine outside, but it felt like outside inside for an entire week. So
you're down in Texas?
Wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, my sister's in the military. She's at Lackland in San Antonio. She doesn't live on the. Yeah, sorry, you're in San Antonio then?
I'm in Austin, just like.
Okay, so not far, yeah. And she was kind of laughing at it because she, has grown up in Chicagoland and could handle it. But she's got like a 2-year-old and a 6-month-old, and they don't know what cold weather is yet. Yeah. And her husband's like, "What is going on here? Like, this is like, how do you live like this?" She's like, "Honestly, this is like a warm winter's day to us, like 40 degrees." Yeah. So she was kind of laughing, but she said it was really serious.
It was all just because of people, like the power outages that lasted for an entire week, and then people lost their water, and we had to boil water. People were like melting snow outside and then boiling it on their stove to have like drinking water. Mm-hmm. Because no stores were open, and if it was open, it was cleared out of everything. It was wild, man. It was really crazy. It was serious. Like, we were okay. We can handle it, but anybody who, people who are sick or at home and rely on electricity to live, like, there was nowhere for them to go.
Yeah, that's scary, man.
Everything's getting back to normal, though. It's been like 80s for the last 2 weeks, so we're back. I'm moving because I don't have a ceiling now, because they tore it out with all the pipes and shit. So,
oh shit!
But it's warm again. I can go outside and drink beer.
Well, we're glad you're somewhat all right. And we're glad you could join us this morning.
We don't have a ceiling.
If you can stick around and have some more beers with us, we'll be drinking all day. So please stay on if you can.
I got more time. I like seeing Dave again. His beautiful mug. Look at him with that. He looks nice in that hat.
That hat is.
Yeah.
I'll be completely frank. I literally woke up like 30 minutes ago. I'm very hungover. I'm very broke. Love that our app is live in Illinois, but at the same time, I'm gonna have to delete it. I feel like I can't have access to upfront gambling at the click of a button. But I will say this. So we're doing these boosts right now. I'm sure you guys have seen me tweeting about them and stuff.
Yeah.
And so last night, for instance, we had the Bulls parlay. It was Jimmy Butler and Zach LaVine to score 25 points or more apiece. And it was a parlay. It would have been like plus 220. And we boosted it to plus 320, I think it was. Or no, plus 312, because it was the Chicago boost, Chicago area code. And I fat fingered it and clicked it 4 times for $100. And that got me down to 170. I'm down 170 right now. I would have been down like $1,200.
I love that but
Dave disappeared. That was all he wanted to tell us.
He fat fingered his video.
Yeah.
I love that the Barstool app's been live for 72 hours, and Dave's already like, I have to delete it off my phone. It's a problem already.
Not to mention, I think the first bet is like a free $1,000 bet. So burn through that,
Exactly.
and then
Yeah, he's already out. DM'd me.
Oh, he's back.
Oh, you're back. Hold on.
Yeah, someone called me and I accidentally accepted it and then immediately told him fuck off. But
You
some
tell
dude,
Carl to fuck off.
if you guys haven't done it yet, do it. It's so you get a free $1,000 bet and there's like no fine print or anything. It's put $1,000 in, and if you bet it and lose it, you get that $1,000 back to play with. So some dude bet it and it was a 16 parlay and it was like a plus or a minus 650 shot, a minus like 380 shot, and just heavy favorites. He won like $7,800 on it. So that's the way to go.
And actually, that's the best way to do it. You want to bet it on something that's a bit of a long shot, so that either you spike yourself a big one, or obviously you get your dry powder come right back. So that's a good way to do it.
I do like that.
So
Dave's gone audio only.
But I had bet already with the app in Michigan when I was out there a few weeks ago for the Super Bowl.
Oh my God.
And, so I couldn't use the free $1,000, but if you're watching and if you haven't made a deposit, it's a deposit up to $1,000. So you don't have to make $1,000 bet. You can make a $20 or $50 bet, but that's how I would do it. I would just parlay super heavy favorites on the day and hope it hits because it's free, you know?
Dave, you got a promo code that or what, man? Is it?
There is no promo code. It's just a deposit.
No promo code. Just get in there. Raw dog it. I love it.
I like it.
All right.
Put on your video, Dave. We can't see your beautiful face.
Yeah.
I know. I'm trying to.
Oh, there you go.
Oh,
There
he
you
is. He's
go.
back. All right.
Mate, you're looking slim, dude. You have to show
I'm
off
not
your face
looking
when you're looking slim.
All right. So we
Well, you just don't look as fat as Chief. Chief looks a lot fatter than you. Is what my section were meant to say.
He left yesterday before the pizza got there. So we had like 12.
I don't
feet of
believe that
subs
for a
yesterday,
second.
Wings. No, well, he had to because his car got towed. So he had to make
That
a
I
trip to Lower
believe.
Wacker.
Damn.
That I believe.
So he had to go to Lower Wacker, and that ended his night very abruptly. I don't know if anybody's ever made that trip, but it's hell on earth down there. It's like it's the underworld. It's like what's it called in Stranger Things?
Oh, I
The
don't know.
upside down.
The Upside Down. Yeah, the
Yes.
Upside Down. It's
Yeah,
a
that's-
wild world down there. I had to go like 3 months ago.
Yeah, it's Mad Max down there, man. I remember one time me and Cornsey got our car towed, and we took an Uber, and the guy was like, "Yeah, I think it's here," and it was like 6 blocks from where we were, so we just had to like walk through like the netherworld to get to our car. Yeah, I never want to do that again. Dave, you're hungover, but are you drinking something this morning? What do you got going on?
I got coffee right now.
Just coffee?
Well, this is doubling down as Batoon right now, but it was coffee.
Yeah, don't drink that though. Don't
No.
drink that.
Eddie drank Big Cat's Batoon a couple days ago.
Oh no, gross.
Oh,
yeah,
God.
he's just like, dude, that was spit. And he didn't even get up and like wash his mouth out or anything. He just like took it.
You know what? That's Eddie. That's a veteran Chicago move right there. You've been in enough bars where you've mistakenly drank something you shouldn't have drank. It had cigarette butts in it or something like that. And you're just like, oh, fuck it. I got to just get over that already.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, you're already, you know, you're not gonna get sick unless you're a bitch. But I mean, they're like you're beyond the point of like trying to have proper hygiene, so you're just like, fuck it, wash it down.
It's too late.
Beer, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Now, George, are you getting ready to do something over there? I feel like you gathered up some implements of destruction.
I'm gonna sign off. I'm gonna let Dave take his time. I appreciate you guys having me. I gotta go move now. I gotta start moving shit out of this apartment.
Back to Chicago, right?
It might happen sooner rather than later. Actually, Dave, we had to talk about opening day. We have some. We might have some tickets available. I know you're talking about sneaking in there somehow, but I might have some tickets.
I have season tickets this year. They're not under my name. They're under Tommy Hook's name, actually. I'm sure you guys know him, but they sent him some like 18,000 word thesis on on how to get tickets for opening day. I'm like, dude, just get as many as you can. So I plan on being there. I mean, I'll send scathing tweets if I don't get in. But
You might know somebody.
Nah, I won't. I won't do that. Like that's 10-year season
us.
ticket holders. No, like you guys should be there. Like this is
We
the
will
first
be
time
there.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, like I'm saying, like people who have had season tickets for years, they should get precedent. So
Yeah, the email was extremely long, and I feel like they should have just been like, "This is your time. This is how you do it."
So our ticket guy sent out, at least mine and probably Beef, sent out a quick snapshot guide to us this morning.
Yeah.
It was just
I
like,
got that too.
here's the 4 bullet points you care about. Do these things.
That's what
Okay, yeah.
That's what I need. I
who
was
is your
told
guys'
from my-
season ticket guy?
Nick, he's
Okay.
the best.
I-
Love that guy.
I don't even
He
know
sent us
who ours
Christmas
is,
cards.
but whatever.
He did, yeah.
I
We
think his
also
name's
sent him
Mike,
Christmas
maybe?
cards of us naked.
Nick.
That was nice.
Naked.
Nick's our guy.
Yeah,
That's
we were
how-
naked for Nick.
That's how you entice new season ticket buyers. Is to send 4 mildly overweight, older, middle-aged guys like on Christmas cards.
Dave,
I was fine with
we're
that.
fat, but there's only 3 of us.
Wait, are we
So-
middle-aged?
Yeah. Oh, I don't know.
I'm not.
Hey, here's another thing you can guys make fun of Ryan for. So Ryan turns 35 in a month. He's almost closer to 40 than he is to 30.
He's
every
the
day.
oldest one of you guys, right, Dave? He's the oldest
Yeah,
one of your
it
crew.
goes him, Carl, me, Ed. Ed's 29. I'm 32. I'll be 33 in October.
For me, I feel like 28 was middle-aged. If we're looking at lifespan.
Well, every year you just
You're at the
push
midway
it back.
Probably for me too. It's based on this 108 tournament stuff.
George, do your thing, buddy, because I don't want to hold you up from moving. That
we're
would make
good,
us
guys.
very
George,
sad.
George,
There
how
you
old
go.
are you?
Attaboy.
Oh!
Yes. Woo!
I'm 29.
Yeah, I was gonna say like 27, 28. So you're even older than I thought. After 30, there's like no point of living though. So
I
live it
thought
out
that
this
way.
next year.
God.
Your
People-
30s are your best years, man. They are absolutely the best years because
Fun.
you
You
have
know what?
some money, so you can actually do some shit. And so, like, the world is
I'd agree
wide
with
open
that.
to you in your 30s.
Yeah, that's,
It's when you get to your 40s, like the 3 of us are, and stuff starts hurting, like just when you wake up randomly,
Mhm.
and then you're just like, you don't recover like you used to, man. Like, if we go
For
somewhere
sure.
on a trip, we have one real good night where we can be up till 4 or 5 in the morning, and then we're struggling to get to midnight the rest of the trip.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like when you're 22, you could do that fucking 5 days a week. But I agree with that. Like when I was, 25, 26, like I was. Have you guys ever seen the movie Half Baked?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, so I
Damn
tell the
right.
story all the time. I was dating this girl at the time, and I'm still actually pretty close with her. She doesn't live in Chicago anymore, but I was out with her, and
Dear Santa.
we started early, and I was like adding up how much money was in my checking account throughout the entire day. I'm like, all right, that tab was $14.32. I got $82.67 to play with. And every time we'd like bounce to another bar, I'd be like, let's not take shots. Like, we got a long day ahead of us, like stuff like that. I don't got to worry about that anymore, which is really nice. But so I agree with that money wise for sure.
Yeah, I that just reminded me of my guy Slim Mick. We'd be like, "Hey, there's a $20 all you can drink this week," and he'd be like, "Good, I've got $60 for the rest of my life, so I can do it."
Yeah, when he went like 18 months where he was like, he didn't have a job, nor was he even trying to get one. He was just hanging out with whatever money he had left. He was just going to spend it all down to the nub, and then he would figure out if
And
he had to
whatever he
work.
was doing, wherever he was at, he would have a number of this is how much money I have for the rest of my life because he had no sight of a new income stream, and I just loved it. It was some freewheeling shit.
all right, boys. I'm out of here. I appreciate you guys having me on. Everybody, hope everyone's doing well. Hopefully see you guys soon over at the ballpark and get ready for this tournament.
Awesome,
yeah.
man.
Take
We
care,
will talk
George.
to you
Coming
Thanks
out,
for
soon.
joining
George.
us, buddy.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Happy
that,
St.
man.
Patrick's Day.
You too, man.
So, Dave, I'm gonna
hands
tell you-
read up by the camera look like penises. It's kind of funny.
Oh, well, we lost Beef too. Beef might have went to
I think
help.
he's going to take a piss.
He went to help George move.
He's heading to the latrines.
That's another thing about getting old, man. You got to get up a little bit more often to
Yeah.
use the facilities, especially when you're going to try and do like a 4 or 5 hour show on a
Sucks.
Saturday morning. So, Dave, why don't you lay down a St. Patrick's Day memory for us? Because I'm sure, even though they're probably fuzzy, you probably have a ton.
Yeah. So I do have a lot. Unfortunately, in college, there weren't many good memories because I played baseball and we were usually playing down in Florida or something over this weekend because this is like right around spring break time. So I couldn't really go out to like see the River Died or the Southside Irish Parade or anything. But after college, and when I moved downtown, there's a really, it was actually the same girl. So I was with a girl, and it was like 75 and sunny that day. It was like the first nice day of the year. This is like 2014-ish, 15 maybe. Yeah. And everybody and their mother was in shorts and a t-shirt. The weather was perfect, not a cloud in the sky, and I got obliterated drunk. And I was living in Ukrainian Village at the time on the third floor of a 3-flat. So there was no elevator or anything. And I don't remember a single thing, but she had to like drag me, my 200-pound ass, and she's like 120 pounds, whatever, up 3 flights of stairs, like firemen carry me. And I woke up and like apologized profusely. That was the beginning of the end. She's like, I can't do this like every weekend. And I'm like, I get it. Like, sorry. Forgive me. Like, my bad. But yeah, I mean, St. Patrick's Day is like one of my favorite days of the year. Cause usually, I mean, even today it's a little chillier out, but the weather's like, it's nice and crisp, you know? You get that smell in the air where, summer and like awesome weather and baseball and grilling patios and rooftop parties are right around the corner. So this is one of my favorite days of year. And you got March Madness started.
What would be your favorite day of the year? Favorite day of the year? I
love 4th of July. That's my favorite. I mean, I know
favorite of all time.
That's my favorite holiday. Yeah, because I like heat. Like I like, we make fun of you for living out in Arizona.
Uh-oh.
Oh, we lost
his audio.
Damn it. How does that happen?
I don't know.
Maybe he's got another.
I think
call
he put his thumb over it.
Yeah. There's another call coming in.
Yeah.
It's not.
There we go.
There we go. We got you. There we go.
No, I was saying is like I think one day I'll probably wind up. Hopefully, I have the money where I can snowbird it and just live in Scottsdale for the winter, because I like heat. But 4th of July is my favorite holiday, and then right back up to St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah. See, I take opening day as like my holiday. I think that would be normal. That's my normal like favorite one, because it's like it releases you from like like you're just with friends. There's usually not a lot of family, and it's just like straight drinking and then just more drinking and then drinking. So it's a good like just all around 8-hour day of drinking.
So we
baseball.
Bring this up every single year for March Madness, and baseball, we all know, does an awful job marketing their own product. Mm-hmm. So with March Madness, like especially for Cube Rats, like a lot of offices have TVs around the office for March Madness, and there's like, it's a staggered start. Like every game will start at like 10, 12 a.m., then 10, 18, and just goes the entire day. Mm-hmm. And it's on, everyone makes a joke like, oh, what channel's True TV, you know, blah, blah, blah. And why doesn't baseball do that for opening day? Yeah, just start on the East Coast and get like every fucking station involved and make it a holiday and make it a spectacle, you know? And it's like, I mean, you'll have one nationalized TV game, I'm sure. And then it's just the rest is local, which is stupid to me. It's like, you want your stars to be on national TV as much as possible. Like Mike Trout, I was looking at this the other day. Like LeBron James has got like 50 million Twitter followers. Mike Trout's got like 2.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
And he's
2 actual followers.
2. Yeah. 2.
One's Pujols and the other one is Vlad Guerrero Jr. That's tough to say when you've been drinking.
Well, I thanks for walking us through that, my Sox.
Dave, I love that idea. I mean, like I would even go as far as to say like do some international games. Remember they did the Japanese games a few years ago. And those started at like 5:30 in the morning. I mean, you could literally get people out of bed. I mean, I was one of the people, I'm sure there's a bunch of other people that was, when there was no baseball this year, in 2020, we were watching Korean baseball at 4:30 in the morning, Jason Benetti calling it. Like, people will get up. You do that all in one day. You start at like 4 in the morning, go to midnight. Like, people will watch that all day. It'll be just like what we're doing right now.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. But they don't do that. And you brought up that Japanese series. Do you remember how Ichiro, it was his final game and he played in the Tokyo Dome or whatever?
Yeah. Yep.
I didn't know that was happening until I saw that Ichiro was playing his final game, like as he was taking that back. how the fuck do you do that? Like, how do
Right.
you not like blow that up on all forms of social media and every broadcast possible? Because Ichiro is like one of the most loved baseball players ever. Like,
Yes.
we
Yeah.
loved him in America, and obviously they love him in Japan. He was so fun to watch, and someone who loves baseball didn't even know that was like a thing until I was watching it live. You know?
Yep. They do such a shit job of all of that stuff. I mean, they really should. I mean, they should actually build a day in the week, every week, where it's like, this is the big baseball day, and there's going to be a tier of it. You know, like, I don't know what day you do that, Thursday or Friday or whatever.
For instance,
but figure out a day.
In the fall. In the fall with MAC football, they play on Tuesdays, and everybody goes crazy over MAC, even though it's dog shit football. Yep. You know?
Right.
Oh, that's rude.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
rude.
it's okay football, but you're not watching Alabama. But everybody's tuning in to see like Buffalo playing Kent State. You know?
I think one of the last football games I was like personally at was when NIU beat Northwestern at Northwestern. I don't know.
Shit.
I'm sorry. I just
No,
I had to throw that in there. Dog shit football. I'm sorry. So we need to come up with like a red zone version of baseball. Like full count. You know, like, hey, you know, look at who's up, and the bases are loaded. You know, it's at the bottom of the sixth. You know, and whatever. Or you know, Yasmani Grandal is up and he's gonna hit a home run, or you know, Dias Keuchel has got a loaded count. His bottom of the sixth, he's got 107 pitches. You know, like just throw you into these games. You know,
right?
We could do it, and it would be good. But you know what I think's holding it all up is the money. I think everyone's like they black out so many games.
Yeah,
like you can't.
wild.
I mean, everyone is so touchy. It's like a very political thing with baseball for some reason. Like, it's got to be this, it's got to be that, you know, I don't know. So that might be the only thing that's kind of holding you up. NFL kind of seems like a free for all. They're just like, fuck it. We can make tons of money if we just do this. So yeah, I don't know. It's hard. Baseball doesn't market themselves well. And it took the Sox a really long time to market Tim Anderson correctly. And like, even to see that he had value.
Yep.
Like when he came up in the league, I mean, I feel like I was one of the first people saying, listen, look at this guy. You need to market this guy. Like, he is everything you want for the next generation. And then he just did it. Now he has the skills to back it up. It's just like, and he's going to just go far. And I still don't think they're taking advantage of it. So it's hard. It's a hard.
No, he's like doing it on his own. Which is ridiculous. Like, they should be doing that for him, and he's got to do it on his own. Like, he hired that photo genocide guy on his own. You know?
Yep. Yeah, you have two guys in the building between him and Giolito that are possibly two of the most marketable players in baseball. You should be pushing the shit out of this. Like, the White Sox should become kind of America's team because you have those guys.
Yeah.
Those guys that are good looking and they're just marketable and fun. It's fun to watch them go out.
Yeah, for sure.
Giolito's kind of like nerdy fun. Like, I kind of make fun of like the way he's celebrating his no-hitter because he's a tall, handsome dork. I mean, basically.
Yeah.
And Timmy is cool fun, but they're both fun. And really, there should be I mean, my Sox summer, you did say that fucking years ago when Tim Anderson was making his debut, when he was up here for 2 or 3 weeks, you're like, this guy is going to be the guy everyone wants to look at. And sure as fuck enough, that's what's happened.
And that wasn't even from a skill level. Like, at that point, it wasn't, because he wasn't even that good then. Like, he worked his ass off and got where he's at, but he had all the characteristics to become a great marketable player, and he did it. Like, and he should be getting paid. He deserves his Nike money. He deserves his Adidas money. He deserves all that shit, you know? So, and you're right, Dave, putting a couple extra bucks into it. And this is what Lowe's doing with us in the 108, cut a couple extra more bucks out there. It's definitely worth it in the long run to increase the brand, to make the brand even better.
I couldn't agree more. Like, it's like they have an archaic way of doing it. Like, so we got an email. This is back in, I don't know, mid-January or so. And it was a system to like pull archive tweets. And it's like, make sure, like, we just got an email from Major League Baseball saying like, they're looking for videos from, it doesn't matter. You just had to tweet a video of a highlight. Like, they're looking again. So go and delete, like, here's the way to do it. Pull up all the archive tweets from like 2012, delete all the old videos, you know, get rid of them. And basketball does it opposite. They want you sharing their product as much as possible because it's free advertisement for them, you know?
Yes.
It's like, it doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever.
So,
but
So I'm hearing that the
it's still
Major
best
League
game.
Baseball is like the music industry, like when it came down to MP3s and illegal downloads. Instead of getting people interested and then giving them something extra on the purchase product, you're saying fuck you, and now we're going to raise prices. So now you can get it for free, but we're going to charge you even more. So instead of like just go ahead, download that. But if you want this special thing, it's going to be on this CD, or you want this to come with it.
You see the strategy in play though. A random sports fan on Twitter sees Anthony Edwards go for a monster dunk on somebody, and they're like, "Oh shit, I want to turn on that game. I want to see the number one pick with the dunk." You don't know that he went like 1 for 14 in that game and had 5 points. That doesn't fucking matter, because what they're doing is they're trying to get you into the game, and then once you get in there and start watching, you're gonna maybe find some other stuff that you like. Whereas baseball is trying to siphon all that stuff off for who knows what fucking
which
reason.
is ridiculous.
Figure it out.
They wanna funnel everything to their branded accounts, so everything goes through those accounts, which is, I think, backwards thinking, and I think it needs to change. Like, I'm still like, this is what I plan on doing. Like, I'll tweet like a Lucas Giolito strikeout or whatever, and I'll let it go for a day, and then I'll just delete it the next day.
Yeah, makes sense.
Self-combust, I guess, you know. But it's, I don't know. This is like not the conversation I expected to get into, but it's like, it's something that really, I can tell, annoys the shit out of all of us as people who are huge baseball fans, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
And people who watch them try and make new rules in the game to attract young fans.
Exactly.
When
And
the easiest thing to do is just this. Yeah.
Like I saw that they were talking about like limiting 2 pickoffs per inning or something. Like they're doing that down in the minors this year as like a test run. It's like, dude, that's not going to, like, if you shave a game off from 3 hour and 5 minute average game to 2 hours and 58 minutes, that's not changing anything.
Yeah, no one cares.
Everybody on the planet has 7 minutes to spare, you know? It's like, you're thinking about this wrong.
Yes. It's an immaterial change. It does nothing, basically. You know, it's a waste of time.
So while we are talking about baseball, Dave, I did want to get your thoughts on this. We're asking this of everybody. So we're looking halfway to St. Pat's. I'm guessing the date is September 10th, which is like a Friday. It's against the Red Sox. And so let's set the scene for this. What place are the Sox in? How full is the stadium? And what happens that night?
Well, I just read something. I mean, it was a President Biden quote that said we should be returning to normal by July. So I'll take him at his word. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt as a new head of state, and I think we'll have a full stadium at that time. I think, you know, we'll have everybody who wants the vaccine will have had very ample time to get the vaccine. If you don't want it, then I don't think we should be going out of our way as a country to protect those who don't want it. That's their prerogative though. And I think the Sox will be in first place, like pretty handily, unless, you know, like there's just a barrage of injuries. I think that's the only thing holding them back, because their depth. And I read Beefloaf's piece on that, which was awesome, by the way, on like what the average percent of like bench plays a role on a World Series team. I think it was the Royals in 2015 used like their starters like 80% of the time, which was an outlier.
So exactly. They only use the bench at like 14-15%. And a lot of it's because they had Salvi Perez, because Salvi Perez could catch every day. I mean, you use it. He was very durable. Yeah.
This guy's a fucking stud.
So I think the White Sox are going to have to use that same formula a little bit, because their rotation's fine. And I think it's going to be a good one once Kopech's re-released into the world as a starter. And I think their 1 through 9 in the lineup's going to be fucking awesome. So, you know, unless Abreu goes down, which he never has, or unless Robert and Eloy collide in the outfield, which is actually very plausible because Eloy is horrific in left field, then I think he should be comfortably in first place.
All right. So that night, we're all at the game. You're sitting in the 108 with us. We're having a couple beers. What's going on in the game? Who's standing out at this point of the season?
Wally money.
No, I mean, I guess you could do that, but on the baseball team.
I'm kidding. Kidding.
Well, you guys always do stand out anyways, because you're handsome.
Ooh,
You
no
got
question.
that. You got that distinguished grayness in your beard, which, by the way, I am getting myself now. I'm happy to say.
Congrats.
I would not be surprised if Robert hits a little bit of sophomore slump, because he's going to have to learn to readjust from what we saw in September of last year when he was striking out a lot. But that's fine. I think that Vaughn is going to hit the ground running seamlessly. I think that there's a good chance, and a good chance as early as this year, that he could be the best hitter on the team. I think he's that good.
Ooh.
I talked to Tracy Smith here and there, who's the head coach at Arizona State, who's a Midwest guy. He was the coach at Indiana with Schwarber and everything. And he's one of my favorite people on the planet, the most down-to-earth guy you'll ever meet. And he's like, you don't understand how, like, I've coached against everybody. And he's like, this is Chris Bryant, like MVP Chris Bryant that you have in that lineup. Like, he's not nearly athletic, but as a hitter, like, he uses all fields with authority. He doesn't swing at pitches off the plate. And if you miss on the plate, like, he destroys the ball. And he just gushed over this guy, because obviously he played against him, same conference and everything. And I watch him hit fundamentally. His swing is as flawless as can be. He's not going to strike out. So, which we see with like Mikata. We saw it with Robert. There's going to be swing and miss with those guys, but not with Vaughn. I think he's going to be I'm watching this. I don't know if this is a replay or what, but I'm watching this Twins Braves game on MLB Net right now. I wouldn't be surprised if he's like a Freddie Freeman.
Oh, wow.
Maybe not this
High
year,
praise.
but eventually, like, he could very well be a Freddie Freeman.
So like a high batting average guy with the high on base and doesn't strike out a lot, but has the power as well. Yeah. Wow, that would be a huge comeuppance.
I mean, I know I just put like high expectations on the kid, but like, I honestly think he could be like a right-handed hitting Freddie Freeman.
I mean, you just called him an MVP. You just called him an MVP candidate.
Maybe this year. Maybe he'll probably win the MVP this year.
He's a Hall of Famer. I'm not like, that's how much, like, I wouldn't have traded Andrew Vaughn for anybody not named Jacob deGrom on the planet.
It's funny you're so glowing about Andrew Vaughn, because
yes.
There he is. Patrick, you look wonderful, my friend.
Thank you. Figure I had to do it for this.
It's much appreciated.
Dave,
as I was saying about Andrew Vaughn, Treasy and I, that's the player we were most scared about. We're like, we're worried about Andrew Vaughn or whatever. And then I heard a podcast with Keith Law and Eric Longenhagen. And Keith Law's like, there is some downside with Vaughn, even though he's been a great hitter. Pac-10 or Pac-12 or whatever wasn't great as pitching. He goes, if you think about it, though, maybe the downside is kind of like he's Justin Smoke. And I'm thinking, I would take Justin Smoke as our DH over what we've had at DH. I'm no longer worried. I don't care. Bring him up right now. Like, I'm ready for him to be up here, because if he's even competent major league hitter with all this upside that everyone's saying, fucking let's do it, man. Bring him up.
And I wouldn't be surprised if he's extended this week.
Oh, wow.
Ooh,
I know they're trying to do that.
Scoop
They're
City?
working on
Scoop
that.
City.
I think we got a
little
Scoop City
bit
right here.
I'm not guaranteeing anything, but they are working on it.
Lil Mayor of Scoop City right there. Dave,
Cool,
I want to, we've said this before in private, and we should say it out loud. It's refreshing to hear you talking about White Sox baseball versus all that other bullshit that they make you talk about on Redline Radio.
Yeah, I know.
I want to make sure that you know that you are always welcome to come on the 108 podcast once a month, once a week, whatever you want to do, and let's just shoot the shit White Sox baseball. Okay.
You guys tell me.
I get tired of listening to an hour and 50 minutes of Redline Radio, and I get 15 minutes of White Sox baseball, and it's mostly Carl yelling at you, and it just makes me angry.
Yeah,
we need Carl muted when they're talking Sox. Just fucking mute Carl. Tell him to shut the fuck up.
Tell him to go hang out with Danny Parkins and whoever the fuck. Go over there and just let us talk some White Sox baseball. Because listen, my friend, these next couple of years, your window is open on Redline Radio, and they fucking respect it, because you got three fat fucks right here that will take at your back. I'm sorry, Chirizi's not as fat. He's got a decent double. He's not as fat.
Skinny fat.
So
I've gained at least a cup size during the pandemic.
But you've always had great tits anyway, so
that's true. That's true.
Do you
So
wear a
Dave-
man's ear?
Let's do this more.
I wear a bro. I wear a bro.
It's a man's ear.
Bro, Dave,
man's ear.
Dave, thank you for joining us. Please stay on. Please feel free to stay on and hang out and maybe get yourself up to the point where you can have a beer. And
Yeah, I gotta be at Joe's at 12:15, so I got another 20 minutes or so. I just gotta hop in the shower and head over there, but I got another 20 minutes.
Awesome. Take us into the
Dave,
shower.
I
with
gotta
you.
thank you for something. I don't know how much you had to do with the Kenwo gauntlet in the 108 bracket, but
Nothing.
dude, nothing. Okay, all right. No, you introduced it on the show, so I was kind of thinking that might have been your doing. But anyway, well then I guess I have the 108 guys to thank. Someone finally found a way for me to get into
Just
the
low.
Sweet 16 in this thing. It just happened to not play anybody, and I'll be able to move on. I actually think I did get to the Sweet 16 like the first year before it like really blew up or whatever. But like I think after that, it just been knocked out in the first round. So this feels kind of good. I can just put up my feet and watch the rest of the carnage and just get prepared to. It's probably going to be Ken, right? I mean, it's going to be me versus him, and that's. I mean, I don't know. I guess I'm gonna pull really hard for the other guys. I think that'd be really funny if like you guys set up this Kenwo gauntlet and Ken gets knocked out in the first round, and then it's just like 4 guys in that side.
I would love it. That'd be the best case, actually.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
I was thinking about this after we recorded. What's today? Saturday. So on Thursday was it?
Yep.
And I said I wasn't going to endorse anybody, kinda. But I did think about it, and I might just kind of try to, I don't want to say rig the results, but just start endorsing people to get to matchups I want to see. So I want to see, obviously, like with the pandemic and everything, everybody's going fucking crazy, and everybody's, it's a polarized world with like what we have dealt with politically in the last, 4, 5, 6 years. I want to see Spooky Jess and Allie and just cat fight to the max. But like you and Ken are friends, right? Like,
yeah, no, we're definitely cool. Like I've been at like a bunch of tailgates with him. He's a nice guy. He's just got really bad opinions.
People think I actually hate Ken. I love Ken to death. I just think his opinion on many things stinks.
Yeah, that's all it is. He just says he has bad opinions, but he's a nice guy, definitely.
He's the best. So I'm just I'll make sure that he gets, because you guys used to write for the same site and everything.
We did.
And so I'll make sure that you guys are facing off each other. Then I'll just bow out. So I might do that.
I got to figure out a way to get past him. He got me good last time. There is an asterisk on that. I was off Twitter for Lent that year, so like he kind of skated by without me, like doing any sort of self promotion. But I don't know. He's also got a bigger following now, so we'll see how it goes.
Well,
hey, Patrick,
I don't think people have seen this outfit. And I think this outfit can definitely rack up some followers.
I would hope so, man. That's like St. Patrick's Day is something I used to get hyped for every year, like before having kids and all this. But like down in the city, it was probably my favorite day of the year. Like pretty close between that and the 4th of July. Like I love both of those holidays a lot, and this suit just brings back all sorts of memories of being down there and just having a great time, like sun up to sundown. And at past sundown, obviously.
Sun up to sun up, basically.
I'm not quite that hardcore.
PNoles, what I'm most impressed about is now that you're an older man with children and everything, that you still fit in that thing. Or are you completely nude at the bottom? Like you didn't even attempt to put the pants on.
Actually, I've been able to. The pandemic. The one positive of the pandemic is I've been able to. I've started to get out and run and try to keep myself in good physical condition. I think before the pandemic, I just used to play basketball. And, I think that slowly even though I was playing like 2-3 times a week, that was like all the exercise I would do. And then I slowly got more and more out of shape. But now I'm like getting out and doing like 3-mile runs like 4 times a week. So that's like, that's been keeping me going. So I'm doing okay on that front.
That's awesome,
shit.
man.
Good for you, man. Congrats.
PNoles, what did you give it for Lent this year?
I actually made a joke about this, like just because we're all dealing with so much right now. I'm like, oh, I'm going to give up parties, playing basketball indoors, like all this stuff.
Yeah.
No, like I at first it was basically nothing. Like if you might remember from the 108 interview series, I don't eat cheese. So like Fridays during Lent with like no cheese, like that's even harder day for me to get through. It's basically like fish and peanut butter sandwiches, right? So like I already feel like Lent is hard enough as it is. So I just kind of didn't give up anything in particular this time around. I feel like there's a lot of sacrifice from everybody, but I don't know. I kind of start feeling bad about it. Like I've kind of cut back on like snacking and desserts and that kind of stuff. So kind of a lame thing, but I feel like everyone should get a pass this year, man. Like no one's just like last year. No one's doing anything. So
when the Vatican came out, or the guy came out, I don't know if it was the Pope, but said that they were still against meatless burgers. Like you still weren't supposed to eat meatless burgers on Fridays during Lent. I was like, this is a bunch of bullshit. Like, I'm sorry, I'm out. And like, I had somebody tell me years ago, they're like, what? You don't eat meat on Fridays, but yet you don't go to church. So good job. And I was like, yeah, you know what? You're fucking right. I'm going to go eat a cheeseburger. So like, if I'm not doing both of them, why do one of them? So, it's just, I mean, I get it. So, but yeah, I thought that was interesting about the Beyond Meat thing. It's like, no, you can't have plant-based burgers. Like, why the fuck not? I don't get that.
I don't get that one at all.
That's a weird one.
It's like you're giving up one thing. Like, I mean, you try to do the best you can without that.
Right.
Thing. That's basically it.
Yeah.
So what are you drinking there, Pat?
Oh, Christmas ale.
Nice.
Keeping it going. I buy enough of these babies every year. Try to keep me going through like October or so, and then they start selling it again. So it's perfect.
Perfect.
It's got a year-round.
I remember when you came to Beef's house to do the podcast, like you were like, oh, I got all these beers, and like I don't think there was a duplicate of any beer. Like,
it was like a bunch of random stuff. Yeah,
there was like 14 different beers in there, and I was just like, all right, we're gonna get through this. This looks good.
It was like the guys showing up at the
track one. I want to give you guys a quick tour of my fridge. Are you ready for this?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's see it.
All right. Hey, can you flip the camera up? All right, here we go. All right, we got some condiments, a bag of shredded cheese, a bunch of garlic that I use constantly, and then all of this shit that I don't touch other than the eggs.
Yeah,
but I'm gonna grab
quite a few eggs. There you go.
Look at that.
I think I saw 2 jellies in there. Are there 2 open working jellies, and are they
There
different
are 2
flavors?
open working jellies in there. I forgot I had jelly. I bought more jelly, and now I opened that jelly. Now that one's just sitting in there.
And where's Ace?
Yeah, where is Ace? Oh, is
that was my brother. I don't know if you guys saw him. Like me, my brother came and picked him up for the day.
Okay.
Right, got it. Makes sense.
Yeah, I'm dropping him off at the in-laws basically, so I can go and obliterate my body again.
Yep.
That sounds good.
Good for
Yeah.
Well, cheers to you guys. Both you guys are drinking now. I feel a lot better about what I'm doing.
So one of my dietary, like I don't drink a lot of beer at all ever anymore, unless it's at a Miller Lite event. I just drink vodka soda. This is the first time I've had a Miller Lite in forever. And this tastes so fucking good. Because I just drink like shit vodka sodas and it's gross.
Wow.
Yeah.
After you go away from it for a while and
less
come back,
calories and all that.
Well, no, I get that part, Dave. I understand that, but I think you still drink good vodka. Listen, you have a full-time job. You can afford non-well vodka.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean,
my Sox Summer, the man is getting ready to delete the gambling app from his own company after 3 days of it being live because he's out of money already. All right, he has maybe some different budgetary concerns than you have. You know?
I'm
back in.
I'm back in.
But I agree with PNoles. I agree with PNoles. Once you give up beer for a while and then you come back to it, I had been kind of off beer for 2 months. And then I came back. This was the first beer I had, this double IPA from Goose Island that we got from our little shipment. And it tasted so fucking good. I couldn't believe how good it tasted when I came back.
It's called Outlier. Pat, it is it's a double dry hopped IPA, and it's got a different hop in it. I have an empty one somewhere.
I gotta look this up. That looked real interesting.
It's a Azaka hop, which is new and it's coming around. Our guy Brewhand Luke was telling me, he's like, them are sneaky good. They're sneaky good. That's what the kids call it. They call it sneaky good. So yeah, that's what the Azaka hop is. So yeah, it's delicious. And double dry hopped anything, pour it right down my throat. Fucking love it. Sure. Because I love that hops, that hop flavor. So
PNoles, I mean, the outfit, and you already mentioned it's one of your favorite holidays. Give us a great St. Pat's Day memory, like something that's happened in the past that you just need to get off your chest and let us know about.
No, I mean, I was worried about it. I mean, like, so a typical St. Patrick's Day in the city was like my buddies had like a really good place down the road. We'd like be up at the crack of dawn, you know, doing beer pong until like we would go to the Diag in Lincoln Park. They had like a really good like all you can situation. So we would go over there you know, for most of the day. And then it was basically just like whoever could still like was still functioning by the time that deal ended, just like kept it going. And by the end of the night, I don't know why this is. We always wound up at Prost on St. Patrick's Day, like German bar. So like biggest Irish holiday ever. And we're always at Prost. And, you know, they serve those like giant beers there and everything. So it kind of just fit with the whole theme of the day. But I remember like one day I was really, really far gone. And like you wear this on St. Patrick's Day, like people want to take pictures with you. Like it's kind of like a photo op opportunity. And like, you know, you get like, you get people like coming up to you.
You're right, Dave.
So like, I'm at Prost and like, just like, I'm pretty much gone at this point. And, you know, some girls at Prost, like they asked to take a picture with me and then they're like, yo, come on up and dance. So like, I'm trying to dance here. And then on the pants of this thing, this is a Halloween costume I ordered off the internet in like 2011. So like, this is like super old. And like the button and the zipper, like within 5 minutes of each other, both like, they're gone. Like they just snap off. They're not working anymore. And I'm just dancing. And it's like, it was cold on St. Patrick's Day. So underneath this, I'm wearing like long pajamas to like try to keep myself warm. So like here I'm at Prost, like trying to dance. And I've got like the button and the zipper are gone. Everyone can see like pajamas just like sticking out. Like, I don't know, not too crazy, but I mean, it was like super embarrassing at the time, or it would have been if I wasn't like, you know, a million beers in at that point. But
how you set it up there with it was cold out and the button and the zipper weren't working. I was thinking we're getting a microphallus story here. Like,
no,
small turtle.
It was
dick
in the
thing.
pool.
Yeah, that's what I was thought. Like he's setting it up. He's like, it's cold out. The pants don't work. And then everyone's on my dick. But no, I know the good little Catholic PNoles is like, I'm short on I got some compression shorts just in case. Like, I don't want nobody seeing my business because nobody deserves it unless it's behind a paywall. So I get it. Thank you, PNoles.
I forget what I did. I feel there was something that I used to like kind of like to pin it together after that, like just so I could like function the rest of the night. I forget what it was, but I almost like the thing I'm thinking of in my mind is like one of those clips you used to hold a bag of chips shut.
Yes. Yeah.
But I'm like, there's no way that was there. So I forget what ridiculous item I actually had to use to prevent that from just like falling down the rest of the night.
See, I'm also the same way. Like every once in a while, I get like a ripped hole in some shorts or something, and I don't even want to put a safety pin down there because what if that thing comes unattached and it's in an area that it could do some damage? And I'm like, I mean, you know what? I'm gonna just throw these shorts away. You know, sometimes you don't want to hurt yourself.
You just talked shit to Dave about buying well drinks, and you're talking about pinning together your fucking cargo shorts.
I'm saying if we're out, like I had like two, and this is just very specific thing, and I'm sorry, Dave, but like it was like I had like dress shorts that I would wear to work, you know, in the summer or whatever, and there would be like a little ripped hole or something. So I was like, I can just cover it up, and then then I'm get worried that I would think I was
whole pants to work. Okay, go ahead, continue.
Did you say dress shorts?
Well, yeah, they were like this nice microfiber shorts, you know, that you get at Costco. Listen, bro, I worked in advertising. Christ almighty. I didn't have a real job. Like,
hey,
I don't know what this is.
I don't care where you worked. You're describing shorts as dress shorts.
And Tracy, they have a hole in them. They also have a hole in them.
It was a little hole. It was very little.
Held together by safety pins. And he feels like you're like, I got a big business meeting today. I better wear my shorts with the holes in them.
I never had a big business meeting. Okay, that's not what I do.
My Sox Summer as a
108.
My Sox Summer is a man who has split his pants at his daughter's daycare a million years ago, and a man who shit their pants at work. I suggest you get your act together. All right, this is subpar.
Everybody shit their pants once or twice or more.
Oh, there's no question. I actually did it at work. I was just at the urinal, Dave, and I sneezed real hard.
Oh,
and I thought I did, and then I went into the stall. I'm like, I did. And I went back into the office for a minute and I sat down at my desk. I thought I cleaned myself up good. And I'm sitting there. I'm like, I can't do this. I got to go home, you know?
I got to go.
So
I would have quit my job.
I text my boss that I'm leaving or whatever. And I've worked for my boss for a long time. And he just like, like the text was like, he was dying laughing at what happened to me.
You're an open book.
I was at a Kenny Chesney concert in like 2015, and I stayed at my buddy's overnight in the West Loop. And it's like at like 3 a.m, we ordered Sarpinos. And that's obviously where the story starts. And at like 9 a.m, I'm like, all right, I'm going to get on a divvy and I'm going to ride the divvy back home, which is like, I don't know, 3 miles. So it's like a 15-minute bike ride. It's not long. And I'm going up Milwaukee Ave. I lived in Ukrainian Village at the time. And I'm like, if I don't fucking find a bathroom right now, I'm going to shit down this entire bike and my entire legs. So I'm like looking for alleys. I'm looking for gas stations, and there's nothing on Milwaukee Ave heading into like the Wicker Park area. And I eventually docked the bike, and I couldn't. We've all seen the what's his face video from the Royals, where he's telling the
George
story. George Brett.
Yeah.
And it was just like that. Like if I would have taken one farther step, like I would have just shit my brains out. And I'm like, all right, well, I can't just stay here like a statue for the next 30 years. So I did it. And sure enough, like right outside my apartment too. Couldn't make it. It was bad. It was a bad day.
So I don't know how to segue that into this, but PNoles, I want to talk to you about some baseball for a minute. And George Brett might be a good segue. Although I did think when I was trying to say George Brett to you, I almost said Brett Favre, but I was thinking back to PNoles' story about his fly being open. So, but PNoles,
Right.
let's take a look into the future here. We're looking at halfway to St. Pat's Day at the park. Let's call it September 10th, Friday game against the Red Sox. What place are the Sox in? How full is the stadium? And what goes down that night?
All right, so they're tied for first place on this date. We got a real honest to goodness pennant race. And I'm in the park wearing this suit since it's halfway to St. Patrick's Day. Chris Sale is on the mound for the Red Sox.
Ooh.
Oh, I like that.
That'll be a tough game.
Yeah.
The White Sox have actually had some injury problems in their rotation, and they need someone to turn to beat Chris Sale in a big game. So they pick up Dylan Covey off of waivers. He's coming out. He's coming in to try to outduel him yet again, only this time it counts. And the White Sox win a 1-0 game.
Yes.
Off of like a Brute single by Nick Madrigal. That's how it's going to go down.
That's a great setup. I can't, the last time when that happened, PNoles, that was in Boston. It was the Sale versus Covey. And Treasy and the Sox were gigantic underdogs in that game.
You bet
Treasy
it.
and I put $100 on the Sox, and we tweeted out, because we were doing the event kind of later in the week with the Sox Machine crew, so with Jim and Josh and everyone at the what's the little pub on 39th Street, Treasy? Ballpark pub. So we were doing a little event there, and we said, if we win this, we're going to put all this money on the bar. And sure enough, they fucking win that game. And so I walked in with an envelope full of money, and I just handed it to the owner. I was like, here, put this $360 on the bar. This is for everyone to eat and drink off of, until it runs out. It was fucking terrific.
I do like that the moment that My Sox Summer put his headphones onto his youngest daughter, Beef Loaf dropped 2 F-bombs in like seconds.
She don't hear that at home. Come on. I know parents.
I know. I just thought
Thanks,
the timing
Pat,
was impeccable.
jerk. Thanks,
Yeah,
Bill.
that Red Sox game in Fenway is one of the absolute most favorite that I've ever been to. I'd never been to Fenway before. A couple of my friends and I were just in Boston for the weekend to check the place out because we hadn't been. But being able to go to that game, we splurged to some good seats. We're right, like pretty close to the plate and all that. I was like leading the Dylan Covey hype train at the time. I think that doesn't look so great. This is an old takes exposed situation, but like I was all tweeting about how like Dylan Covey is our best pitcher. This is something to be celebrated. This is awesome. Like
he was for a hot minute, dude. His fastball was so heavy. I mean, it's not like he was some junk. Like he was like 94, 95, but his fastball was like a bowling ball. His command was just horrific. And he didn't really have any secondary pitches, but I would like, even when the Sox just fucking said beat it, like I still thought that there is a chance that he'd be a solid, like back end of the rotation starter somewhere.
Did he wind up on the Rays or did he go straight to the Red Sox? Because the Rays feel like a team that could figure that guy out.
The Red Sox just cut him again like 2 months ago.
Again. So he had two stints with them?
Yeah, they DFA'd him. No one picked him up, and they just outrighted him. And then they DFA'd him again or something like that. I thought that's what it was, but like, because I have a lot of Red Sox fans that follow me because Barstool started in Boston, and I hate Red Sox fans. I hate Patriots fans. I hate the city of Boston, even though I like it, but I'll never say that on Twitter. But like every time that I would see Dylan Covey's like coming in for the Red Sox, I would just trash those losers. Even though I kind of like Covey.
The thread through this show has been a hatred for the Boston Red Sox fans.
Basically has.
They're the worst people ever. They're
the worst. I agree.
They're
they are the
worse
worst.
than Cubs fans. They're worse than Yankees fans. They are the most insufferable people I've ever dealt with in my entire life. And I used to like Boston sports because they were always like the blue collar, gritty, like, you know, especially like when Brady won his first ring against the Rams. Like, I was like, I like this guy. Like, he's an underdog. Like, he's a competitor. And then, like, I started dealing with Red Sox fans. I'm like, nope, fuck these guys. Like, fuck these guys. Just awful.
So, PNoles, what's your outlook on the season, just in general? How are you feeling about the Sox, and how are you feeling about the division as a whole?
I mean, I think it's going to be a dogfight. I mean, the Sox and the Twins are pretty close. It could go either way. I think the Twins have more stability. Sox have more upside. So it's
Totally
going to be a pretty close contest. I mean, I think health is going to decide it. I really do. I think that whichever team stays healthier is probably going to wind up winning it because they're both very equally talented teams. To see Byron Buxton, like, what happened to him? Something he's already out for the count for some reason.
Broke his tooth.
Broke his tooth. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So that guy just keeps finding new stuff. So that's great.
What was he doing? He was like eating steak or something?
Yeah, eating steak. Like he's
steak.
biting to the bone. Is he like picking it up with his like just like a T-bone and just like chomping into it? He's like, oh, I found some bone. Like what happened?
So I think it's it's like one of these injuries where it's a long-term type thing, and it's like that's the last straw. That's the straw that broke the camel's back type situation. Because I have chipped a tooth before that also led to a root canal, like Byron Buxton had. And I did on a slice of pizza. There's no bone in a slice of pizza. My tooth was just ready to go apparently, and it snapped off. And then a couple weeks later, I had to get a root canal. Like that. That's kind of how it goes. So
I've heard that's hell on earth too.
Yeah, it's not fun. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I'm not a big. I was nervous about getting put under. Because that's a little risky, but the guy's like, no, you're fine. Yeah, you're fat, but it's okay. You can get put under. No major risk here. I said, I got asthma. He goes, well, put your inhaler right there. Don't worry about it. That shit was over before I knew it, because I was put out. But the recovery wasn't that bad. They give you some painkillers. You take them for a few days. You eat ice cream. I mean, what's wrong about that? And then it's over with.
There you go.
So maybe Buxton will have to get on that ice cream diet, and he'll get up to Beef Loaf's weight, and maybe he won't be a problem. It won't be a problem for us at all. I kind of like this.
Yeah, the 4 days I'd eat ice cream after my root canal, that's how I got this fat.
He's one of those guys, even though he's never really done much. Like, I'm terrified every time he's facing the Sox.
Oh, for sure.
For no reason at all. For no reason at all.
He's good.
That guy could win an MVP award someday.
Oh yeah.
It's definitely within his talent. He's never healthy enough. And I mean, he had strikeout problems too, but I mean, if that guy ever puts it all together and stays in the field for a full season, that's going to be dangerous.
He runs like a fucking deer. He's got a hose. He's got power to all field. Like I
was going to say he's
every single tool.
He's a terrific defender, like an amazing to watch defender. And
that's the problem with the Twins this year. They are going to be tremendous on defense. Like that, they've really improved, and I'm worried about that. I'm worried about, like, we got a lot of guys who are loved by the BABIP gods, and rightfully so. But it's going to be tough when you got guys that cover a lot more ground than the rest of the guys in the league.
That's true.
Yeah, and you put Simmons in that infield, like that's a new element that they haven't had before. They've always been kind of weak defensively in the infield, trying to stick like Polanco at shortstop and all that. So I think that they're going to have a big upgrade there.
Yeah, they went after their weak points as much as they kind of, with the exception of the starting pitching. And the White Sox kind of did the same thing with the exception of right field. They says, well, we'll just try this. Yeah, sure. and the Twins did that with the starting pitching. The Twins are just like, we'll put J.A. Happ here. Maybe that'll work. I don't know. Yeah,
Jay,
that's what I'm saying.
That's,
Jay Happ, like, maybe that'll
that feels
work.
like a mistake. That's going to come back to bite him.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that's going to be a mistake against the Sox. I mean, that's that is the biggest. Yeah, that just feels like I was glad to see it. Let's just say it that way.
I mean, like so much of it's a big chunk of your season that you play against one team, and it's the team that you're in a dogfight against. And I mean, hopefully we get to see him 3-4 times, and they can our lineup can just have their way with him. I mean, he's fine, like in the aggregate. There's nothing wrong with J.A. Happ. He's just a really bad fit for who the Twins are trying to beat.
Right.
Yes. And that's why you just got to love it. That's why you got to, I mean, I think looking at this Sox team, as much as I think I know I'm critical of it, and probably everyone in this Zoom room right now are critical of the team and what they could have done in the offseason and all those things. But you look at it and you got to think that, damn, this is a really good team, and probably one of the better ones we've seen in forever. So I don't know. I'm excited for it. I hope that halfway to St. Pat's Day is less eventful than what PNoles is looking for. But I will take what he's given us there if that in fact is what happens.
And I think if it's that close, I think if it's that close at that stage of the season, I mean, I think I'd take that at this point, just because it'll be exciting. It'll be something that we haven't seen in a while. I mean, I could be greedy and say, oh, we've got this locked up. We're 6 games ahead at that point. But I don't know. I mean, I think this fan base is just completely starved for any level of excitement in September. It's been since like 2012, and gosh, that ended quite poorly down the stretch. But I think like that's I think I would take a tie in September 10th. If you told me right now that was what was going to happen, I'd say, yeah, let's do that. Let's have that exciting pennant chase. Maybe we win a wild card, even if we don't win the division, and we'll see where the chips fall.
I mean, we were so starved that you had a Ken WO buying postseason merch when we made the postseason, and then by the time we limped into it, as he put it, he still had a hat and a shirt that he had bought for him and his son. So like, that's how starved it is. The man openly hates it that we limped into the playoffs, but yet still bought the shirt and the hat because he had to. Like, that's how bad it was. So yeah.
Is Ken coming on today?
No, we tried to get him.
They can't.
He's got some life events going on today.
Oh, no, he
with
doesn't.
The kids. I told him you're going to be right between Summer George and White Sox Dave, and then he had events that he had to get to. So I mean,
yeah, he changed his mind all of a sudden.
He's
I don't know
me.
what it was. He's ducking you, I think. Yeah,
he's ducking me.
I was actually I really kind of wanted to line him up right with PNoles and just get some shit talking going for the tourney, because that's good for the brand.
That's how we do. Yeah.
But man,
Eddie absolutely loves his videos for this tournament.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
With the velvet suit or whatever he wears.
Yes.
That suit is amazing. Like, the fact that he owns it is the least surprising thing that's ever happened on the internet.
His suit looks like John Holmes curtains from 1972. I mean, like, it doesn't look like any. It's like a timepiece. It doesn't look like anything anyone could buy right now. There's no store that has that suit.
Those look like the curtains that John Holmes sold in the 80s to pay for his massive drug habit.
Yes.
So, but speaking of that, like, so, we got some great minds here. Ken bought that at some point for a real reason. Let's try and brainstorm as to what he needed to do that he was like, this is the suit that I need to wear to go do this.
He's meeting Harold Baines that day.
Maybe.
That sounds plausible.
I mean,
actually.
I don't think we even need a brainstorm now. I think you kind of nailed it on the head.
That's simple. There's nothing else he'd be more excited about.
He's getting a chance to get an autograph from Harold Baines, and he gets a velvet suit for the occasion. Oh man, that feels Ken WO. That's perfect.
The only one thing clear, Chirizi, it's Ken Wo. It's definitely Ken Wo, and I am a Ken Wo truther. That's the way he's been referred to back in his days in Southside Sox. It's beyond the point where he gets any jurisdiction over how it's pronounced. I know he put the periods in his name to try to help people understand the reference, but I don't give a damn. He's Ken Wo.
You know what? I met him the first time I met him. I was up in the concourse. I was running to the bathroom, and I ran into him, and I was like, "Oh, you're Ken Wo," and he's like, "Oh, it's actually Ken WO."
Fuck that. No.
And since then, I've said it. But I do remember that conversation very vividly because we spoke, I would say, probably for 5 straight minutes about how good performance enhancing drugs are and how we need them more in the Major League Baseball.
Hell of an
Big fan of
icebreaker.
those.
Shane,
Hey,
what's
he's
up,
not
man?
lying. That was the most entertaining era of baseball in history of baseball. So
Yeah,
I'm all with
Hard
him,
to
man.
argue with it.
Like, let's get those home runs back.
They might
Shane,
be
how you
dead
doing
again.
there, buddy?
Apparently the ball's
Hey, Shane.
different again.
How are you guys?
I feel like you're outside somewhere.
I am outside somewhere. Can you
Oh,
hear
what up,
me?
Shane?
Yeah, I can
Yeah,
hear you.
we can hear you. Hell yeah.
Dave, how are you? Yeah, we just did a very irresponsible St. Patrick's Day brunch at Whiskey Business in Wicker Park. I'm about 15 mimosas in, and I feel kind of bad about it, but it's 2021.
Yes. Shane,
You know,
I want to introduce you as the Baba Booey of the score because somebody tweeted that yesterday that you are Gary, the producer that they're trying to make entertaining, and I love it. I love the reference and like congratulations becoming the Baba Booey of the score.
Well, who's Baba Booey, and why does somebody have to try to make me entertaining? I'm just entertaining on my own. I don't need people to try to make me entertaining.
Gary,
Yes.
Howard Stern's producer.
Oh,
Gary.
Gary. Okay,
Yeah.
Gary Howard Stern. Okay, yeah, no problem.
Gary Delabate.
I mean, fine. I'll take that association. No problem. How are you guys doing? How's this going so far? Dave, I
Good.
like the hat a little bit.
Is that?
I like the hat.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah. But it's been with me for about a decade now, so it's got a lot of use.
Good. How are you guys doing?
Good.
Are you drunk
Fucking
yet?
great.
This is my first beer. I'm almost done with it.
Dave, how
I
did
haven't even
the
gotten up yet.
how'd the launch go yesterday?
So I told them when I logged on. So there was a little glitch in the app where when you make a bet, it doesn't like take it off the board and put it to like active bets. So it was doing that on Thursday when we actually launched. They fixed it, and then it did it again yesterday. And I put $1,000 in of like fun money that I wasn't too worried about losing. I was up 500 on the first day, and then I got down to I had to put another 350 in yesterday. So we had this bet yesterday. It was a parlay. It was Jimmy Butler and Zach Levine to both score 25 points or more in the Bulls versus Heat game last night. And we boosted the odds from, I think it was plus 260 to plus 312, like 312 for the Chicago area code.
Yeah,
and
of course.
I put $100 bet in on it, and I accidentally did it 4 times.
Oh, Jesus.
Because I'm like, oh, fuck.
Oh, shit.
Once I realized, so I could have cashed out and just lost like $10 or whatever the vig is. And but I let it ride and that brought me all the way back. So I'm up like 300 or so on the entire weekend so far. But it was all because of a glitch in our app.
Well, take it where you can get it, man. Take it where you can get it.
You need the bank error in your favor card from Monopoly.
Yeah. That's exactly what it was. It was a bank error in my favor.
All right, fellas, I got to get rolling. I'll see you later. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks, PNoles.
Thank you.
Have a great
Thank you
day,
for
everybody.
joining
Thank
in.
you for coming, buddy.
We'll talk to you
appreciate
very
it.
soon.
Yeah, I got to bounce too, fellas. I got to hit the shower, then I got to head to Joe's, but I will be out and about for the rest of the day. If you guys plan on doing this all day, I'll be around. So
Yeah, tweet at us, hit us up. Don't make sure you turn off your camera and everything before you get in the shower. Or not, depending
Yeah,
on,
we'll
on
go
how
with
much
you guys have
how
your
much fun you
OnlyFans
want on
account.
this.
This could be some good exclusive content, right?
That's true. Yeah, we'll have to
Watch
usher that over there for sure.
My little Irish dog.
Watch White Sox Dave wash himself. Yes.
A live shower nap.
Yep.
I was gonna take a shower nap this morning, but I didn't. I wish I would have, but all good.
All right, take care,
Thanks
Dave.
a lot, Dave.
But I'll see you guys
Thank you,
soon, all
Dave.
right?
Absolutely.
Appreciate it. Yes.
Absolutely. So Shane, it sounds
Yeah.
like I was gonna ask you what you're drinking, but it sounds like it's been mimosas all morning.
Yeah, it's, you know what, man? It was a very good deal at Whiskey Business. It was $40 to do all you can drink mimosas and what they called an Irish breakfast, which is not an Irish breakfast, but it was here's the thing, like you can perpetuate, I think that's the right word, my culture however you want, but don't perpetuate it by calling an Irish breakfast a rye bread eggs Benedict with jalapenos and corned beef. That's not an Irish breakfast. You can't just throw corned beef on anything and call it an Irish breakfast. It's bullshit.
You know what that sounds like? It sounds like the Bart Simpson gif with the cake. At least you tried. That's what it sounds like. The breakfast they did right there.
Yeah, it was good, but like an Irish breakfast is Irish bacon, bangers, like a good Irish sausage, eggs, beans, blistered tomatoes, and a little bit of toast. But like it was like jewel rye bread with a poached egg and some like shitty hollandaise and dried out corned beef. It was good, but just don't. The only thing I ask is don't call it an Irish breakfast. That's it.
See, when you
call it
said
breakfast.
when you said Irish breakfast, I was not thinking mimosas because that doesn't ring like Irish to me. Like I would think that it was like you were drinking whiskey and then you were eating the rye bread from Jewel. Like that to me speaks more Irish. So, I don't know did they have oranges in Ireland? I don't think they do. I think they only have potatoes.
No, the climate doesn't support it. Here's the thing, my Sox summer. You gotta start slow when you're starting at 9 a.m. Our reservation was for 9 to 11. So we're walking out of here now, and now we pick up the pace. But like I had to pace myself, which obviously I did not do that. I did not pace myself early. And I broke the seal way too early. But
man.
My girlfriend
Shane, if you have to take a leak while you're walking and talking to us, please do. All right. We don't mind that. All right.
It's very close. My girlfriend's place is like 3 blocks from the place, so we're okay. We're walking there right now, and I'll put myself on mute, relieve myself, and then come back to you guys.
All right.
Well, I think we're all feeling that right now because I think we all got up, had some coffee before we started doing all the drinking.
Too much coffee.
And like I know I've gotten up once. I think Beef, you've already gone a couple times. Yeah, I've
gone 3 times. I think.
We're old men now, so it's a little bit tougher on us. But
I got up twice, but I'll be honest with you, one of those times just to play with myself. All right, go ahead.
Did you wash your hands there either?
It was mimosas for brunch, but now you said you're going to really get into it now. What are you going after? What are you drinking post brunch?
So I'm trying to stay away from beer as much as possible lately because like the bloat is so bad and I eat like shit. So I figure the one thing that's easy enough to eliminate is the carbonation of beer. So I'm just doing whiskey. Maybe a value whiskey today, maybe like 4 Roses or something like that. Not even the single barrel, but just the regular 4 Roses. And then I don't know, when I start losing my inhibitions, we'll go back to beer a little bit later. I gotta establish that base and foundation with a little bit of whiskey, and then we'll kick the beer. And when I forget that I told myself I'm not drinking beer for a little while.
Yeah, it's hard for a as we are in the 108 like a social drinking crew. It's hard to sit there and drink a whiskey because you want to continue the motion, right? Like the drinking motion, and like it's hard to pace yourself. As I don't know if you saw me on the 108 Fest show. It's hard for me to pace whiskey as I showed everybody. And that was like we were talking earlier about the original Four Loko and then like Red Bulls and vodkas, and I had so much caffeine. I had a 2 liter of caffeine in me plus all that whiskey. So that really worked against me on both sides. Normally I should have been passed out dead or passed out anyway. Like I wouldn't the body's natural response to that would have been to go to sleep. But because I had so much like Coke running through me, and not the good Coke, the cherry Coke, I was awake and still talking, and I was just like, this is bad.
And also, you're a professional, you know that, so you know what it takes to power through that moment of weakness to give the people the content they want.
That's true.
That's right.
Yeah, and when your father, who rarely watches your stuff, watches that show and then says, "The whiskey got you, boy. You got to start drinking water." And then and he's a guy that the whiskey has gotten several times. Like I just had to learn, so I'm learning.
Man, it tastes so good. You don't want to stop drinking it, and it takes so long to kick in. So you're like, okay, so 2 is fine, 3 is fine, 4 is fine. You think 5 is fine, but then you're face down in a river.
Yes.
I just want to let you guys know in the comments, Shane, the people love the walking tour right now. They're really enjoying like a man on the street. They want to see if you're going to interview any random people while we're on this thing. I'm not telling you to do that, but the people in the comments, they're curious if that's going to happen or not.
we're right at the apartment right now, so probably not. But as soon as we get up there, my buddy Brian is in a full Care Bear suit. Brian, turn
Okay,
around
that's
for a
Oh
second.
shit, that
is.
guy looks good. Yes.
Yeah.
I love that guy. Yes.
I'll tell you guys something. I've been looking at season ticket packages, like 20 or 40 games, and I think I'm grabbing section 110. So we
you'll be
might
right in the hood.
pretty,
Be
we
right
might be
by
pretty
us.
near you for about 40 games this season.
We'll
Why-
be neighbors
why-
again.
Why 110 over 108? That's I mean, just I
Yeah,
mean,
There's
same seat.
no availability. 108 is not available.
No,
Well,
here's the
let's-
deal, Shane. It's like an off the menu order, and I know you understand that. You have to like harass the ticket agent and say, "I want 108 seats," and then they'll tell you the line. Okay, I pulled a few strings,
Yeah,
and then they'll make it happen.
They did you a favor.
Yeah,
I'll text Brooks and tell him, hey, no matter what, I'm spending my money with you.
yep,
Put me in the 108.
yeah. He's
That's right.
he'll definitely take care of it. He's very good at that.
I feel like I can only imagine that conversation. Some poor ticket rep is like sitting there, and Brooks Boyer walks in, and he's like, "I need you to get this guy in the fucking 108, or you're fired."
What are you guys drinking today?
So we're drinking some Goose Island. We got it's called Little Risk.
Little risk.
Yeah.
It's a session stout. So definitely going to put the pounds on, but it's a nice ABV where we can kind of hopefully hold on for at least another hour or so.
So Sharizi,
Exactly.
I was looking into this because I happen to have a Guinness empty next to me, and a Guinness is like a 4% ABV, and the Goose Island is what, a 2.8? So
2.6.
2.6. It's nice and low.
it's a
nice and
2.6.
low.
So it's really not that much of a difference, and like again, a great beer to drink all day, especially
Sounds
on a day
good to
like
me.
today. Yeah,
It's delicious. It's actually very delicious.
very good.
And it's almost like Salt Lake City alcohol levels. So I mean, like I feel like I can really do this for another 6-7 hours, and we'll see how it goes.
I hope so.
Unlike
I hope you
this
keep
time-
going after we're offline here. I hope.
Speaking of the whiskey, the one time I think was the worst was, so Shane, I got one of those little barrels. I don't know if you've ever seen these little barrels that you can age whiskey in. And so I've got a friend who, and she's a bartender up in, I think, St. Paul. And she was like, you should put an actual drink in there and age it. And so I mixed Manhattans into it, and I barrel aged Manhattans for like 2 weeks. And then I was like, oh, we got this, we got the crossover podcast with Sox in the Basement. So it'll be a long one. It'll be cool to just have this like cask right here, and I'll just like be pulling from it throughout, which is a terrible idea. And it looked cool, but my God, drinking like 40 Manhattans is probably one of the worst decisions I could ever make.
You're going to have My Sox Summer's dad texting you saying, boy, the whiskey's getting to you.
He texts now.
And he would.
I'm
He would
surprised
do
he
that.
made that jump. He can actually text now. He went from not even having a cell phone to now he texts me stuff. And my mom is on the emoji train. Like she just sends like 18 emojis sometimes. I'm like, are you a
it's the
fucking
worst.
teenager or what? What are you doing?
I'm a little bit younger than you guys, so my parents are a little bit younger, and my mom is still like a texter. She'll text me like 15 times during the day, just with all these like stream of consciousness thoughts, just like, I love you, Mom, but shut the hell up.
Oh man.
Wait till later. I'll get to you later. My God.
So Shane, let us know. Do you need a break? You need to break off for a second?
I don't need a break. I'm waiting for my buddy Eric to get out of the bathroom right now. I'm gonna pee real quick. I'm gonna mute you guys. I'll bring you in there with me. But
oh yeah, we have hog potential.
Let's do this. We might see hog. We might see hog, guys. Oh, he's trying to tease us. He's got good positioning. He's trying to tease us just a little bit. You know, see, look at that.
Oh my goodness.
I'm in here, but I'm gonna mute you. Hold on. You don't want the stream.
Content.
If he just misses muting us, like, see, there you go. That's what you need. This is what I was hoping for.
I was very nervous that he was going to try and mute us, and the phone would fall.
Boom,
and then
right down.
Just a quick cock flash. That's
well, no, because I figure it on the floor, we'd almost be getting the goat. Like he'd be giving us the goat. And it's just like
a huge garden hose.
We don't want to get Chuck, we don't want to get Chuck buried here. Okay,
be
careful. It's not that kind of show. A little hog is fine, but we don't need all that shit.
We don't want to
Man,
get pissed
Good
on.
Chuck Berry pull though. I'm
Dude.
impressed. Steve.
That is good. I actually was listening to a Little Stern this morning, and there was a song about Chuck Berry wanting to piss on somebody, and I was like, shit, I forgot about that. And now Loaf, because he can read my mind, this totally brought out the Chuck Berry and the piss situation. Like I would have went R. Kelly if we were talking about getting peed on. R. Kelly's the normal pull, but the Chuck Berry pull, that's good.
You got to go a little bit further back. I mean, that's the way I feel about it, at least. Anyway.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Look, Shane is washing his hands.
Pretending to wash his hands. That was nice.
It's keeping it classy. I like that classiness.
I didn't pretend. It was nice, Mrs. Myers. So now we're gonna let the next guy in there. All right.
Good.
So what are the questions you guys set me up with? What was the
so tell
where
me,
the White Sox gonna be?
Well, before we get to that, I feel like you're definitely, from what I can tell right now, a St. Pat's guy. So tell me about a great St. Pat's Day memory.
Oh, great St. Pat's Day memory. Yikes. I don't have many really good ones. I have an ex-girlfriend who spat in my face one year because she was blackout drunk.
Wow.
I have, oh man, okay, so 2 years ago, I had a St. Patrick's Day. We went to Four Shadows, which is I can't remember where that is. It's like Lakeview Lincoln Park, Four Shadows. And it was when Miller Lite started doing the release of that, like the caricature of the guy with the really big beard. Like Miller Lite did the St. Patrick's Day big beard guy a couple of years ago. And we were at this bar for 2 or 3 hours. And the bartender is finally like, wait, hold on 1 second. And he pulls out this t-shirt of the Miller Lite guy and he puts it up to my face, and I'm identical with my beard to the Miller Lite guy. He gave me like 4 t-shirts and a bunch of merch. So that's a recent St. Patrick's Day memory. But like I'm legitimately Irish. Like all 4 of my grandparents are from Ireland. My parents aren't, but all 4 of my grandparents are. So I'm second generation Irish American, whatever. So we did the legitimate St. Patrick's Day. We did the corned beef, cabbage, very dry, untoasted brown rye bread on the actual St. Patrick's Day. So it wasn't until I became of drinking age, living in Chicago, that we started doing the big time, going out, get hammered, appropriating the culture of St. Patrick's Day. So I think there are values in both. I appreciate both of them. Like I'll still do a real St. Patrick's Day dinner of boiled potatoes, corned beef, brisket, and cabbage this weekend. But like Irish food sucks. Like, I'm Irish and I love to cook, but everything's boiled to shit and it's got no flavor. But I mean, it's a good time. My grandpa died about 7-8 years ago. He's my best friend in the world, and his birthday is 2 days after St. Patrick's Day. So I try to incorporate the fun and the memories, that kind of thing, and do like legitimate St. Patrick's Day, but also have fun with my friends, that kind of thing,
That's awesome.
That's cool. Yeah, that's very cool. It's nice too to keep those traditions and not kind of let those traditions fade. You can do the new fun stuff, but also let's keep some of this stuff that's been going for a long time because it matters.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. What are you guys doing?
Well, I probably am going to be really bad on you here. I bought all of the traditional stuff for St. Patrick's Day, like the potatoes and the carrots, the cabbage, and then the brisket. But And I read, I was reading the boiled thing, and I know my wife will lose her mind. So I think I might just crock pot it. And throw it all. I'm like, you hate the crock pot, right? Like I was gonna bring this up. Like you probably hate the fucking crock pot, and like I get it. Like but is it any different than the boil? I mean, seriously, like
it's not about. You can develop more flavor in a Dutch oven. And go low and slow in your oven and get yourself a nice sear on the exterior of the corned beef brisket.
Should I do that instead? I have a Dutch oven.
But here's the thing. If you know one thing, like I want your meal to turn out good. So if you're familiar with the crock pot, you go ahead and do that pussy ass bullshit and put your corned beef in your crock pot and go ahead and shoot your way to dinner. But it's something we're gonna have to work on over the next couple of months.
Hey,
get you away from the podcast.
I'm getting better at my breakfast foods. You've seen the breakfast food.
Yes. Oh my
stuff,
God,
and,
your breakfast sandwich looks phenomenal.
I mean, fat guys need to know how to cook breakfast sandwiches. I mean, that's just that's
It's the most important meal of the day.
Oh, and Aldi sells. I'm a big Aldi fan. With the 2 kids and all this, and it's like,
Love
like everything generic is great. Okay, so and it's not all cheap, and it's definitely not all good for you. But like they have some pretty good options, and it's not awful. But the pre-cooked sausage patties are like the best thing ever because you just gotta brown them and then you throw them right on a sandwich. I mean, it takes away like all of the. You don't have to have a McMuffin. You can make a McMuffin in the time it takes you to drive to get a McMuffin. So
I think Hamilton Beach makes like a decent $12-15 breakfast sandwich maker where it will make the egg and the bacon the size of the English muffin.
Yeah,
it's great. I'm all for that kind of stuff, and I love Aldi, man. I do like my big shopping at Mariano's, but like Aldi, all the staples in the pantry, all the canned shit, I get all that at Aldi. Are you kidding me?
The fresh stuff though is a little weird.
Shane, I think the last time I saw you in person, you were holding a bag of Mariano's, and it was at the school studios.
Yeah, you were in our performance studio.
Yeah, Herb and I were trying to find somewhere to record Locked On Sox way back in the day when it was first starting. Yeah, it was in your performance studio, and you were nice enough, and I've told this story before, you were nice enough to help us find a studio, even though you weren't involved in any of the shit we were doing. So I really appreciate you doing that. It was very nice of you.
I mean, meat eater, that's kind of my thing. Like I'm supposed to be around to find people's studios. By the way, what's the beef with you and Tanny? Because I think I missed that. So I heard you guys talking about that on the selection show the other night.
So it actually started with Herb. Herb was giving a little shade to my alma mater, mine and Teresa's alma mater, De La Salle. He's giving a little shit, even though Ethan Shaw, Terry Boers' former left tackle, was in my graduating class. He was at the score, De La Salle guy.
Shit.
How about a Cy Strezzo? How about he's a De La Salle grad as well?
That's good. Yeah, that's good.
Okay, that better pull? Okay.
Sure.
Anyway, Herb gives a little shit, and then he said, "Yeah, I think they're called the meteors." And Chris is like, "Oh yeah, they're meat eaters, right?" And he was doing a Sopranos, like a little Sopranos thing. But when we were in high school, there were derogatory names for every single one of the mascots of all the teams in the Catholic League. None of which I really would care to repeat on this broadcast. But the Meteors one was meat eaters. Like, they messed with us with that name. So it was like, my feelings weren't really hurt, but I thought, let me check this out. And so I'm like, he's okay. Chris is going to be okay. I'm not going to be pissed unless he was in the Catholic League. And so I reached out to Herbie. I sent Herbie a text. I said, did he go to Gordon Tech? I'm going to guess he went to Gordon Tech. He goes, yeah, he went to Gordon Tech. I'm like, this motherfucker. He did that shit on purpose. And so that's why we had to bring it up. And now he cleared it up with the Sopranos thing or whatever, or he backed off of it. Maybe he's a little scared of the beef loaf. I don't know.
He might be a little scared. The one thing I'll say about Chris Tannehill, he is the nicest man in the industry. He's the most talented man in the industry, but he doesn't want any smoke from anybody. He doesn't know how to handle smoke. So I sit next to this guy officially for 4 hours a day, but like there's plenty of pre-show stuff and post-show stuff, but I know that guy better than the majority of people in my life right now, and he doesn't want any smoke. He can't handle it. He doesn't like being in the spotlight. So like when he gives smoke to somebody or gets smoke from somebody else, that puts him in the spotlight, and he hates being in the spotlight.
He doesn't like
he deserves to be in the spotlight.
Right. I would say that's weird. I mean, they do a great job on that podcast, and Chris sounds good, and obviously he's a great sound man in general. But I mean, his thoughts and takes on the Sox are really good. Like, I don't know why wouldn't he want to be? He should be a voice that people get a chance to hear on the Sox.
I'm not sure, man. He's so smart, and he has so many White Sox opinions that end up being pretty damn accurate. And he's such a good dude, and just doesn't get the recognition he deserves. But partly his own fault because he turns it down. He doesn't want the recognition, but he's such a good guy. Such a good dude.
Speaking of Sox takes, let's get some from you. So let's put you in this place. We're going to be at, let's call it halfway to St. Pat's game. Let's call it September 10th. We're playing the Red Sox towards the end of the season. What place are the Sox in? How full is the stadium? And then what goes down that night?
So I hate that bitch Lori Lightfoot. So I don't think she's going to do many things to support baseball fans. Like she pretends to be this big baseball fan, and I love baseball so much. I want everybody to be happy. I don't believe that for a second. I think that we're going to be at 40% capacity, maybe 50.
Oh, wow.
I think the White Sox will be in first place. And I think that Andrew Vaughn will have 30 home runs.
Wow.
I think that's my
Interesting.
super hot
30
take.
home runs.
Like, yes, I think Andrew Vaughn will have 30 home runs by the middle of September. I think he's going to be this unbelievable breakout. Like, there isn't a single flaw in his swing. He's light years ahead of himself in terms of baseball IQ. He understands pitch shaping and what pitches coming at him look like more than anyone I've ever seen. I think he's between 27 and 32 home runs by halfway to St. Patrick's Day.
Wow.
I think he's going to be a breakout all-star.
I mean, this show so far has been the Andrew Vaughn love fest. I mean, like,
Has it?
Dave was all over him too. Dave called him a Freddie Freeman type.
Yes.
Like, I mean, like, there's some
With better eyesight.
there's some
Yeah, exactly.
there's some love going on here. I hope this is real. I mean, I feel
think he's a
bad because
stud.
it would be bad for Yerman Mercedes, but I can take that.
You can live with that, right?
Maybe we'll put him at second catcher.
I think I trust Tony La Russa and his ability to like identify those type of players that can come off the bench every 3 or 4 days and just be like automatic all the time. I think Tony identifies Yermin as that kind of guy, but like something about Andrew Vaughn, he's just this. He reminds me of Jim Thome. Like Andrew Vaughn reminds me of Jim Thome, this short stature, very quick hands, super quick swing, where nothing outside of the actual gameplay gets in his head. You know, he's just like this. He's just this, like, he seems like a veteran already to me.
I love it.
Interesting.
I mean,
I like
the
that.
Vaughn comparisons today, all of which I like. Usually, like, and Beef, you know me. When I hear comparisons, a lot of the times, I'm like, okay, well, you're comparing them for these very specific reasons, and this doesn't make a lot of sense, right? Like, we heard a lot of Nick Madrigal comparisons coming up, and it was like, yeah, but he doesn't actually do those things that you're talking about. So they're just both short. Right, like,
or they're both high contact. Like, he's like Tony Gwynn's. Like, he's not Tony Gwynn. Okay, Tony Gwynn's an all-time great. He does certain things that are similar to what Tony does, but they're not. Don't even put him in the same.
The
thing.
comparison.
The only thing
people have been
Andrew Vaughn
making
does that Tony Gwynn does is swing a bat. Like, we don't know anything about the comparison between the two. They both hold bats in their hands. That's it.
The comparisons people have made today with Vaughn to these other players, they make sense. They make enough sense where you can make that leap. Like, you're talking about very specific things in their game that are similar. And it's like, you're not just like, if you just pulled out like the ugliest baseball player that you had and then said, yeah, he's probably like Vaughn, I would have been like, okay, you're comparing them on a non-baseball level.
Yeah,
but,
looks. Yep.
But the fact that you're going with the quick hands, you know, Dave was talking about the high average, high OBP with low strikeouts. Like, these are things that are actually comparable. And it's interesting to hear people talk about Vaughn like this. And I may be a little drunk, but it's getting me pretty amped up to see this kid up in the majors. Let's get that extension done.
Is there something that Dave brought this up too, and he was talking about like Abreu if he gets hurt, and that's one position I feel like that we probably are deep on. So if an Abreu does go down and gets hurt, Shane, do you see Andrew Vaughn stepping up and being able to be a defensively good first base player and then add with the bat in that? Because I feel like we could have, I mean, we don't have a solid DH either, but we can kind of float around that if we have an Andrew Vaughn playing first base and hitting the shit out of the ball. You know,
so
we have a Zach Collins that can probably play first base too.
Zach Collins. I don't think Zach Collins can do anything except for like clean up the clubhouse.
Oh, he can dance though. He's a dancing for dubs guy.
I am not very high on Zach Collins.
Well, nobody is really.
I think as White Sox fans, we're in this position where like every year outside of this one, we have so many more questions than answers. And I think this year we have so many more answers than questions. And we're trying to find it. It goes back to the criticism that people had about us interviewing Don Cooper on Thursday. shut the hell up, Josh Nelson. Like, I love Josh Nelson.
Shots fired.
No, it's not shots fired. I love Josh Nelson. Sox Machine is a phenomenal format, product, but like, you have to understand, guys like Don Cooper haven't spoken since October, and they have so many things to say. If I'm talking to Don Cooper and I have an opportunity to book Don Cooper, yes, we're going to book Don Cooper to talk about his White Sox 10 years, sure. But we have so many negative things in the history of White Sox fandom to look at as opposed to positive things. Like, our one thing right now is, well, when Yasmani's not DHing or Andrew Vaughn's not DHing, or if Jose Abreu happens to get hurt, is somebody going to be able to step in there and get 2 singles for a game? That we've turned this complete 180 in terms of things to worry about. I'm choosing not to worry about anything. Like, they have so many good players, good baseball players, that somebody goes down, somebody's going to slide in there. Someone will slide in. Yermin Mercedes can come in and be a bat off the bench.
I see what you're saying, Shane, but this is the thinking from an also ran, which we've been for a long time. And so you're right. Sox fans are subject to that, to the concerns and thinking of a team that wants to be in the playoffs all the time. And fan bases that want to be in the playoffs, they're thinking about this shit. I was listening to a podcast the other day, and they had the beat reporter from The Athletic for the Yankees, Lindsay Adler, I think her name is.
Yeah.
And she was talking about how, you know, as on the beat with the Yankees, when you're writing about the 28th or 29th player, Yankees fans are super interested in that. And the reason they're super interested in that, because competing teams know how deep you go into those rosters, right? You're not just 9 or 12 guys deep. Like, White Sox fans on a whole are thrilled because we have 9 to 12 good players right now. The Yankees would have 5 injuries and still win 100 games, you know? So, like, this is where we're migrating over to the thinking of, hey, we're a good team now, and we should worry about some of these things. Now, it's okay to not worry about them. It's okay to just go enjoy. Like, I can't wait to just watch Luis Robert play center field, just as a, like, aesthetic thing. I just want to watch him run down fly balls because he's great at it, right? I just want the entertainment side of it. But I don't think there's anything wrong with Sox fans thinking critically now as a competitive team and saying we're a little light at the back of this rotation. We're a little lacking in depth.
But are you light? Beef? Are you light at the back end of the rotation when Garrett Crochet and Michael Kopech could be in the rotation?
But they're in the bullpen right now.
Not. And that's the problem. But how long? And here's the problem. And I feel bad because I've made Chris Lanuti be quiet for 5 minutes.
He can't handle this.
I don't want to interrupt. I just hope that before Shane leaves, I get to ask him what the reaction was like in the studio after Don Cooper hung up. Because we talked about what we thought it was like on our podcast that came out today, because Ed and I have both been in train wreck interviews before, and those guys did a great job dealing with a guy that was all over the place. No. You guys didn't have a train wreck. Coop was a little off. That's what I'm trying to say. Your guys did a great job, and we said that. But it was like he was all over the place, and you could tell that it was like that was a tough one to deal with. Like we said, if we got off the air after that one, we would need a drink. Like we would need a quick break after it because we would have been worn out after it.
You're a tad distorted. So
you're a little overmodulated.
Let's look at that for a second.
Hold on, I'm fixing. Hold on, am I better there?
Not yet.
No.
Hold on. Stupid thing. I did an update to.
No.
You
got like a little
quieter, but you
got a little fuzz on you.
What about there? Is that better?
Still fuzzy.
Well,
trying this new thing. All right, hold on. I'm going to take this off. I'll be right back. Okay?
All right.
But I wasn't insulting the interview.
It's okay if you were.
I know it was distorted.
I understand that. Like we tend to be, and especially Danny. I love Danny, but we tend to be a little bit sensitive, especially when we're doing such a better job of covering the White Sox and the stupid fucking flagship across the street. We're doing so much better, and we have a better relationship with them. Oh, fuck them. Like Chris Black and Adam Abdallah are liking Josh Nelson's tweet of why are we interviewing Don Cooper? Oh. We're interviewing Don Cooper because he's a fucking story. Don Cooper is a story, and he hasn't spoken once since his departure. You know, so I've got a little bit of frustration around that, but
I think. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right, cool. So I'll clarify what I meant there. We talked about how we would have been exhausted if we had that interview because we've been through crazy interviews in our lives, and we would have gotten to the end of it and we'd have been like, wow, because he kept trying to do the thing where he was like, I'm not angry, while he kept expressing how angry he was. And like you're
Chris,
walking a
that's the thing,
tightrope
man.
as an interviewer to try to figure out how to handle that. And that would have been one of those where you got off of it and you're like, oh, play an extra commercial and I need a drink. Like that's kind of how we viewed that one.
I understand that. So like we come on talking about the things that matter and the problems with his departure. And he says, well, this is my statement. That's all I want to talk about. And then we respect that, right? And then he starts bringing it back up on his own. So how is that our fault if Coop keeps bringing the things up on his own?
No, it's not your fault. After he brought it up the second time, I probably would have pressed more, because if he's going to keep bringing it up and hijacking your interview, then but I got it. You guys were, that was like hold on tight and kind of, do the best you can with a guy who's all over the place type interview.
Yeah. So here's the thing, like we press and then we follow up, but Don Cooper, outside of the drama, is a phenomenal baseball analyst. So we have in my opinion, the best baseball analyst in Chicago, and Steve Stone by far across all of our shows, right? So Don Cooper is right there beside him. And if he decides to not take a job this year and he wants to be an analyst, we want Don Cooper on our payroll to talk about baseball, because it's best for us, it's best for the fans. So if we push and alienate and burn a bridge, then I don't have the opportunity to keep having Don Cooper on. So we get the answers that we want. We understand that Don Cooper's relationship with the White Sox is not the number one story right now, but it's still a story that people want answers to. I want to hold back a little bit to have the opportunity to keep having Don Cooper on every 2 weeks if I want to. You know, so we got the answers we wanted. And that's just about his White Sox relationship. And now I want Don Cooper analyzing Garrett Crochet and Aaron Bummer and Michael Kopech and Liam Hendricks and all these guys and Jimmy fucking Cordero in Charlotte. Put him in Charlotte. I don't want anything to do with Jimmy Cordero. Here's the thing about Jimmy Cordero. You can't roll your sleeves up if you fucking suck. Oh. And he's horrible. He's horrible. So I want Steve Stone analyzing that shit and not pressing to get answers that don't matter right now.
No, that makes sense. And we thought the same thing. Like what we concluded that the way that it went was probably because you wanted to be able to talk to him in the future. And that would have been impossible if you would have just kept going at it. We kind of figured the same thing. Yeah.
I think Shane, what's kind of playing into some of the hate online is the early stuff with Danny and talking to Rick Hahn and what he brought up in the presser there, and then what he tried to do in the show after it, where he was kind of trying to make a mountain out of something that I don't think was necessarily there. Like talking about Rick Hahn, and it's his opinion, and it's something that he wants to put out there. And I know what he's saying from looking at a news site, but I'm saying I can understand why some people might be skeptical of the move of having a Don Cooper on because of how it's gone. Like you had the guy, and I'll let you respond in 1 second. I'm going to pull my Kanye, but
do your thing.
You had Parkins come on and play real hardball with Rick Hahn and then Bob Nightingale, and then Bob Nightingale talks out of both holes, right? We understand that, so it's hard. Like that's a hard thing. And then you roll into a Timmy interview where you like prop Timmy like a motherfucker, right? Like you're putting him, you're giving him his shine. He's got everything, right? And then this. So then it's like, okay, wait, where are we going here? And I think that's it's good. It's good for you guys. It's good for radio. It's nice to have
that.
It's nice to have a discussion. Okay.
No, fuck that being good for us. Here's my question. When the main story is Bob Nightingale comes out with a story and says, hey, Rick Hahn didn't know about Tony La Russa's DUI until Jerry Reinsdorf. Jerry Reinsdorf didn't tell him. Rick Hahn didn't know until the day it went public. How are we in the wrong for putting Danny on the Zoom and talking about the story of the day and asking Rick, when did you know? How is that wrong?
I was happy he asked it. That was good on him for asking that question. I'm with you.
Like I understand people's disdain with Danny with the White Sox, especially after the Manny Machado sign, him and Shep and Mike Chadden holding that up. But
yeah, we never forget.
We wrong. No, I don't forget either. I still give him shit for it. It's the reason we ordered him the White Sox jersey with the 18 on. Like we're gonna make him wear that. We're gonna make him wear it. But how are we wrong for following the day's news and saying, hey, this is the hot shit right now. Nobody's asking about it. Danny, get on the Zoom, ask Rick, when did you know? How is that wrong?
I don't think it's wrong per se. I think it's just I think people can take that as a bad form. That and like it's like
but
I don't
why?
know.
That's the problem. Why?
It's because we live in a culture possibly now that might not be the like that you don't want to like necessarily talk about the bad shit.
No,
So that's the problem. Like if
I don't
James
know.
Keegan jumps on the Zoom and asks Rick, when did you know? Is that a bad thing, or is it a bad thing because Danny asked it?
I think it's a bad thing if he asked it too. I think it would have been a little. For me personally, I'm not speaking for the whole 108. I think it would have been a little bush league.
You're not.
I
don't mind it at all.
Somebody has to ask that question. Somebody.
I don't mind. I was going to say I don't mind having critical questions. I think we're in an era of media in general, and not to cast because I know this is your profession, Shane. We're in an era of media where a lot of people, and I'm not saying you because obviously this is going to go opposite. You guys aren't performing this way, but a lot of people are like gripping to their access. They are literally only like they're afraid to ask a question like Danny asked in that press conference because they're worried. Oh, so and so, the team's gonna cut me off if I ask a real question here, and it shouldn't be like that.
That's a real thing, Shane. I'll tell you from my perspective. I've been told by people inside the White Sox organization to keep being what I am. Because if I had to change enough as they want me to change to be able to start having players on my show, or to have access at Sox Fest like some of the other podcasts have, I wouldn't be me anymore. I've been told that. Like that's what you are, and you would have to make an awful lot of changes for this team to work with you. So we made the decision. We're not making any changes. They're going to have to deal with us,
and that's why it should be. You shouldn't be telling a non-truth just to conform with somebody else's opinion to get a story on. Because if you lied and didn't come forth with the things that you thought, but they put a play around with you, you can't talk about the things you actually want to talk about because you're trying to conform with their opinions, right? I've got a good relationship with White Sox PR. Bob Benthal is a hell of a guy. Scott Reifert, Ray Garcia, they're all good dudes. They put players on with us because we don't sell them out. And we let the players talk about what they want to talk about. The White Sox want to be in the news right now. They want to overtake what the Cubs are. We give them a platform to do that. The Tim Anderson thing. Tony La Russa was great with the morning show with Mully and Hall. They let him talk about whatever he wanted to talk about. And we don't pull punches like that, It's frustrating when we do our best to talk about the news and tell the stories that people want to hear about, and we're called drama stirrers. It's frustrating. It's frustrating.
Well, and I think you alluded to it. Why Danny might get that, because he did try to do that before. I mean, and that's what he was doing. So
yeah, so it's his own fault. It's his own fault.
If I came out and said, "Hey, you guys shouldn't be drinking so much and acting like a buffoon on Zoom. You should be better." Like that's an idiot statement for myself. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I get it, and I'm not personally mad, and I love you. Danny, I like to do like one of those we were talking about last night, maybe like the sumo wrestling math, like suits. I could do that. We could do like a charity wrestling match. We could maybe do like a charity, like those big, huge, fake, boxing gloves. We can like bounce or whatever.
Yeah.
And like, like it's just like a little fun thing, raise some money for charity or something.
Yeah.
But because I don't like. I guess I don't like when people come into Sox Twitter that aren't part of Sox Twitter and then try to make it and I guess that's a personal thing. That's not like anything else.
Here's the thing though. My Sox Summer, without our show, without Danny and the strong interviewer that he is, you don't get the Tim Anderson quote saying "fuck it, we're the best team in the American League." I want to get you in front of Danny Parkins. He's like, I get it. He comes off a little arrogant on the air. Danny Parkins is one of the nicest dudes, and on Twitter. He's one of the nicest, most charitable dudes. He's such a good guy, and he appreciates the White Sox. We give him a hard time on the air about being condescending toward the White Sox. He thinks they're a legit team, and I'm not coming on here to carry water for Danny Parkins, but
don't need to.
Like sometimes, as his executive producer, sometimes I have to, but. In a social setting, you would like Danny Parkins. And without Danny Parkins in our show, there's nobody else is getting the stuff from Tim Anderson that we've been able to get.
So Shane,
You know?
I think what we've boiled this down to at this point is you need to get Danny in the White Sox jersey you bought him.
Yeah.
We need to get him once we get back up to that 40-50%, and we're actually spreading out into the outfield of Comiskey. He needs to come spend a day in the 108 and he can have it out with My Sox Summer over 40 Goose Island beers. And I think
Good.
all will be right in the world.
I'll put him on my shoulder and carry him around like a little parrot. That's what I'll do. I'll put him right there and just carry him around. He's a slight man.
If he walks in with any signage, though, it might all be over for him. Let's
James, I appreciate what you're doing, and I appreciate, like, I know what you're doing, and I don't know what you're doing. I think you're doing something good, and you're bringing a conversation out to people to talk about, which I think is awesome. Like, and like, so as much as I'll say I don't like this, I still love it because we just spent 15 minutes on it, for Christ's sake. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, that's the whole deal. Like, and like, yeah, no, and I would never physically assault Danny Parkins. I want to make that very clear. I would never do that. Like, it's not, because it's not that big of a deal. And I know it comes from a good place. And it's just, everyone's trying to be, like, tell the best story they can, get a new perspective out there. And he's doing that. I just wish he wasn't a fucking Cubs fan.
Everybody has their flaws. Sometimes I drink too much, but in my heart of hearts, I'm a diehard White Sox fan. I understand we're the flagship home of the Cubs, but I'm doing my best to give the White Sox the coverage they deserve and not the coverage they're given the right to with MVP.
Yeah.
But we will continue telling their story, and it's going to be a special 5 to 10 years. I'm very excited. I'm excited to hang out with you guys when things open up, and we can tailgate again. But I'll be there in section 110, and I'll wave at you from a distance, and I'll put my fucking mask on and walk over to the 108 for 5 seconds, however long the ticket people allow us to do it. And we'll have a good time this summer.
Hell yes.
Absolutely. Shane, man,
awesome.
Thank you for joining us, and you're welcome to stay. And I want to tell you one more thing before you go.
Yeah.
You look fantastic. Don't worry about
Does look
drinking some beers today. All right.
Yeah.
Have as many beers as you want.
You could have you could have triple chin, and you wouldn't be able to tell it anyway. So you might as well
Exactly.
just, whatever.
I've stopped drinking beer for the last 2 or 3 months, and I've gone whiskey straight pretty much for a while. So I have dropped a couple pounds, but I'm trying to ride that. I'm trying to bring it into the summer. So if I want to, I can crack open 312 Summer Shandy, which is fucking awesome, by the way. The 312 lemonade is so good. It's really good. And one more before I go, Treasy, you're the bourbon guy, right? Treasy, you're the whiskey guy. Yeah. What's in your rotation right now? Because I'm expanding big time lately.
So right now I got a High West rye that I've got sitting there. It's the double rye, and then I've been picking up bottles of the Jepson's bourbon.
Yeah, it's good.
And that's what's actually going into my cask. But I just recently got something new, which is like it's so you can infuse drinks, right? Like, so it's got this. It's basically the bottom of the bottle screws on with a filter on it, and so you put whatever you want in there. So I've got some stuff that I'm going to infuse some Jepson's bourbon with. So I'll put a video up this week, but yeah, the High West has been kind of the go-to recently. I'm overall, like, if I'm just gonna pick up a bottle of rye, it's usually Templeton. I mean, usually it's a easy go-to, and like Benny's always has it, and so like it's just a nice easy one. But yeah, like High West is up on the list, and that's what I'm plowing through right now.
Love High West. You guys are going to hate this, especially My Sox Summer. But when I had a housewarming party about 1.5 years ago, Danny and his wife Steph brought me a bottle of High West rye. So I'm sorry, My Sox Summer. He is a nice guy.
Oh, I believe he's a nice guy. Yes. I believe he's a nice guy. So.
Terezi, my assignment for you in rye is the Koval rye. Koval is fucking phenomenal.
Yes.
I think it's not Evanston. Few is in Evanston. The Few rye is good. That's in Evanston. But Koval, their rye is phenomenal. Grab that as your next bottle.
It is really good. And you know what else Koval does is they do this. They do 3 bottles. And if you're getting into bourbon, I would recommend to do this. There's 3 bottles that they do. and they're different grains that they use in each. I think it's like oat, wheat, and I forget what the other one is. The other one might be like a mixture. And like
they do a pink grain, a pink corn, grain.
Okay.
I don't know if that's in the middle, the small one.
It may be. I can't remember, but it is a good opportunity to taste those against each other and start to see what the differences are. And I think that's a good way to kind of, if you are new to bourbon, that's a great introduction. And it's not too expensive to get that either, too. So yeah, I love Koval. Few's good too. I'm into Few.
Good.
But yeah, if you ever have a whiskey recommendation, Shane, feel free.
I'll shoot it your way.
Getting those DMs, man.
See, I spend the majority of my fund money, my paycheck fund money, on just like I call it trying new bourbons, but the bottle's gone in like 2 days, so it's not like sipping bourbons. It's just like 4 glasses a night, and we're good to go. All right, guys. I'll talk to you later. My Sox number 3, Chris Beef. I'll talk to you later. Thanks for having me.
Thanks a lot,
brother.
Bye bye.
We are to the final boss.
The closer.
Yes.
Chris Lanuti.
Am I really the closer on
You're
this?
the closer,
baby.
And I put you last
for putting up with an old guy's request that he didn't want to start drinking at 9 a.m. So thank you.
Well, I took that into account, and then I also took into account what guy might we end up talking with for like an hour or 2. And so I was like, so here's what I'm going to do, Chris.
Yeah.
You know, we love you. And so this is, you know, I got some questions for you that I sent over. We'll talk through those, but you tell us when this shit's over. All right.
All right.
It's on you to tell us this is over. Now, there could be a point where my head just smashes into the keyboard and then it's actually over. But we'll see where this goes.
Yeah, I want you to notice that I set up the camera for the banner over the shoulder.
Nice.
I got the chief here. I got my hat. And I'm even drinking my stout out of my
yeah.
So what stout you got today?
I'm having a Kalamazoo stout by Bell's. And the reason is because I just haven't made it up to go get my Guinness and my Murphy's and everything else at Binny's today. My sister and I are handling this pandemic very differently. She is a very physically fit, younger person with no issues whatsoever, who probably is the safest person besides children when it comes to this, and she's hiding in her house. And me, I'm overweight and I'm out drinking. So it's quite the experiment here that we're having. It's like kind of like a science study. So like I'm gonna go, like I know that like there's all kinds of stuff like around the parade route down where Southside Irish Parade would have been tomorrow. Like supposedly there's an impromptu off the books bar crawl going on. I've heard from way too many people that they're doing. So I think there might be literally a parade going down the street tomorrow. It should be a nice day. So, I mean, they may have canceled it officially, but the South Side is rocking this weekend. I was out last night. Everybody's packed in. Like Evergreen Park's been wide open since like December, and they just blacked out all the windows of their bars. So it's a party right now down here. So it's a little different probably where everybody else is. Down here, it's like Texas. So
yeah, for sure. For sure. I saw an article come out. The zip code I'm in is one of the top 5 hardest hit in Chicago. So it's definitely locked down over here. But Chris, I mean, like, you're a Southside guy. I'm sure that the St. Pat's Day memories, or lack thereof, run very deep with you. So why don't you lay a couple out on us? Give us a story or 2 or 3, however many you want to throw down.
Well, you know, for a long time when you're younger, your St. Patrick's Day memories are like the Southside Irish Parade, right? Mm-hmm. It's showing up at the back door and your father looks at you and goes, "Have you been drinking?" And you're like, "Yes." Go down in the basement, go to sleep. I'll tell your mother you're someplace else. Like, I mean, it's like those are my earliest memories at like, 19 years old, like showing up at the door, 18 years old, showing up at the back door. And my father was smuggling me into the basement so I could sleep off the afternoon that I just had. There used to be there used to be an apartment that was on the corner of 104th, I want to say 104th, 105th and Western, right towards the beginning of the parade route. And it was run by, it was always passed on by Chicago police officers. So it was always like the youngest guys that were like from a nearby district. And so every year it changed who was up there, but it was a wild party on the roof. And you'd be up there drinking with guys in uniform. Like they'd be taking breaks from the parade to come up and drink with you. And you're like, you're 18, 19 years old. And they don't even care. Like, what's going on, man? Like, all the rules are just completely off the table. So, I mean, that's my original ones that like I kind of remember. You know, it's when I went to college, I remember our morning radio show did an actual on St. Patrick's Day in the middle of the week. We decided to start the show in a bar, and we got permission from the city of Champaign to have that bar open early, even though the liquor law wouldn't have allowed it. And that was a mistake. But back then it was the Wild West in Champaign. It was the late 90s. And everybody's drinking at like 6 o'clock in the morning when it goes on the air. And I remember my stunt guy who would run around and do all the crazy stuff was arrested by 10 in the morning. And he was arrested live on the air towards the end of the show. And everybody thought it was a stunt. And it wasn't, because they Champaign police had shown up and they were trying to bust kids that were underage that were in the bar. And they grab him and they're like, watch these two girls. And he's like, I'm not the police. I'm not watching them. And the guy goes, I'm deputizing you. Like some guy was like yelling at him, some Champaign police officer. And he goes, it's not up to me to watch them. I'm working. Like I'm on the air in like 30 seconds. So as soon as the show starts, I start talking to him. He's in the crowd interviewing people, and the girls run off, as they should have. And he got arrested for it. And we had to like bail him out later on that day for like impeding a police investigation or whatever they charged him with. And so it was like, so yeah, I mean, I remember those. But I mean, like right now, the things that I always think about is like St. Patrick's Day is time for me and my father. We'll normally go to some Irish pub. We'll get there about noontime for lunch. There's a great place here in Evergreen Park called Porter Cullen's. That's on 99th Street, in between Kedzie and Pulaski. It's right in the neighborhood. And that's been our spot lately. Like we'll get a table, and then we're there for like 8 hours. And we're just drinking Guinness and we're getting food. And then the kids come walking by from school. And whether it's my kids or my kids and their friends or whatever, my wife gets off of work and family starts trickling in. And we just happen to have this table. We kind of hold it for the day. And like the kids walk in, it's like, get a burger, get them a pop. And like the bar is half children, you know, and it's like a family environment. And there's corned beef and the bagpipers are stopping in randomly and everybody's singing songs. And the Wild Rover comes on, everybody's pounding the table and screaming, and like that's my St. Patrick's Day. And
sounds fun.
We didn't get to do it last year, but here in Evergreen Park, it sounds like we're going to get to do it this year. So Dan got his shots. Dan got his shots. He's
awesome.
He got his second shot. He got his second shot on the Moderna one. And today is his 14th day since that shot, which makes him fully vaccinated, because they tell you after the second shot, you're like 92%, but you become like 95% or whatever the max is 14 days out. And I know my daughter's going over to give him a kiss today and hang out around the house for the first time.
Awesome.
And we're going to be out on St. Patrick's Day trying to be as normal as we're allowed to be, I would say.
That's
Normal
awesome.
as
It's
you
great
can
to hear
be.
he's vaccinated and like, man, like that's the wild thing to me. Like, cause I don't think about it too much because I don't have kids. Right. But like you hear about these stories of like, oh, the grandma got to hug, the granddaughter for the first time in like 15 months. That shit is wild to me. Like it's not something crazy. I thought about, but like, it is insane to hear it.
Well, I have kids at 3 different ages. So I have a 15-year-old who's at Mother Macaulay, and I have a 13-year-old that's at Most Holy Redeemer. And then I have a 5-year-old that's at Southwest School in Evergreen Park in kindergarten. And so I've seen 3 different schools go through this, and we have gone through this whole process. Back a year ago, it was the scariest thing in the world: lockdown, stay inside your house, whatever. And then as you start seeing the science evolve, as they start to figure things out, you realize the kids are probably the safest ones of all of us. Like children could pretty much rule this country right now because, it's so rare that something happens to them. I know that they've figured it out. I know that in my kid's classroom at some point, some teacher, like one of the teachers sat there and said that they were mad that they were taking their mask off as they were walking home with each other. And the kid said, we don't wear this mask for us, we wear it for you. Like the kids are figuring that out.
They understand.
You're the one that's at risk. So like with our family, eventually we started saying, hey, we're going to wear a mask or be responsible. We're going to be respectful of people around us. I always wear it when I go places. I never assume that somebody else is comfortable. Like, I mean, there's become this unwritten rule, I think, where some people, you'll look at somebody in the middle of a conversation, you'll go, if you're good, I'm good. And I'll be like, oh, thank God. Like, because like, and you kind of stand a distance apart from each other, but I've seen that a lot. But I know that like, depending on where your age is and your health and everything else like that, with my parents, we stayed away from them. They're older. they're older and they're more at risk. And so like Christmas time, we got to see that hug for the first time in a while because we did a complete lockdown where we never left the house for 14 days. So we could have normal Christmas. So we did that. My sister did that. And then on Christmas, like, I think the first like 20 minutes was just these ridiculously long hugs in the doorway, like as people showed up, because like we hadn't been able to do that in a long time. And I would imagine it's going to be like that this weekend and stuff, especially with St. Patrick's Day, like where, you know, we'll be getting together really for the first time since Christmas. And, you know, the people we're most concerned about have the vaccine now, you know.
That's awesome. That's awesome to hear, man.
And when I say that, I want to add this in. If you feel like you need a vaccine before you go around people, by all means, everybody is very different here. I don't want anybody to say that think that I'm taking this lightly. This is definitely a real thing, and it's more dangerous than the flu. But it's different for different people. And I think as we've learned how to interact with each other, we know when to take precautions and when we're okay, you know. And I think people are starting to use their brains on this thing, which is a good thing.
It's a personal decision.
Is always a good thing.
Yeah.
It's a very personal thing as far as like being like how close you want to be and all that. I think that's great.
I just had that similar thing, Chris, where my parents have now been fully vaccinated, and my daughter, who's 11, got a chance to go last weekend and spend the entire afternoon with them.
Oh, she was probably
kind of full board. Yeah, and it was great for all of them. It was like, now we've seen my parents little by little masked up, you know, when we're indoors and no contact and all that kind of stuff. But now that they're vaccinated, you know, I just feel so much better, so much safer with all of that stuff. You know, so
listen, no offense to everybody else out there. When my mother and father got vaccinated, I became far less concerned. Like, I mean, those are those two important people to me. And when they got it was like a weight that came off of me. And I know that weight hasn't come off of everybody else, but trust me, wow, does it feel good. And so I hope that these things move as quick as they're saying they're going to move, where you keep hearing the president say that by the end of May, everybody's going to be vaccinated that wants to be. And I talked to a guy yesterday. I went to Thornton Distillery, and he's a younger guy, and they have some army set up where the army came in and set up, and they're just handing out Johnson & Johnson vaccines in his area. And he's like, I showed up and they're all standing there with machine guns, but I got my vaccine. So, I mean, like, the mass vaccinations seem to be starting as well, like you would see in like a movie. And so that's the next step. So you got to feel good about that.
Yeah, but I'm with you, Chris. Like when our parents got vaccinated, like that was, to me, I was just like a real, like that was a moment of like a real deep breath of like, oh man, thank Christ that this shit is.
Let's be honest. That's who you worry about the most. You worry about your mom, your dad, and your kids, and everybody else is peripheral. But that's who you worry about. Right. And notice how I didn't even mention my wife there. Like, thank God she's upset.
Your wife's awesome, and we will not allow you to smirch her character on the show at all.
She let whatever soberness that was inside me when I left your house from the first podcast we did. It was all from her bringing down mac and cheese bites and and then like some little like there was some Asian roll thing. I know like that's the only reason that I could physically get up and leave your basement.
She thought you were a sweetheart. I'll be honest with you. Whenever I mentioned the three of you guys, the only one she really asked about is Jacob. Like, that's the only one she asked about.
Understood.
Because he was so nice. He came upstairs. He would talk to me, and then like at first I was like, was he hitting on you? And then I get worried about it. You're a good-looking guy, but no.
I feel where you're coming from. Going like, okay, yeah, that's the only one she asked about. I think the state that we were all in that day and how my Sox summer was, I think she's just the most worried about him.
That's probably what it was.
No, I know what you did to that guy from Max Box 20. I don't want to. I don't want any of that smoke. Third Eye Blind. I'm sorry. I confuse those two bands a lot, so I don't know why.
Short lead singer that it's really not an accomplishment what I did. Let's be honest. we all could have done it. I think we all would have done it in that situation. We all would have punched Steven Jenkins in the face at that time.
I'd still love to.
Why not?
If the money ever runs out, he could probably just start like a website where you sign up for a slot to come punch him in the face, and he'd probably never die penniless.
So as we're talking about a return to normalcy, and then also about short guys, it feels like a good segue to the White Sox in what we're going to be seeing this year. And let's take a look at this, Chris. Let's take a look at halfway to St. Pat's. We'll get all the way towards the end of the season. We're in like September 10th-ish range. Sox are playing the Red Sox. What place are the Sox in? How full is the stadium? And what goes down that night?
Sox are either a game up or a game back, somewhere in that range, but they're in a race at that point. And they're probably behind because I feel like Tony La Russa, just remembering what he was like, even with the Cardinals teams and the A's teams, they're not always in first place the whole year. He really knows how to craft a season. He's not going to wear out his guys early, and especially when they're sitting around thinking about like some of these arms and coming out of 60 innings or so in the previous season and looking for some of these guys to go 200 innings. You might see him make decisions or with his lineup or anything like that during this year that you'll be like, man, we should be just going. And he might not take that full approach, but I am completely convinced he'll get to the end of the year and have a team that's ready to push through and win, even if he's trailing by a few games. So I think that's kind of like the scenario. We're close. We might be back a couple games, but we're charging. And I still believe that they win this division. On that day, they're facing the Red Sox. It's a Friday. I would imagine Chris Sale is back, let's say.
Yes.
And since he's coming off of that surgery, he's not very good. And we're kicking the crap out of him, and people are chanting "na hey" when he comes off the mound in the fourth inning. Okay? and they're screaming it. They're screaming at full throat. Okay, I mean, like, and I also believe that what should happen is there should be a full stadium. There should be fireworks, because by that point they will be able to scientifically prove that fireworks do not spread COVID, because currently that seems to be a concern. And because at that point, based upon what everybody's saying, those that need a vaccination and want a vaccination should have it. And at that point, it should be similar to what's going on in Texas. Texas is early. Let's be honest. They're nuts, though. They're Texas. Okay. They honestly love to bring up the fact that at any moment, based upon how they join this country, they can leave at any time they want to. And I've met Texans that just rattle that stuff off immediately. So they're a completely different breed than the rest of us. I wasn't shocked at all by that. But on the other side, we should be open. I like what Shane said earlier, though. I feel the same way. Like, we're going to be one of those people, one of those areas trailing the rest of the world, because I don't think that the mayor has made very good decisions throughout this entire process. And she seems to, and it feels like she's more of a follower than a leader. She won't be the first one to do stuff. From the first day when they canceled the Boston parade, and then she made her cancellation, because up to that point, she had been telling parade organizers, because I knew one of the chairmen, that the parade was still on. But when Boston canceled, she canceled. When New York shut down schools, she shut down schools. She always follows. She's never at the forefront. So we are going to be one of the last places, I think, to be fully open. I still think we should be, and in my heart of hearts, I believe we will be. But I can't like fully commit to that. But I think that they're winning that game against Chris Sale. You got good crowds in the ballpark. I think even if you don't have full crowds in that ballpark, the bars are packed outside the ballpark because people are out at that point. I think the world is a very different place in September.
Yeah, I hope so.
I think
it's
I don't want to get way political, but I think it's a very hard road to toe. I think being the leader in something like this, as you don't really know what you're supposed to do, because she has tried to reopen schools and the teachers are like, "Fuck you, I'm not going back."
Oh, so
then you're like, it's like, what are you supposed to do here? Like, there's no win. There's no win situation in those kind of things, and that's why public office is just fucked. Like, like you're either out for yourself, like most politicians are, or you're trying to actually help somebody, and then you're double fucked at that point, because you're not even getting paid, and plus then everybody hates you. So like, you might as well get paid and be hated than it is to like go out and be like, I'm going to try to be genuinely a good person and help somebody, and they're like, fuck you,
Well, I think that the only comparison I've had, and maybe it gives me like a different view than most people when I look at it, is that I'm living in Evergreen Park, surrounded on three sides by Chicago, which means I cross a street and I'm in Chicago. And I've got friends and neighbors and people you meet up at bars and everything else like that. Some of them are living on one side of the line and some are living on the other. And in Evergreen Park, the mayor came out and said, we don't have the manpower to enforce these rules against the bars, and we're not going to do it. That's up to the state if they're going to pass the law, and we're not going to kill all of our local businesses. And that was a stance he took. So we live differently here. So in the middle of Evergreen Park and Oak Lawn, which has Christ Hospital there, we were very different than the Chicago area that was butted up against us. And I deal with restaurants and bars and businesses with all the podcasts that advertise on the different ones that we do, not just Sox in the Basement. And I firsthand got to see how it affected both sides. So I've had a very negative viewpoint of her because I know people that were treated like you could go a block and the rule was different.
Yeah,
It
is weird.
And that's the thing. And so like it, to me, like I've seen such a difference in it. I felt fortunate that I was in a small town where they were able to sit there and say, this is what we're going to do. And they didn't have to, they just said, this is what our small town, it's a mile or 2 miles in each direction, you know, like 87th to 103rd and Western to Pulaski. This is how we're going to operate. And it was different from Chicago. So we had a very different pandemic than Chicagoans in where I'm at. And the Southwest suburbs had a very different pandemic than those in Chicago. Like George Hoffman was on the show a couple of weeks ago and we were talking off the air and he made this comment about like how, you know, it sucks that the kids aren't in school. I'm like, mine have been in school since the beginning of the year. He goes, really? I'm like, all of them, public, Catholic, they're all in. And he goes, well, they can't play sports. Well, they've done some limited sports. My kid's playing hockey. Well, what about you can't go out? I'm like, we're out. Like my pandemic's been different. And so like, I mean, so I guess I look at what happened and what's going on in Chicago. And to me, I go, why can't we do this? Because we've been doing it here for the last 6-7 months over here. Like on this side of the border, we've been doing this. So why can't you do this over here in Chicago? So that's probably where my perspective comes from.
I got no problem with you doing it. My pandemic would have been the same no matter where the fuck I was. Inside.
Same.
Gaining weight and not catching COVID.
I did it for like 6 months and I got really fat and it's going to take a while to get rid of it. I had a bar in my basement, so I drank way too much and developed a serious bourbon habit. That is directly a result of the pandemic.
That's good.
It's a hobby. That's not a habit. That's
how you lose weight.
Yeah, when you go out, you buy 2 bottles, and the next week you got to go out and buy 2 more. So
what are you drinking?
Just use a different H word. It makes it sound much nicer.
It's more pleasant. Exactly.
What bourbons are you drinking?
Right now, I'm not a high end bourbon guy, and I don't like the rye as much. So I like to go with Woodford Reserve. Sometimes I'll get the double barrel one, or that's been aged longer. And then I go to, if I see it, just because it's not expensive and I go through it too fast, is Buffalo Trace. I like that stuff, and it's got a good flavor to it, and so I enjoy that one as well. But no, I'm not a high end bourbon. Last time I came on your show, I mentioned what I was drinking, and I got mocked inside of the chat room in the YouTube thing. Because I saw it go by and it's like, oh, look at him acting like that's a good bourbon. He's just drinking swill. Just drinking that Chris Lanuti drinks swill. That's what I was like. I was reading. I was like, man, that's what I'm getting criticized for. Not any of my opinions on the team. Drinking swill.
Chris, I mean, I know, our audience is brutal. They know that they can come at us with absolutely anything. I don't know if you noticed, but Jeff Passan dragged me all over the internet earlier this week. I went through the 108 tourney. I don't see him in there. Why did you put him in there? Well, we don't want to bother him with it. I don't think he'd enjoy it as much as we would.
Not a Sox fan.
You're afraid of him.
I'm not afraid of him. Fuck that guy. Fuck him and fuck everybody else.
His only participation in White Sox Twitter is to come murder Beefloaf once every couple months.
But everyone takes their signal from that, right?
That's not quite the amount of participation we're looking for. But I will say that if Beefloaf wins, if you win the tournament, Beefloaf, I mean we have to put you against.
It's got to be kind of like when Bobby Valentine wanted to bring his Japan World Series winner up against the White Sox in 05. That's what we're gonna do.
Yes, exactly. We need an exhibition. Right? Do an exhibition match. Got to do it. There's no question. I would do it even if I don't win the tournament. We'll do it after the tournament. We'll do an exhibition match. I'll whoop his ass. I got loyal followers, man. He's got 500,000 followers, but they don't care about him. The 108 got loyal following. Okay, it might only be
it's true.
It's 490,000 bots. See,
that's all it is. We got a few dozen loyal followers. I got all their votes. I might win 36-28 or something like that.
Well, here's the thing, Beef. Do you think he likes to get into the replies with you, right?
He does.
He'll jump in your replies.
He will jump in my replies.
Do you think he's going to take that poll where he's facing off with something named Beefloaf and put it out to all of his followers? You think he's going to retweet that?
No, I don't think he will.
In between his hot takes? No way. No way
he does.
And that's going to cost him.
Yeah, you know who will, though? His wife will, because she's a big Beefloaf supporter. That's all I know. She loves
Allegedly.
the loaf.
Allegedly,
Like,
that's your theory, my
Yep,
Sox Summer. That's
that
your
she
theory.
likes you because you put him in his place every so often by posting that bald pic.
Yeah, I really put him in his place when he burns me down and then gets 50,000 likes on the tweet. Whatever.
50,000? You're insane. Come on. Might be 1,500, but come on.
She.
It's good stuff. No, hey, I Chris, who do you looking for in the Illinois-Iowa game? That's going to be a nice little fun game.
Illinois is going to win the Big Ten tournament because they are the Big Ten champions. I don't care what anybody says. I think it's very obvious. I got into an argument with Scott Merkin off the air about it, and I didn't want to air it because it was 10 minutes and it would have taken up a third of our show of me like arguing Illini basketball with him. He's like, well, Michigan is. I'm like, we beat you by over 25 points without our best player on your home court at the end of the year. How are you better than us? And so and he came up with some Michigan logic, but we're gonna. I think Illinois wins that. I think this Illini team has a better chance of winning the national championship than the 05 team because they got the big guy in the middle. They're a more complete team, and they're so hungry. And my biggest fear, because I just saw it happen in one of these tournaments, that a team had to bow out of a tournament because of a COVID test.
Yeah,
I mean they better have these guys locked up tight. Okay, keep the college girls away from them. All right, keep their moms away from them. Keep everybody away from them. Lock them up tight. Give them every video game they want to play, and keep them in the gym. Okay, because if this gets derailed because of a positive test, my brain's gonna just leak out of my ears. Like I can't handle that. So that's the only thing that makes me afraid. I think they could beat anybody right now.
Chris, you were mentioning the 05 team versus this team. I mean, you're around mine and Treasy's and my Sox Summer's age. You remember the 89 Flying Illini. Now, that was a super talented team as well. Yeah. Which team has more talent, this team or that team?
Man. That 89 team. It's just
that 89 team is so tough, good. Man.
That's insane.
89 team's so good. I mean, I guess I have a little bit of bias just for the ones that came after I went to you. I mean, the 89 team, I was 12. Like I knew they were good, but I mean, I think I understand like college basketball, and I watch far more games now than I did when I was 12. So, I when you look back at it, you go, yeah, they were really good. They probably would win, but I mean, it's so hard with teams in different eras.
Yeah.
Isn't it we're getting to the point now, like, remember it was kind of funny, like to compare teams from the 80s or 90s against teams from like the 50s in baseball. But now, could you really even get into this argument? Like the game is just so different.
Yeah.
I mean,
humans are different.
Babe Ruth's training regimen was a couple of beers, 2 stogies, and a few hot dogs in the 6th inning. I mean, there are stories about how he'd walk out the door in between innings when he knew he wasn't going to bat. And he'd walk through the door at Wrigley Field across the street to the bar and get a beer and watch the game. Or listen to it. Listen to it. They didn't have TV. Listen to the game and then come back over to grab his glove and leave his glove by the ivy. Okay? Like, yeah. I mean, like, what these guys do now is really impressive, but like, they don't drink like Babe Ruth did. I dare Tim Anderson to hit so well with a beer gut. Like,
yeah, it's not happening.
Treasy, let me throw this one on you because Chris Lanuti brings up Babe Ruth. Ruth, with all the steroids he can handle, Adderall addiction, 1,000 home runs in his career, 1,200. How many?
At least 1,000.
At least 1,000, right?
Because
smaller home run fences and everything.
You got to think about a lot of things. You got to bounce home runs. Home runs is key. He's going to get some of those. He's going to be the only guy on steroids at that time. So like he's not even got roided out monsters thrown to him. He's got guys who tore all the ligaments in their arms and are still pitching.
Right.
No, that's not what I meant. I meant bring him now, where he's
bring him
the
now.
Modern game, but he's got the training regiments where he can be roided out and he could be all on Adderall. So it's got good focus.
If he finishes the season. Let's be honest. Does he even finish the season?
No.
Like every time somebody gets a little tweak, like, oh, I got a pain. I got a muscle pull. They sit him for like 2 weeks because they got to protect his career. Babe Ruth did when he was at a muscle pull.
Babe Ruth's biggest probably problem in the modern era would be gonorrhea.
I was I was gonna ask HIV.
Yeah, I mean, like the only thing because that guy is going to be not only already a monster. Like, so I've been to.
They would have found him in the club breaking COVID-19 regulations 2 days into the season.
Well, he would have been the guy with the nurse that was administering the COVID test, right? Like that would have been Babe Ruth.
That's Babe Ruth.
Like,
that's why he's my hero. Let's be honest, he's my hero.
That's my hero.
I went to like in Maryland, like it's right actually near Camden Yards. There's the house where he grew up, and you can go in there. It's a museum now. But one of the things that they have in there is they have one of his bats in the museum, and there's a hole cut. So you can reach in and you can hold where he would hold the bat, right? And it is so much of a goddamn tree trunk that you realize that this guy was not like a normal human being. Like he was like, even at that time, he was gigantic, and like just his hands must have been like fucking lobsters. Like, and so, so imagine, yeah, you take that dude out of that era, and now you have him in an era where we're going to get him into better shape than he was. We're going to jam him with performance enhancing drugs, which he will obviously have no problem with.
Yeah, he's
like,
in on that.
He's not going to be like, this is morally wrong. Like he would be, his head would be like a huge fucking pumpkin, and like there'd be like a little tiny head. It would look like when Blaine and Antoine on The Living Color had those little hats. That's what his baseball cap would look like on his fucking head.
Think about how big Barry Bonds' head got.
Yes,
and then Babe Ruth had a bigger head than Barry Bonds without drugs.
Exactly.
Like Daryl Strawberry in The Simpsons, you know, or Ken Griffey Jr. with the big head, he was floating.
Beef.
He drank too much tonic.
He'd hit 1,000 home runs in his first 10 years in the league. Like,
I love that enthusiasm.
And and in that time he'd have 2,000 walks because like
never pitched to him.
They would basically have to change the rules to let him step on home plate to hit the ball, because like everyone's just going to be intentionally walking him all the time.
I love it.
So there was another question I thought on your list, right? Or did we go through them all?
I think we got through everything. I mean, we talked about what you're drinking. We talked about
flies right by.
We talked about the Sox towards the end of the season. I mean, and then we talked about, which we all expected to talk about, it's a writed out Babe Ruth. Like
Babe
that
Ruth.
was.
Let me ask you guys a question. Like, you get on the phone. You get on the phone last night and go, "What are you wearing? What are you wearing?" I mean, was this like a
no?
You all had these on?
I mean, look, man, we do shows to sell merch, right? I mean, like this is always the case. So I was like, damn, man, we need to do a St. Pat's Day.
You're in the merch business. I've talked with my Sox Silver about this before. Like, you guys are in the merch business.
And I'm like, man, we should do like a St. Pat's show. We got all these green 108 shirts lying around, man. Let's get these out. And in the time between I came up with that idea and the time that we are having the show, we sold out of those things. So these are literally like the last 3 of them. But yeah, but nevertheless, I mean, like there's not a lot for me. I wear black probably every day of the year. It's rare that I don't have a black t-shirt on. So a day like today is the perfect time for a green shirt. So I was obviously going to be wearing this shit. And I'm sure these guys thought the same. I don't often see Beef in a green shirt. I see him in a yellow shirt every once in a while, but green is not plus green is not extremely flattering for me. Like a brown and green is never the colors that you think of that you're like, oh, I want a lot of things to be brown and green. That's right. You know, unless you've eaten a lot of vegetables that day, then you might end up with that kind of scenario.
Yes,
allegedly.
And this,
I think I have a yes already for it, but My Sox Summer is going to be showing up at the Cork and Carry at the Park on the 10th, right? Am I going to see you?
Yeah, you should see me for a little bit.
If you're in the merch business, I'm in the advertising business, so I got to.
Yeah, no, you can definitely advertise that shit.
Is that
I'll definitely gonna hang out. No, it's the Saturday.
The Saturday
after opening day.
Yeah, we're gonna do the Saturday after opening.
Yeah, so we can. I mean, I told these guys. I don't know how much I'd explained. I was very confused too because I thought it was opening day. And my wife's like, "That's not opening day. That's a Saturday." And I was like, "You're right." I go, "Do you want to come with me, wife?" And she's like, "Maybe." So we'll see. But yeah, I definitely will be down for that. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that. That's going to be a
Did
good.
you
I
guys
probably
get,
get
did
tickets.
you get your season ticket stuff? Like, are
Not
you
yet.
buying all 7 games in the home
Trying.
stand?
We're
We're
gonna
gonna try
buy
to.
every damn ticket that we can buy. We're gonna.
Right. I kind of figured that you guys were going to do it. My dad was like, my dad's going to Florida because when you get the shot, you go on a trip. Like
That's
that's
automatic.
He got the first shot and he went on the calendar and he's like, oh, well, I'll have the second one by here. I'll go drinking with Chris on St. Patrick's Day. And then I'm going to Florida for a month. And he just he started planning his life the moment he knew when he was getting his second shot.
I love it.
So he's got the tickets and he's like, are you gonna be able to go to all 7 games? And I'm like, no. And he's like, well, your sister's not leaving the house. So if you're not taking all 7, I'm just gonna try to get the individual ones. I'm like, good luck, because I think the people who take all 7 are gonna be the ones in there. I'd be surprised if anybody going for season tickets or single tickets are going to get any tickets.
So supposedly, we don't know how this is working, but this is the thing that I've heard that probably makes the most sense, is that if you buy, because they're going to be in pods of 1, I think 2, 4, and 6.
Right.
So you can you can't necessarily, like, if you buy a pod of a 1 through the all the games, okay. But that, if you're buying 6, you have to sell the pod. If you're going to resell it, you have to sell it as a 6. You can't resell it as a 2 out of the 6. So that would be the only thing that would stop people from buying everyone buying 6s. Like, you could get maybe, we'll buy a 4 or we'll buy a 2. So there might be a little bit more opportunity later down the line. But yeah, I don't know much past season ticket holders how many seats are going to be out there. And honestly, fuck it. I mean, if you're not a season ticket holder and it's only 20% in, I don't give a fuck about the general public. And everyone can rain your fucking bullshit down upon me. Okay. Everyone can you get mad at me. That's fine. Bring your hate. You know what? I've been paying up for this fucking team, waiting for a moment like this that I get to spike a goddamn football right in your fucking nuts and be like, I get to finally buy tickets. Like, this is finally paid off. This is my investment and it's going to work. So, boom.
I think the way it's going to work, right, is season ticket holders can first decide if they want all 7. Then season ticket holders get to grab the scraps for the single games.
Yep.
And then I don't think there'll be a general admission thing, but I do. Nope. My dad threw a total wrench into things because he's been a season ticket holder for a while, and the guy's breaking it down to him on the phone, who's his ticket agent, and he goes, "But I don't have an iPhone." And the guy goes, "What?" He goes, "I don't have an iPhone." He goes, "And I'm pretty sure you got a lot of other 70-year-old men that don't have iPhones. So how are we getting in the ballpark?" And the guy goes, "We did not think of." He just muttered it right on the phone. He's like, "We did not think of that." And he goes, "Well, go figure that out." So this is something they're working on. The White Sox, how do we get the guys in that don't have iPhones that have been with us for 30 years and are like, "I'm not buying an iPhone for you, White Sox." Those are conversations that are happening between old guys that are like, "Not a chance. You better figure out how to get me in this ballpark." So I know they still have things they got to work out.
I was going to say, I bet that'll be a total off the books thing where if you're one of those people, they're going to tell you, you go up to this ticket window, we will print you a ticket and you'll be able to get in. I bet you they will not promote that because they don't want people going that route. No. But they want their customers they've had for a long time to be taken care of. I bet you they'll figure something.
That's probably what they'll end up doing.
Well, and 2019 was all ticketless entry too. So they made it through the doors in 2019.
But the thing was, he was able to get tickets.
So you can take.
He could walk up to the window and pick up the tickets if he wanted to. He's one of those guys I'm not buying one of those things. He's a grumpy old man. He's never buying one of those things. God love him. I love him.
Yeah, I was going to say
but he's not buying one of those things. And he's
nothing wrong with staying that way.
He's not the only old South Side guy that sits at a tavern and bitches about things. And is not buying one of those stupid freaking iPhones.
The only thing, Chris, is does your dad know that you can access pornography on an iPhone really simply? Because it might be a thing. It's a good selling point. I'm sure my father has figured it out without even me even telling him. He's like, shit, you can see some stuff.
Let's think about this honestly, okay? What he was able to check out in his heyday when he wanted to check out pornography is basically the same as what Babe Ruth was playing in that league. His online now would kill him. Okay? It would kill him. He would be like, what the? What?
Yeah.
And
put the what? Where?
If it didn't kill him, my mother would kill him.
Who's that person?
He's buying an iPhone for porn. At the age of 70, I think he's like, nah, I'm not doing that.
There's only 4 people here. There's 4 people. This does not look like a biblical thing. Okay, I don't know what's going on here. Why? What does she do? Oh my God!
You gotta go.
2 cups. What?
Oh, jeez.
No bueno.
I love that we're having this conversation. I told my kid he could sit down here and play video games while I was literally on the other side of the screen sitting there playing video games.
Pop Pop's fine.
You're
Don't worry about Pop Pop.
You're talking about his Papa Lanuti looking at porn. We're going to have a conversation after this.
We're
Your son
venturing
knows
into
more
the
than you think.
dark sides of the internet.
Yeah.
Right?
And he's gonna be like, those 108 guys, they're freaking creeps. They turn my dad into a weird person. Yeah, little does they know, right? Little does they know.
You know what? Let's be honest. He's a hockey player. The language they speak in the locker room, you guys aren't going to make it blush. So don't worry about it.
100%. That's a given.
So
Chris,
yeah, I mean, I'm excited about this year. I'm kind of pumped up about it.
Well, that's why I want to ask you, how excited are you? Where did the Sox go? How
you know what
far
the
did the Sox
funny
go?
thing is that like I feel like Ed and I now on the show are constantly trying to like make sure that we remind people that we're still 100% in and think this team's going to win. Because it's hard when you see something that you don't agree with. They're like, you're going to say you don't agree with it, but then people are immediately like, oh, well, you just don't believe in this team. You don't believe in it. Of course I believe in this team. This team's amazing. Like the only problem this team has is it doesn't have any depth. Like that's the scariest thing about like, and if you don't believe that, look at how nervous you are right now about Yasmani Grandal. You have to play in a game.
Yep.
And think about if he gets injured at any point during the year, what your options are and how it changes your team so much. And that's just one thing. Like, I mean, you've got Crochet and Kopech in the back end and the bullpen, but they're at worst, or at best, they're not really going to be available to start moving into the starting rotation until the second half of the year because they don't want to move until the second half of the year. Right. So I don't think they're very deep. I think it was quite the roll of a dice to believe that that Ethan Katz could fix Lopez, fix Cease, and get something out of Riordan that we haven't seen in a long time. That's an awful lot of faith to put into your new pitching coach. And if it works out, good on you. You figured it out. But that you could have maybe eased my mind a little bit more by getting one more pitcher, and that was like established that I knew what their baseline was. Like at worst they're this, at best they're this. They don't need to be a superstar. I'm not talking Trevor Bauer, but like another $10 million in payroll is all this team really needed to spend. Yeah. And I felt it was, I don't think you're wrong to say it's cheap to keep the same payroll going from last year into this year and to look back at what your payroll was before you started the rebuild and realize that you are ranked right back in the same spot that you were before the rebuild, even though you saved probably $150 million over the last 3 years when you weren't spending money, but people are still showing up at your games. So it's a really hard thing to push. I find it funny. Those that carry water for the organization keep saying like, you don't understand how salaries work. No. It's all online. I just have to type it in. I can look up. I can see everybody's payroll. I can see what money's owed to people. It isn't 1984 anymore. I can see all this stuff. None of it. It's all transparent. You can't convince me of something that isn't true when I can look it up and I can find it. So if they don't have an explanation for it, they're better to be quiet than like when Rick Hahn decides he wants to go out and say that Sox fans are all don't know the truth and are uninformed on Twitter and uninformed on these things, because we're not uninformed. We're actually very smart. We're a really smart fan base.
I would agree with this.
There's a reason why, and you know what? There's a reason why, like, for example, in Pittsburgh, where my buddy does his Bucks in the Basement podcast, there's only 3 of us. There's only 3 podcasts for the Pirates. Okay. There's like 48 podcasts for the Chicago White Sox.
Right.
I mean, every day there's a new one. I get people who send me messages going, Chris, I love your show. By the way, me and my friend are starting our new White Sox podcast. What do you think of our logo? And I'm like, another one? Like, they're everywhere. So like you have this very informed fan base that's starved for content in a city that is always like not giving you enough White Sox content. Right. They'll talk Bears off season before they'll hit the White Sox on Sports Talk Radio 9 out of 10 times, and even if the White Sox are doing well. So it'd be like to sit around and act like your fans aren't smart enough to know what's going on. I think you're missing something there. You really should be capitalizing on it. You really should be more open to the fact that you have a fan base that's really informed. Yeah,
absolutely. No, and that was brought up earlier with Dave and I don't know who else we were talking, and Pat. possibly. I don't. And it was like, this team is really good, and they're going. And I said, but then people got upset because they didn't spend, and it wasn't. And I don't consider myself an irrational fan, but it's because we've had those many years where like, no, we're waiting to this moment. So then we're going to spend, and then you get to that moment and you don't spend, and that's I'm like, yes, is it a like you're bitching about something that it might be a minute difference, yes, but like I felt that we saved the money so we could eat big now, like now we can go out and overspend, and we didn't do that. And then like the Rickon caveat, whoa, you don't know, we might spend during the season. Yeah, right. You didn't spend during the season with Lynn. You didn't do it last year.
You know what I'm hearing, and I haven't talked about it on the show yet, but I've heard this now from a couple people that cover the team, is that there are people in the organization that think that they're sitting back waiting for an Alex Rios moment where somebody's going to put somebody on waivers because of the pandemic and how they've been hurt financially, and the Sox intend to just take the contract. And that they're looking for something like that midway, like, and I'm like, that's a really weird thing to put your money on. Like you're hoping something crazy like that happens. But I mean, like, but I've heard this from more than one person, and I'm like, this must have at least been a conversation that was had in there for it to have gotten to me twice. So I mean, like it's a weird thing if that's what your plans are. Like I think sometimes what they do is head scratching.
Why are they willing to gamble in that arena, but not willing to gamble on giving a big contract to somebody? I don't get that. Like it's a gamble either way. Why are you picking a more not sure gamble where you're counting on other people and just gamble on something that might be proven and say, okay, yeah, it might be an overpay, but
And Chris, I like that you brought Cleveland up that you think is going to get put on waivers.
I know.
It's not going to be Shane Bieber.
And remember, Rios wasn't that good. So I mean, like it wasn't like you were just taking a lot of money and he wasn't really worth. So it's a weird thing. I always think about this book, and I brought it up before on the show, and it was given to me by my brother-in-law years back, called Scorecasting. And I want to say that this came out in the 2000s, early part of the 2000s, and it breaks down all sports. Like it breaks down, like, is there really a home field advantage? And it breaks down statistically, like where are those? Why do umpires make bad calls? And it shows that umpires psychologically have an issue calling the fourth ball if the count is 3-0, and they have a very hard time calling the third strike if the count is 0-2, even if it's right down the middle. And they show that they become worse in those situations, and that's over decades and decades and decades of data. And they actually talk about attendance in baseball at one point. And they show that the White Sox and the Yankees were the two teams that were most tied to if their team spent money and if their team was winning. That's what influenced their attendance more than any other two teams. And the guy goes into the book explaining the Yankees figured this out with Steinbrenner and the way he did things. The White Sox didn't. And this is written by a national author that sat down and wrote, and this is it's like a Bible on sports statistics. And it comes up in the thing like this, and it shows the data, it lays it out. Like it's White Sox fans are a fan base that respond to whether or not you are willing to put your money on the table and whether or not the team is performing. People show up. And Yankee fans are the exact same way, but they've been run very differently. Now, the other funny side note to that is that they also showed there was one team that ticket prices did not matter for at all in that same study, and that was the Chicago Cubs. But if you raise the price of beer, then they actually saw a drop in attendance the next year.
Wow, that's wild.
So, and what was interesting, when Ricketts came in, the first thing he did is he raised the price of beer, and they had a bad attendance year. And it was after that book had come out. So, I mean, like this, but this guy, they sit down, they look at decades and decades of stuff. It's called Scorecasting, and it's a really great read. But they really approached the White Sox attendance thing, and it's shocking to me that nobody's put this book on Jerry Reinsdorf's desk. I mean, it's probably lost amongst all the. Whenever you see like video of inside his office, there's a lot of papers on the desk. I don't know what he's doing. Like, what does he do where he needs all those papers? It's probably Scottie Pippen like messages. Like, I'm still looking for some money. But that's like, somebody should put the book in his hand maybe and have him read it. Like, highlight that section. That's all I'm saying.
It is kind of wild. You bring up how the payroll stayed the same, and the tanking scheme has basically yielded nothing so far. Because even if let's say you give the White Sox credit for Nick Madrigal as of today and say, okay, you picked number 4 overall and you got a starting second baseman. How cheap are second basemen right now in the market? Who could you have gotten
Extremely.
for almost nothing?
Right.
Cesar Hernandez or whoever. You didn't really. So like a lot of the tanking scheme part of it, where you get the high draft picks, a lot of it is on Andrew Vaughn's shoulders to become a superstar for that to have been worth us doing that at all. Because
Well,
you didn't.
The trades made sense. Like if you were kicking
trades, fine, but you could
need to build the trades made sense.
The trades are fine, but you could have spent money all the way, is what I'm saying. You could have been spending the part that you saved, quote unquote, because the tanking part was to get the draft pick, higher draft picks, which haven't yielded anything basically yet.
So what you're saying is we tanked for 3 years to get Andrew Vaughn, and all the money went into a safe someplace where Jerry Reinsdorf swims in the gold coins like Scrooge McDuck.
It's kind of what it feels like. It's what it feels like, unless they start ramping up the payroll.
Got no argument from me on this.
I mean, he's claiming poor, but yet his sons want to buy into the business. So I don't know. I mean,
Well,
to me, it sends a little mixed message.
I saw that article. My first thought was everybody's like, oh, everybody thought that the Reinsdorfs were going to sell the team, but why would the Suns be buying? Well, why wouldn't, if he's preparing for the inevitable, if the more shares they have when it gets sold, they make more money.
Yep.
So the fact they're buying doesn't mean they want to take over the team. The fact they're buying is that Jerry's telling them, look, it's going to be over soon. Start investing in the team, because when it sells for $500 million, you're going to get more money. That's how I read it when I saw they were buying shares.
And within the article, or trying to buy shares.
Yeah.
And I also think he's capitalizing on a market. We haven't talked about this. Like, we've talked about it privately, but haven't talked about it with everybody. They're capitalizing on a market where some of these investors might have lost their ass because of COVID, and they might be looking to cash out. And in the article, it says, if you sell now, you usually lose between 20 to 40% of the value of your share when you sell now. So they're trying to go in and like buy it even at a discounted rate to make a shitload more money. So I mean, it makes sense.
It says that the Reinsdorf family didn't lose any money, but their other investors might have lost money. So now they're trying to take advantage of those other investors. So when he cries poor, is he poor, or is he once again building in the rich get richer? And that's why when I hear this thing about, oh, he's just such a sweet guy who just cares so much, I giggle, because that isn't the whole picture of Jerry. He might be the nicest guy in the world. I've never met him personally. I might meet him and be like, Chris, I listen to your show. You're really hard on me, but you know what? You deserve it. You know, I deserve some of it. Why don't you sit down here? We're going to watch a game in the box. And he's like the most engaging guy for 9 innings. And he's like the nicest guy. And I come out of it and I'm like Dave Kaplan. I'm like his best friend. And I'm just like, I'm going to talk great about him forever and everything like that. It doesn't change the reality of his decision-making for the last almost 4 decades that he's been the owner of a team. It doesn't change
ruthless business
very
guy.
few first place finishes and playoff berths and the 1 pennant / World Series. And to walk around and act like he's the greatest owner ever, who cares about this team more than anything, I don't buy that, because I've seen other owners throw their own money into things and risk things to win that I haven't seen Jerry do. You know, I mean, if you're still pointing at the Albert Bell contract in the late 90s as a way of pointing out how your owner isn't cheap, I got to question whether or not you've been asleep for the last 2 decades. Like, I don't care about the Albert Bell contract anymore. Okay, it's stupid. And in fact, they actually went and got a guy who's probably using a cork bat and steroids and fell off very quickly afterwards. So it was a bad signing in the end. So stop with the Albert Bell thing.
That's why they didn't do it again, Chris. That's why we don't get big contracts. They got burned by Albert Bell, so we can't sign any more big contracts to hitters. We got burned by John Danks, so now we can't sign any more long-term deals.
We got burned by the idea that we thought Mark Burley was done and we wanted to invest in John Danks. We should have given the money to Mark Burley.
That's another thing.
Exactly what we did.
Yep. You're 100% right. They've made bad decisions when they've done big spending. So it's not necessarily just that. Yeah.
Right.
All right.
And as I've said before, like, Rick Hahn is only responsible for doing the best he can with the money he's provided. I am never going to be critical of Rick Hahn for not spending money, because he doesn't get to spend the money.
Oh, bullshit. I'll be critical of him.
But if
guys do well with less.
But hold on. But you are completely able to be critical of Rick Hahn if you don't like how he spent the money he was given. There's got to be a line, and
That's-
you got to kind of draw that line.
That's
like
us.
if you're giving,
I will always make that argument.
Right.
I'll
If you're
always
given
make
a
that
pool
argument.
of money, your job is to do the best with that pool of money and what situation you sit in. And I'll compare it now to the other baseball podcasts I do, where I don't know anything about the Pittsburgh Pirates except for what I read in the paper, and the other guy's the expert, and I just talk baseball with him. But in Pittsburgh, they've got a cheaper owner than Jerry Reinsdorf.
Yeah.
The phrase in Pittsburgh is "spend nutting, win nutting," because Bob Nutting is the owner, and I love that. It's hysterical. The first time I heard it, I couldn't stop laughing.
Should
Okay,
put that on a shirt if it isn't already.
but the thing is that Ben Cherington comes in and he's trying. You could tell we've been watching this the whole offseason. He's trying to become the Rays. And while Pirates fans are angry about it, the point that we keep making on that show is, if your owner is going to be in the bottom three every year in payroll, it's up to Ben Cherington to take what's given to him. And if he's a good general manager, still create a winner with the little funds that he has. Don't be critical of what he's doing if he's working within his system. But in a couple of years, if he can't become the Rays, then he wasn't the right guy for the job. Get somebody else. Okay.
Right.
You can be critical of his moves, but you can't hold the payroll over the general manager.
Yeah.
That's kind of how I feel.
And to me, when you draft poorly and when you get do poorly in free agency or poorly in trades for the most part, other than when you're giving away the best players in the major leagues to get some guys, I'm going to be critical of you. I don't care how much your payroll is. And so that's kind of where, and I don't hate Rick Hahn or anything, but like I'm going to be
Rick Hahn
critical
hates
of
you
moves because
Rick Hahn hates you. You're on. He says he doesn't care about Twitter, but he really
No,
that's totally fine. I mean,
Twitter.
like
Anybody, he sounds like Don Cooper coming on going, I don't want to talk about it, and then all he does is talk about it. I don't watch Twitter, but I read all these things on Twitter, and I'm going to go on the radio and talk about it. Like, come on, it's all the same. Like, I don't care. Yeah, you do. You wouldn't say anything if you didn't care.
Uncle Rico was hanging out with Rick Hahn at a spring training game here just a couple days ago, and Uncle Rico was rocking the 108 gear, and Rick didn't flip the middle finger to him. He took a picture. So I think
that
we're
you
good.
know of.
And like I'm expecting that
He went home and
from
screamed
Rick
into a
Hahn.
pillow is what he did.
Yeah, well, no, the only time that I met Rick Hahn since I've been involved in the 108, he asked me where the T-shirt money was, and he wanted some money for the merchandise.
Listen, you guys are riding high. I read a thing where they were interviewing Brooks Boyer about tickets, and you got the mention. Okay, I mean, your godfather jumped right in there and couldn't wait to talk about the three of you guys. I mean, I loved it. I mean, it was like. It was like a whole paragraph. I think 108 was written in the article like 4 times. That's some pluggage right there. I hope you guys are sending him the proper kickback.
Yeah, when we monetize on that, we will definitely send him the proper kickback.
This is Chicago. He should be getting an envelope for that kind of.
I see Garfine out there doing cameos for people for the 108 tourney, so at least his pockets are getting lined.
That's true. That's very true.
I have to do one today. Actually, I was going to do it during the show, but I'm not in the position to do that yet. I'll do it.
All right. If we're getting into the 1 o'clock hour here, and Chris, I know you got some St. Patty's Day things to attend to today, so I don't want to keep you too long.
I'm also sweating in this sweatshirt. I wanted to put it on. I thought I'd be on for 15
minutes. Take it
off. No, you don't want to see what's under this.
Oh, we do though.
I woke up 20 minutes before you guys like asked me to be here. I slept in today with the wife and just was like laying in bed. And I'm like, I got to get up and talk to these guys. And then I come down the stairs. The first thing I do is open up a beer. And my son's like, you just woke up and you're opening a beer? I'm like, I'm going on a show. I got to have a beer.
Chris, excellent. We appreciate you waking up and drinking immediately with us. But yeah, and thanks for, I mean, we kind of knew this part would be like an hour. So, but thanks for sticking around. And guys, I think it's been a lot of fun. I hope everyone who's watched this has enjoyed it. We've kind of talked about everything under the sun today.
Yes.
But the 108 tourney is starting very soon. So get your Goose Island beers ready. Go get your Buffalo Wings and Rings.
I think I got a chance this year. Just because you put like me in a thing with 2 other people, maybe they'll split the vote and I'll sneak through. You know?
I love it. I love that.
I want to see it.
Like my whole thing is like I hope the other 2 are like so popular that everybody splits the vote and somehow I sneak through the thing.
I love it.
I love it. Like how Mayor Lightfoot made it through. Kind of like that. There are just so many people.
As the famous radio guy, Chris, this is obviously not your first three-way. So I know you know how to handle yourself in the three-way.
You know what, that one, it's okay if it's okay if my kid hears that comment because I want him to respect his father. So thank you.
Chris, thanks a lot. Fellas,